Well, I bet you weren't expecting me on today because I wasn't supposed to be streaming today. I'm supposed to be busy doing other things. And, well, I won't be busy doing other things. So here I am. I got so much done in life right now, like so much that that I was supposed to be busy today, and then suddenly it's like, well, that gets cut off. Like you're not busy today. I'm like, what do I do? I'm like, oh, you want to know what? I'm gonna just blow people's minds. I'm gonna stream early, super early, because I know there's the odd people out there that watch my stuff that they can't usually watch my stuff until like the following day because I can't start the stream early enough. And I tell them if I can ever start an early stream, like I just will. So today, all my plans got broken up. I'm way ahead on host work and doing stuff and keeping stuff up where I'm happy. Uh, I mean, now that I look, I probably that can back there is the only thing that needs to go. But I mean, beyond that, it's like just I'm so ahead of the game in life. I get so much done that I'm like, you know what? I had plans today. I was supposed to be busy. Now I'm not busy, so I'm here early, super early. I don't know how long. I don't know how long I have, but I'll be here for a while. I'll be here for I hope for a long while. Uh, if anybody catches this or they're rewinding or starting over, I'm on a server on Discord, Legion of Myth. Max has asked people on the server to let anybody know, sort of forward the deal that he can't do his stream tonight, their panel, because he has lost his internet for the weekend. I don't know the story, but I'm on the server, so I'll be nice. I'm on the stream. I'll forward that to people. Yeah, Max will not be doing a stream tonight for probably until like something like he'll be back with the internet Monday. So there you go. I don't know how many times I'll mention that. Probably not much. Probably that's it. But since I'm on the server and he asked everyone, oh well, okay, I'll mention it one time. Why not? Right, just to let people know. So people get here, rewind, they'll be like, oh, okay, Max is not doing his stream tonight. Right? No. So here I am. It's a shame. It's a shame so many people choose to have an issue with me because I think they would enjoy interacting with me. And on days like this where I get a lot of time to stream, like it'd probably be fun for them to want to ask me questions instead of having an issue with me. But even if I leave the door open for these people, most times uh, they ask me questions which are just dumb. Like they'll come in and want to make me look bad. I'm like, well, okay, you don't want to talk about gaming? Jeez, guys. You spent 7 fucking years trying this. It's never worked. Why don't you just ask me a question about gaming like you do everyone else? Because I know you actually enjoy talking about games. And most of the guys around here talk about World War II, what they're having on their pizza, how their shower went, or some real life fighting, which is really fucking boring, right? So here you actually get to talk about gaming. I actually talk about tabletop role playing games and I keep it real. I don't just do streams where 80% of the stream is me talking about how the shower went this morning, and then maybe I'll mention a tabletop role playing game at one point. You can actually talk about games with me here. So, that's it's really effective, especially when that's what you want to do. I don't know how many guys will make it very obvious to other streamers. Like they'll hear they hear the guys on the stream talk for like an hour, and out of the hour, the guys might spend 5 minutes talking about tabletop role playing games, and right away you can see commenters like, "Oh man, you're actually talking about tabletop role playing games." Well, like, dude, when you come to me, when I do these streams, instead of like 5 minutes of tabletop role playing game talk, I do like out of the hour. It's usually the whole hour, if not like 55 plus minutes of game talk, or at least stuff related to what's going on in the hobby around the community. It's always related to it, if nothing else, right? So here there's actual game talk or focused on the community or the hobby. It's not like how my shower went this morning, how pissed off I am at life. Oh, geez. So it's good. It's good. I'm here. I'm here. So And I left chat open today on purpose. So, surprise off script day, and people can take advantage of it. They can either get themselves banned for life. All right, when people fuck around with me here, that's usually what happens. Like when I leave the door open, that's a special privilege. So, and I'm not the type that I'm very patient with people, right? So it's like, look, I mean, if you do passive aggressive stuff at me, I'll notice it. You're banned. You're gone. Gone. I'll notice it right away. You're gone. Throw a hint. You're gone. That's it. And I think you're a coward if you can't be direct. If you want to talk shit, just talk shit. Don't be a fucking coward. Don't be a pussy. Right? Don't going to be passive aggressive. Say it directly. You'll still get banned either way. But just saying. I'm here. Look, on these streams, I'll be real with you guys. I don't mind disagreeing about gaming. Like I'll have passionate disagreements about storytelling, and the guys will say what they think here. I don't ban them for saying what they think about gaming, as long as it's effective dialogue and conversation. I don't care if their take on storytelling or something like that. Say we've had that debate. I don't care if that would be like, oh man, I think that's a stupid opinion. You won't see people get banned for disagreeing. It's when people come in and try to insult me. I'm like, well, insult, does that have anything to do with the game? No? Well, you're fucking gone. Lie, you're fucking gone. Right? But I mean, I can have very passionate and even aggressive debates on chat. I don't mind that. I don't mind being challenged. But it has to be on the game. It can't be like a personal attack. Like, Steven, I think you're trashing on so many words. Well, you're gone. And my audience will support me on this, because some of the guys here have strongly disagreed with me at times, and they'll actually push back really hard on what I'm saying. And I never cut people off or censor people if it's talking or debating aggressively or passionately about the game stuff. It's the second you go, well, instead of worrying about the game, I'm going to actually directly insult you as a human being, which has nothing to do with the topic. Okay, you're gone. Or the person lies. Okay, you're gone. And I've always cut those people off because it's a waste of time. So today's chat is open, which is a rarity and a privilege, and it's an opportunity for people that usually would have to be sub to the channel to take part, right? So it's an opportunity, right? And if they enjoy it, here's what I would hope: if you jump in and enjoy the chat, even if you're not sub, that it's the inspiration for actually subbing to the channel, because it means, well, hey, if you liked it today, I mean, I'm sure you're going to like it other days, right? Hey, look, I don't care if you're from a certain community. It just comes down to, man, look, I'll be real with you. I might know you're from a certain community, and I can be very disappointed, but it's like, honest, I just got to be real with people. If I know who you are or from a different community, like a certain community that doesn't like me, I'm watching you like a hawk. Like, dude, don't step out of line with me. If you start chatting, don't step out of line. Don't, because my patience with that community and people from it is not much. Not much. And if I give opportunities to talk to those people, well, you better watch what you say. You better watch how you speak to me. I'll be real with you. I'm not really patient with a certain group of people, and they should know who they are. Should be no delusion. I'll make a point to some people in the hobby, especially around the old school where I'm at. And I'll put up a post where it's really not, the point is the main thing, right? And somebody will ask me if I do a video where I'm making a point or doing a post, why don't you say the name? And I'm like, well, okay. I just got to tell people how this works, especially if you're just in the audience and you don't understand. When I make a point, not saying the name makes the point stronger. You're like, well, how does that work? Well, if I say the name, what do people do? They dismiss the point. They turn any statement into drama or an attack, and the point gets completely nullified. The point gets ignored. So that's why I don't say certain names. If I'm making a point, and it's not all the time, but very rarely I'll make a post or even say something in a video where it's making a point. And I'm making a point to a crowd of people that will know who they are. and their audience will know who they are. And I know that some of these people are watching. And the point's general enough that other people will get it too, even people outside of that. But when they ask me for a name, I'm like, what do they do? If I give a name, what happens? If the point is the point of the post, if the point is the point of the video, and I want the point to be very strong, what happens if I give a name of a certain person? Just say I'm giving a hint about a certain person or certain people, and I give names. Well, the point gets ignored. So the effectiveness of my communication is destroyed. So I like, sometimes I think people deserve it. Like when I'm calling people out or a group out, I think the point should call you out. And the point is very strong, right? It's very effective. The point is making its point. But if I mention a name while I'm making that point, it nullifies the entire point. It will get ignored, stomped on, and forgotten about in the midst of claiming drama or attacks. So I just got to tell people out there, either you're intelligent enough to know this, or you're not, which doesn't really make a difference to me. But I mean, if I don't initially give out a name, I'm not going to give out names later. It's such a stupid question. Hey, you got any names? Nope. You can tell us the name? No, because the name is not important. It's not meant to be a direct attack. It's a point. It's a point I want people to consider. There's no attack here initially. Like you miss the point of the point. The point is to criticize people. So it's, if I say the name, it's turned into drama and an attack, and the criticism gets destroyed. So effective communication dies. And I like to effectively communicate. So when I make a point, it's, especially if I don't use a name, you can waste your time asking, right? But if I know, I watch people like a hawk. If I know you're just effectively trying to cause trouble, you'll vanish. It's like if you haven't commented in forever, and the only comments you ever bring to me are ones that start trouble, I will hide you from the channel. It's like, okay. It's like, dude, I've seen like 3 comments from you. Each one is a sabotage. Boom, you're blocked. So you won't get too far with that. Enjoy it. I hope you enjoy 1 or 2 attempts at it, which are very vague, and most people won't even understand what you're doing, which is good for me. Most people won't even understand that you're trying to start something, but I will. So I'll see it as a waste of time, because you're wasting my time. I like to interact with people. So I purposely look for the comments that come in. So if it's like every time I'm seeing a comment from you, it's like wasting my time. It's like, dude, I got no more time to waste. Block. You're just going away. I don't got 10,000 subs right now. I don't get that many people commenting on my videos. No, I'll have to say, man, as a YouTuber, I've been around the old school for years, and there's a bit of a disappointment on how the audience does behave there. I'll see a guy who is less charismatic than myself, doesn't perform well, might not even go on cam most of the time. He'll say what I say, but in a very less effective way, less clear, not that direct. I mean, the guy might even run games that people oppose, right? But he's not me, even though he's saying some of the things that I'm told that piss people off. He's saying the same things. I'll see a guy like that be rewarded for trash, as far as I'm concerned, trash and mediocre content, where he's saying the same thing I'm saying in some ways, but saying it less effectively. And I'll watch my content where it's like, does jealousy have to ride the entire audience? Instead of being jealous of somebody having some talent, why is the old school like that? I always wonder why. Like, why don't you? It's like I look at them and go, most of the YouTube area's audience, they enjoy talent. They do. If you do good titles or good thumbnails and you perform well on camera, almost every part of YouTube, even the new school part of the tabletop role-playing game hobby, that audience will actually reward you. They actually enjoy talent. I get to the old school and I'll criticize the yes man or the rage bait content because I'll notice right away that talent get you almost nothing there. And it's almost like the audience or even the other YouTubers get jealous of you if you have it. So instead of like, man, okay, that guy got some talent, let's reward him. Good thumbnails, good titles, let's reward him. That's every part of YouTube, even the new school part of the tabletop role-playing game hobby. You get to the old school, and if you have talent, good thumbnails, good titles, the whole 9 yards, and you're talented, you go on cam, you perform well for them, no reward. I don't know of another part of YouTube that acts like that. And I got to say this, at this point, the old school tabletop role-playing game audience, there's individuals that are great people, but the general audience is second to none when it comes to just not being impressed by talent. Like, again, I go to the new school. They're guys, if they do good thumbnails, good titles, and they perform well on camera, people like the talent. And other YouTubers that are in the new school do not get jealous of each other's talent. There's no jealousy. Other parts of YouTube, same thing. If you're talented and you do all that, man, you're rewarded. I have honestly not seen another part of YouTube where it's like the old school, where you get to the old school and it's rage bait content, mediocre guy. Yes man content, mediocre guy. Get to the guy who might even say something, one or two things that the audience disagrees with, but man, the guy has talent, performs well on camera, does everything. The old school audience is like, yeah, we don't reward that. I'm like, well, you're the only audience that behaves that way. And so it's weird as a YouTuber to see what other successful YouTubers are doing. And you try to do what they're doing, not copy them, but understand like, okay, the audience expects talent. They expect good performance on cam. They expect effort made in the titles that you're putting up. And even the way you handle the algorithm has to be well. And I do all that. And I'm just like, okay, I know I got charisma, talent, been game mastering for years. I can put stage, I can perform well. I'm like, okay, I do all that. Audience doesn't care. Some of them are jealous. Some of the YouTubers get jealous, and I get no reward. Now watch guys who try to say what I say, but they say it in a less effective way, less clear. But they say enough of what the audience agrees with. I'm like, come on, guys. You can't be looking at the most talented people around and going, I won't reward you. But that's how the audience is. And so trying to learn from other successful YouTubers about doing YouTube, I would just say to the other successful YouTubers, what you do, oddly, does not work with what we call the old school. Because the old school doesn't care about talent. It cares about yes man. It cares about hearing what it wants to hear. That's a vast majority of the active old school audience that I see. Now, individuals are great. Individuals in the audience are great. And I draw a lot of them here, individual people that are separate, that enjoy talent. But just to watch a mass amount of old school tabletop role-playing game audience members go, we don't care about talent. We don't care about charisma. We don't care about good titles. But if you say everything we agree with, you could have the trashiest content. You could barely perform on camera. You could be very poor in your in the way you communicate what you got to say. But we'll reward you en masse because you say everything we want to hear. I'm like, so if you're doing content for the old school, you can't look at successful other YouTubers and go, I'll be inspired by them because like this audience doesn't behave that way. Like again, in the new school, if you're good on camera, like good performing, good at everything, you're rewarded. And the other YouTubers, they don't get jealous and all compete with each other. Actually, the more talent you have in the new school, the more you'll get invited onto other streams and talk to people. So they actually reward talent. They don't reward leeches. So if you come in desperately trying to leech in the new school part of the hobby as a YouTuber, you'll get turned away. They actually see that as petty. You can tell they treat it that way too. If you're a leech that doesn't have much talent, they won't talk to you. Right? But if you effectively have talent, they want to bring you into the circle. And that's good for them. That's really effective by bringing other people with talent in. The overall audience that everybody is trying to get from grows, and they understand that. I watch other YouTubers. I try to learn from them. Like, what are you guys doing that is growing your audience? And they'll be like, well, if people show up with talent, we bring them right in. We don't dismiss them. If people come in as leeches, we all call the leeches out. Or when you get to the old school, people with talent either have to get on their knees and lower themselves, which is not good for them, not good for what they bring. And if they don't, they'll get ostracized from the old school YouTubers. And then leeches, because leeches do not challenge guys that are already bigger YouTubers here that are doing Rage Bait Yes Man. The leeches will be praised and brought into the circle. I'm like, is there any other part of YouTube that does that? Nope. There's not a single other part of YouTube that does that. So I've heard over the years where I do a criticism and people like other parts of YouTube do this or that. I'm like, not this. Every other 100% of the rest of YouTube behaves differently. If you have talent, you get rewarded. And other YouTubers, instead of hating you, will bring you into the circle. And if you're a leech in other areas of YouTube, most people will turn you away. Right? Unless they can use you for their own benefit. But usually leeches, like the real bottom dweller leeches, no, you can't come in at all. And the old school bottom dweller leeches make up panels. And people with talent, that means I can come in and I can give you the grade A performance. A guy who comes and I'll get turned away if I have one or two opinions people disagree with. Yet the guy who comes in with a C- performance will get rewarded en masse by the old school audience as long as he says more of what they agree with. I'm like, that's amazing. It's amazing. It makes it sad because it's like, well, then how do you really perform? So I decided when I started doing these streams with the old school gaming that I'll get to a certain point where I'll run through all the old school games that I have. And I'm already playing new school games. But at one point, if I don't see a change in the audience, when I start switching over to the new school content, I'm just going to start going just completely in that direction. Because it's like, well, at least there, if you make headway with them, they actually reward people that are good at performing on camera, good at doing other things. And the old school simply doesn't. And I don't want to play a shallow yes man rage bait guy. I just can't do that. I can't do, sorry, old school tabletop, the majority of old school tabletop role playing game audience. I can't cater to your shallowness. Like, it's like, dude, I'm sorry if I have one or two opinions you don't agree with, but I can't cater to your shallowness. I can't do one game. That bores the shit out of me. Like, talk about second edition forever. Like, dude, no. There's only so much to say about one game. That dies out really quick. And I don't want a small ceiling of people. It's like, well, but you'll grow. I'm like, yeah, I'll grow to like 10,000. I could, I guess, do a second edition, 10 to 15,000. That's it, though. That's it. That's the ceiling. That's it. And the majority in the center will ignore a person doing that. So that's a waste of time. Right? I just don't want I don't want shallowness, and I don't want a small ceiling of growth, right? I'm one of these people that I just, if I'm going to bother making an effort, it's going to be to go bigger. Doesn't mean I'll succeed, but I'd rather aim for the top of the mountain instead of the top of a molehill. That's my aim. I play chess, not checkers. Right? So even when I come to YouTube, I go for high quality. And I bring 110% here. Like, I perform well. I'm effective on communication. That's why I make an impact. Like, I really do. I don't care what people say. I make a deep impact on the conversation around here because even if you don't like what I'm saying, I'm effective at communicating. There you go. It's not a brag thing. It's just hey, dude, I'm confident. I know these things about myself. I've been communicating to the public and audiences for decades now. I started when I was young. I've been doing it forever, doing stage speeches. I've been doing YouTube for, I say 10 years, but it's more like 15 years. I've been a very public figure for decades everywhere I go. right? It's because I'm confident and not shy. I know what I'm doing. I know how to effectively communicate to the point I can even piss people off that don't agree with me because they know what I'm saying. That's how it works. So yeah, you'll hear me often speak about that because I don't blame the algorithm for ignoring me because I don't think YouTube is doing anything bad to my account. I don't sit there and play that game because I know it's not. I know almost every guy who says YouTube is holding them down is not telling you the truth, or I think they say it so much they believe it, but YouTube will tell them directly. Because I've seen some guys, YouTube is holding me back. They go on like X or like YouTube, you're holding me back, and YouTube is like, no, we're not. And I know exactly what the problem is because I learned a lot about the algorithm. Now, the algorithm doesn't guarantee you instant success or even fast success, and most of the success you see in the old school has nothing to do with algorithms at all favoring you. The algorithm only does so much for you, and then it's really the algorithm. I don't want to say too much because I know too much about it, but there's many things that have to happen for the algorithm to act a certain way, right? So the algorithm doesn't do as much as people think. It's very low key, and usually YouTube is not holding you back. It's it's almost proving to you that if you went and say you do like AD&D 1E or Beck Me content, but you're doing a little bit of controversy, first off, there's a lot of people that won't follow you over minor things. So you got to watch what you say. And then your ceiling is, I mean, at most with a little bit of controversy is 20,000. With a lot is maybe 10 to 15,000. But that's it off like one game. That's it. You can't complain. And that audience is, they might not even like your content that much. So you got to watch out for that too. Like imagine you're a guy who's like building up a large channel and you're getting like 8 to 10,000 people, but you notice like your active audience watching your stuff is just not that much. It's because a lot of people are just subbing to you because you say what they agree with, but they might not like your content in the way that you're hoping. I get disappointed by that too. I always hope that I'm saying stuff that challenges people so I don't get that type of thing going. But like you get audience members that will sub to you, and sometimes I'll hit with them. Like when I get pretty big views, when you notice a video of mine get 400 to 500 views, or even say closer to 1,000, a lot of that is actually from my actual audience. So that makes me happy that I know a lot of people that are subbing to me are the people pushing up those numbers. So they're not always subbing to me because it's a yes man thing or shallow reasons. So that's good. But a lot of guys will get subs here where it's like, look, you talk about AD&D 1E. Okay, that guy agrees with you because that's all you do is talk about that, right? Maybe he doesn't like your content as much as you think. He's only subbing to you because you say what he agrees with. That's why at a larger channel, you might notice your views are very low. And that's why I don't want to play that game. I'd rather, the live audience is different, but a lot of my channel's grown up by videos. A lot of my videos, when they get higher views, like into the hundreds, it's actually from my subs. So it's not just people. I don't get a lot of subs that sub to me because I play Yes Man or Rage Bait, which is good. That means a lot of my active audience are actually giving me views. All right, that's good. But that's why some guys get confused. They think YouTube is holding back. I'm like, dude, no, you got a bunch of subs because you said what people agree with. But sadly, they didn't sub to you because they liked your content. They only like that you say what they want to hear. And there is a difference between somebody supporting you because you say what they agree with and somebody supporting you because they're entertained by you. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. Like if somebody's subbing to you because you said the thing they like about AD&D 1E, do you entertain them or do they get bored? A lot of guys that will do that will get bored. They won't like your stuff. So it's like, it's just how it is. But I didn't draw a lot of my viewers from doing streaming. So streaming for me is just it's a build up. It's at least a consistent audience. And even if it's small, I'm happy with it. It's mainly for my supporters, so I don't sit here and worry about the streams always pumping up. But usually my streams act like my videos. I get a lot of supporters watching my streams after a live stream is over. But there you go. That's 30 minutes to talk about that stuff. Put it aside. All right. Anybody's welcome to hop in and ask questions if they want to. Again, today, if you're someone who follows Legion of Myth, there'll be no Friday stream. He does not have his internet back until I think Monday, he said. I'm on their Discord server, so he asked everyone if they would mention it. I mentioned it once at the start of the stream. I'll mention it again now, but probably be the only other time I'll mention it. So if you're someone in the old school that watches Legion of Myth, because I know some people pop by here watching my stuff, there's no stream on his thing tonight. Just saying. And I don't have the limitations on chat today. And that's on purpose. I've told people before, sometimes I do these sort of unplanned off-script streams where I purposely do not limit chat, but that's just to give people an opportunity. If they enjoy chat here, be wise if they sub, because then they can take part in other chats. But usually on every other stream I do, you got to be sub to the channel to be able to chat with me, because the streams are for my supporters, right? And initially the live stream stuff, like after it goes up, the stream is for everybody to watch about the game I'm covering or whatever, but the live experience is for my supporters, right? But today's an exception. What are we talking about, Steven? We're talking about games, man. Whatever you guys want to ask me about. Don't be afraid to ask a question. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to disagree with me. I don't care. You heard a video? As long as it's not a personal attack on me, you can disagree. We can debate. I don't care. I'm open to debates, conversations. I welcome it all. Let's debate. Anybody want to debate? Bring it. I'm like some of those guys that will say, if you want to debate one of my videos, as long as it's not a personal attack or a lie, you get to the front of the line, baby. Let's debate. Right? But if it's an attack or a lie, you're gone. I'll block you. So I don't put up with that. That's not the open door for debates. Debates aren't about attacking each other. Debates are on the topic. If you are disagreeing, debate is fucking welcomed. I'm not like other YouTubers. I'm not insecure. You can disagree with me. Debate is completely welcome. And there's the chat thing is open to anyone today. It's open to anyone. So you're not going to be sub to chat today. I am not afraid at all about debating about the games. I'm not afraid at all of anybody. Chat is open today. Let's fucking debate. Let's debate. Let's talk about the game. Right? But if you're trying to own me, insult me, or lie, I'll fucking block you in a heartbeat. Type of bullshit. Here, let me ask you a stupid question that has nothing to do with no debate or nothing, just to try to make you look, oh yeah, well, you're fucking God. You're shit at communicating. You want to insult me? Yeah, you're fucking God. You want to lie? You'll be gone faster than the other two things. But if you want to debate, storytelling, gaming, whatever, game mastering, let's do it. Get to the front of the line. Let's do it. If you can handle a debate, door is wide fucking open, child. I'm not scared of anybody. Let's debate. Want to go on about Pathfinder or sandboxes? Let's debate. I don't got fur. I'm not out in the middle of the woods. Don't worry. I'll tear you to pieces unlike the other person. Well, let's debate. Let's do it. Or conversation or questions. All of it's open. I don't care. I don't care which it is. I'm just not afraid. I don't put the sub thing up for a chat because I'm afraid of debating with people. I put it up because these are usually for my supporters. Today's an exception being open. Like these, most of my unplanned off scripts are open to anyone. So they can actually try chat with me. And if they like it, well, then I hope they want to sub, because that means they can keep chatting. If you don't sub, you can't keep chatting. Right? There's some people here. I got to check sometimes too. Yeah. Sometimes I got to check the live stuff, because some people, for whatever reason, YouTube is really weird. What I mean is, I won't have somebody blocked, and for some reason, unknown to me, they'll be, I guess, coming up in chat, but I won't see it. I won't see it on Restream. So I gotta sit there and check to see if they're actually showing up on YouTube. There's at least one guy that happens with. When he bothers to show up, sometimes he'll be saying stuff and I can't see him. I just want to make sure, because it looked really bad if I'm saying, I'll debate anybody. And that guy decides he'll be the one to push a challenge at me, and I'm not checking it out. It's like, okay, well, let me make sure I'm checking that out. So there. I checked it out. I didn't see him. I don't see him saying anything. Baby. But I mean, if you disagree with me, you're welcome to it. Today's chat is open, so it's not that I'm egging people on to debate, but I'm just saying, if anybody feels like, I've heard some people say Stephen or Condor is scared of debating. Sure. Okay. Well, let's, doors wide open, kiddo. Doors wide open. If you get the intellect to fucking argue and debate with me on something, have at it. I think most of the guys that say I can't debate are fucking simple-minded morons that couldn't have a proper conversation or debate their way out of a wet paper bag. But if they think they can fucking handle a debate with me, door is fucking wide open. Door is wide open. And today's chat is not limited to subs, so doors wide open, kiddo. But it's only, that's just to say it to guys that will make a claim that I can't debate. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. It's always fucking simpletons too. It's always some of the fucking dumbest people in the crowd. They say it when they're safe. When they're safe to say I can't handle a debate, they'll say it because they're safe. I'm like, if you're here today, there's no safety. You fucking say it. Let's go. Let's have a go. Let's see if you can handle a fucking debate, right? I'll be patient with you. I'm not cheap or shallow. I'll make sure I'm not playing unfair. Like, I'll give you chances to respond. I won't care if you need to type out 2 things because it takes you. I won't play no cheap game. I don't need to. I prefer the truth too. So I'm open. Here's how I'm not unlike other old school tabletop role playing game YouTubers. I am not an insecure little bitch, right? So if you're right, I'll accept that you're right. In public, I'll accept that you're right. I'll be humble enough right fucking live on the stream to accept that you're right. It's what you call valuing the truth more than your fucking ego. Right? So a lot of these insecure little fucks out here value their ego more than the truth. That's why when they're trying to put me down, they'll put me down, but then you'll watch them go be hypocrites on things like, oh, hey, you have an issue with this. But then I go watch you. I'll see another guy that you're watching. I'll notice you're in this chat, but you're totally fine with it because you're a fucking two-faced hypocrite. Right? You're not a principled person. Because if you stood on what you said, you'd be criticizing that guy too. But you're fake. Right? You're fake. Hope these fucking nerds are around today. Doors wide open for them anytime. But I mean, look, I don't pretend that you're debating me when you're insulting me. So you just get blocked. Or if you're lying, you get blocked. Lies don't have nothing to do with debates. So if you throw the insult in there, I don't say it's especially guys. I'll see guys comment. They'll have a paragraph up. You're a piece of shit. You're no good. You're trash. And then they start into some debate thing. I'm like, oh, block. He can't handle debates. No, I told you, dude. Like it's the shit talk. We're grown adults here, right? We're talking about games. If you can't calm yourself down enough to fucking go into the proper conversation part and just have the debate, and you got to act like a 9-year-old little boy, you'll be fucking gone. I'm not sitting here babysitting people while I try to have a conversation with them or debate. So if you want to act like a little kid, yeah, I'll make you go away. Right? I'm not here to babysit. Not here to fucking be therapist either. I don't do therapy and trying to calm you down when I'm having a debate with you. If you need a fucking therapist, which is obvious if you're mouthing off like that over a gaming opinion, if you need a therapist, go get therapy. Don't come to me trying to debate. Go get therapy. Now, again, just questions and fun conversation is here to be had too. But just want to make it very fucking clear to people out there. Am I scared to fucking debate? It only pisses me off because I don't judge people in a certain way. Like, I don't care if you're not the brightest guy or sharpest knife in the drawer. But it's always the exact people I hear that say I can't handle debate. I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to hate on you, but you are like one of the dumbest guys in the room. Like, every statement you make in anywhere I see you talk is simple-minded stupidity. You to even say that, to even say like you can't handle a debate, let alone to say I can't. That's all projection, my friend. It's all projection, right? Like I'm sorry, you're just not that bright. So many guys that say I can't handle a debate, they're just not that bright. They're just not that intelligent. It's like, dude, why does it always have to be the stupidest fucking guys in the room that say that about me? Like, God damn. Dumb. Obviously, I know my shit, so it's like, if you think you know more than me, let's have a go. If you think I'm wrong about storytelling, let me know. If you think I'm wrong about anything I say, let me know. And unlike other YouTubers, you clearly understand what I'm saying because I'm a better communicator than they are. Most of them. So it's like, Steven, you have a bit of an ego. No, okay, ego comes with confidence, my friends. Yes, it's there. I'm not going to sit there and deny there's absolutely none of that. But I'm a public person too. You can't come out in public and be insecure and weak. Right? Here you have to be very confident in yourself because you're going live for whoever or in front of an audience. Like, I can't stand people that get on here that think they can come out in public. I see the same thing on X too. People get so offended when people disagree with them. I'm like, dude, you can't be out in public and be in a bubble. That's not, you have no permission to be in a bubble once you come out in public. Like, you can't take part in the spoils, like the benefits of coming out in public, without taking the negatives. Like, I'm sorry, you can't live in a protective bubble like a bitch. Like, you can't get the benefits from being out in public without the negatives. And you have no right to avoid the negatives. You can't sit there and pretend like I should be able to avoid the negatives and get all the bonuses. Dude, you're an insecure little bitch. Stop being an insecure little bitch. If you come out in public, you can get the benefits, but what comes with the benefits is the negatives. And you got to be able to handle that. And if you can't, shut the fuck up, turn your YouTube channel off, go back on Discord, and keep to yourself. Right? Have your private conversations and live in your fucking bubble. But you can't get the benefits. People are so fucking shallow and stupid. You cannot get the benefits of being out in public without the negatives. And I get more negatives than anybody in the old school. Nobody in the old school can compete with me with haters. Like, I'll hear some of them like, oh, I got a hater or two. I'm like, yeah, you're not on my level, dude. I got shitloads of haters. Like, just sit down, kid. You're nowhere near me. The heat I get from people is out of this fucking world, right? No old school tabletop role playing game YouTuber gets 5% of the heat I get. Not a single one of them. And they can barely handle 1%, let alone imagine them trying to take up 50% of the heat I get. They can't handle 1% of the heat I get. Imagine putting 50% on them. They'd be fucking toast. Go away. Sorry, I like to get some things off my chest every so often. People know this. Okay. I'll shut up for a minute. I have a hard time doing that. That's why when people say, Steven, he's antisocial and has no friends. People assume so much about me on YouTube. It's silly. So much assuming about who I am. Well, I'm here. I'm here. I just don't want to be fucking boring. Like, I'll shut up for a minute and let people think, or if they want to talk or ask me questions, they can. But being boring and shutting up is not my thing. I'm trying to now. Check it. And that's a lot of silent time, isn't it? I see other YouTubers, like the other old school tabletop role playing YouTubers, will sit there on streams and go quiet for minutes. I'm like, it's like I could see if I was on Discord chatting with people just casually, like for a couple hours, and every so often I'm checking some stuff out and looking around. But it's like I'm a YouTuber, I'm a performer. So if I'm here, the idea of going like 2 minutes without talking seems so unprofessional and bullshit. It's like, look, if I want to be quiet like that casually, I'll go Discord chat with you. That's casual. That's personal. On YouTube, you're a performer, so it's standard has to be higher here. You can't go 2 minutes without talking. You can't do that on YouTube. That's bullshit. That's unprofessional and shit. That's pathetic as far as I'm concerned. I don't hate other people that are like that. It's I'm talking about the standard I put on myself. So if you get on and talk on YouTube like it's Discord, and hey, I mean, if it works for you, if people accept it, completely fine. I don't hate you for it, right? But it's a standard I put on myself. I see YouTube as a place where you're a performer and there is a professional side to this, and you take it serious when you come on here. This is not Discord chat, right? So it's like, dude, I'm not going to sit around and like go like 2 minutes looking around shit. It's very hot here today. I'll tell you the heat, just so you guys know. I usually don't talk about this type of stuff usually, but it's really hot. It's like 32 degrees here. So for Canada, it's like retarded, like 100 plus. In the States, very hot, but I can handle the heat, so it doesn't bother me. Right. I mean, like, put it this way: in about a half an hour to an hour, I could want to get up and get a drink because it's so fucking hot. But I don't care. Heat doesn't bother me. I've worked in all kinds of heat. Doesn't piss me out at all. Other people complain about the heat. I'm just like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Very hot, very hot. As far as gaming, I covered AD&D 1E monsters last night, and I didn't want to be boring about it. I didn't want to talk about just specific monsters. I talked about how I felt like AD&D changed the landscape of monsters in D&D, and I felt it was important. That was actually good coverage because I feel like second edition does the same thing. Like it actually has enough of an impact separate from what AD&D 1E does that I'm going to cover. And I feel like I like the Fiend Folio. I'm going to cover that later in the month as well. So a lot of monster coverage for D&D this month when it comes to D&D content. And I don't just do D&D content. As people know, I have a specific stream every Thursday focused on Dungeons and Dragons, just so I can talk about D&D there. So I can keep it separate from other topics. But I covered AD&D 1E last night, the monsters, and it wasn't that there was even a whole bunch of new monsters that came in with AD&D 1E. A lot of these monsters were introduced through the different magazines and Greyhawk and other supplements in the original D&D. It's how they were packaged. And then it was even the new way of doing combat with them. Like it's just new approaches to swallowing, to constrict, to poisons, to everything. Like everything was mainline. Like it was taken from, we have assorted things all over the place. You could sort of do this, you could sort of do that, where it was like, just let's bring everything together in one package, introduce a whole bunch of new ways to do combat with the package. It's less about trying to make a bunch of new monsters. It's about really cleaning up the monsters we have, which I thought was really, actually, I think AD&D 1E did it right. I think Gary, his approach to that, did it right. Was like, you have a bunch of scattered different things. At one point, it's good to not keep adding, but actually improve, like better what you have. Like actually evolve what you have before you worry about adding new things, right? And that was very wise of AD&D 1E and Gary. Was instead of trying to add a shitload of new monsters, that's why I felt the coverage was really good. I didn't want to go over with the AD&D 1E monster thing all these different monsters. I wanted to go over the fact that Gary and them mainstreamed monsters and really cleaned it up. It's like, yes, it's better to improve, evolve what you have than it is to worry about adding new stuff. Like, get this right and then add new things. Right. And it's the changes were not so much in bringing new monsters in with AD&D 1E. It was about packaging everything together mostly in one thing, and then bringing a whole bunch of new combat tactics into combat. That was really important. The draining level stuff, the poisons, the constricting, the swallowing. AD&D 1E really cleaned up what combat was with monsters. Added a whole. That's really the new, is the effectiveness of how they do combat with monsters, and then packaging everything together. I still feel like AD&D second edition, even though it is just AD&D 1 with some changes, it wasn't just some changes. It has as much impact on mainstreaming monsters and how they function as did AD&D 1E. It was taking inspiration from that and bringing it together. But I like, and that's why I'm also going to cover the Fiend Folio, because that was one exception with AD&D 1E, where I felt like the Fiend Folio did a lot of unique things separate from that. So I'm going to be covering, again, I covered AD&D 1E monsters last night, but again, if you go watch it, you'll be like, which monsters are you covering? Goblins? It's not about individual monsters, because that's not the impact AD&D 1E had on monsters. Most monsters already existed in the game. It did the smart thing. Instead of trying to add a bunch of new stuff, because you shouldn't be worried about adding new stuff when you still got to get the original stuff cleaned up and right. And that's the genius of it, cleaning it up and getting it right, packaging together so it's better for use for a DM and all this. So it's the new ways of doing combat. Even the new ways of looking at miniature gameplay. I'm a theater of the mind guy, but I figured I know a lot of guys that like miniatures. I know Gary himself liked miniature gameplay. So even though miniature gameplay was optional, you should, if you're a miniature player, like someone who likes miniatures, miniature gameplay, you should appreciate what AD&D 1E did for miniature gameplay for D&D. Right? You should really appreciate it because the way it updates it, the way it sort of, really establishes certain things is really wise. Right? So I figured I give some love to people that usually they think because I'm a pure theater of the mind guy that I hate miniatures, but the truth is I've had groups request that I run with miniatures and have. In real life, the conversation between people like myself and people like miniatures is peaceful and really good. And actually, some of my better friends at the gaming clubs down here that love miniatures are like, they love me and I love them and I get along with them really well. Yet they know I strongly do not like miniature gameplay. And they love miniature gameplay and they prefer to do miniatures and never theater of the mind. And they have their take on like, I rather use the miniatures. I don't like theater. I never get insulted. And we get along really well. It's only when you get to the online world do you get this clash of hate between people over this topic. Right? I've just never seen it in real life. That's why it still shocks me to this day. Like I remember I went on about this so many times, but 7 years ago, it still shocks me. It's like I really made a video that turned a lot of people on me because all I did was a 3-minute video saying I like pure theater of the mind. And I complimented miniature people in the process of that video. But I had people lie about me, threaten my life over no, that's not a joke. That is not a joke. I had my life threatened over that 3-minute video. That's a real thing. And people didn't want to believe it, but I'm like, well, there's just some crazy nerds out here that get really crazy about the miniature stuff. And I mentioned it when I had never, as much as I knew people took issues with things, I had never had heat thrown at me over a gaming opinion in such an extreme way. I did a 3-minute video where I just said, I think it's easier to get into the flow and into immersion through pure theater of the mind. Now, I always tell people what shocked me was because, I had to look at it. What was the reason I even made that video 3 or 7 years ago? I had come across so many videos of guys doing it the other way around. You're telling me it's possible to like two opposite things at the same time? It is. Very much so. But it's on here, you can swear people take things so personal. Right? Like they take things, they identify, it's almost like they identify with certain things. It becomes an identity to them. And so I ran with miniatures. I've respected people that use miniatures, and I get along with guys. But 7 years ago, and you're from a certain crowd, so you'll know this. A lot of guys from that crowd hate me, and they'll bring up lies. They'll tell you a story of why they hate me. They made it up. It's really not true. What they really are mad at me about is they got mad at a 3-minute video. Still to this day, a lot of guys from that video, that's their core reason. That's why I always call them out and say, yeah, they're mad at me about gaming opinions. And they're like, well, no, they're mad at you, but no, that's made up shit. And that was only made up about me. They're only mad enough to make it up about me because they're mad about the original video. And I was always complimenting guys that play with miniatures because here's my reason, Nerdy Ogre, for putting that video out. I had been very patient. So I've been around YouTube for a lot of years. So I watch a lot of guys always make videos up and say how they like miniatures and they would degrade pure theater of the mind constantly. I never took it personal. Always laugh it off. Oh, okay, fair enough. And then one day I just said, fuck it. I never see anybody doing it the other way around. Like I've seen hundreds, if not well over 1,000 videos where guys would degrade pure theater of the mind and prop up miniatures. So I was like, you know what? There's an ocean of people on the opposing side of what I'm going to say. I'm going to be a raindrop because there's almost nobody on the side of the case that I'm going to make here. And my claim was just to say, I don't think there's anything wrong with miniatures. I just found it easier to get into the flow through the imagination, through just staying there, meaning not looking at miniature figures, not going on terrain. And I found it easier to get immersed in a more smoother, quicker way into that flow through mostly staying in the mind, not looking at images or figurines or terrain. And I put a 3-minute video out. To this day, there are guys that crucify me. They'll tell you some other lie they've told about me, but really it still goes back to 7 years ago in that video. And I had guys that did entire streams dedicated to hating me over the video. And they did it for, some of them did it for like 16 straight months, right? Attacking me every week, making up lies. It was very effective, Nerdy Ogre, at the time, because remember, in your circle, it's none of the lies are true, but the guys that are attacking me, which are some of the YouTubers you know, are very effective. Like they have a lot of influence with that part of the audience that me and them are both going after. Like me and all of them are going after the same audience. And that audience was more swayed because remember, there's like 10 or 20 of them. There's one of me. And so imagine you have one panel of guys every week going on, like on a Friday night, and all of them, you know, through not the whole stream, but like for 15, 20 minutes will lie about me. Then they have another stream where half the stream is lying about me. Then they have another stream where half of that stream is lying about me. Then there's 3 to 4 videos where I'll get mentioned, some weeks up to 5 videos. Not every week, but usually at least 1 video on top of 3 streams every week. That was 16 straight months, Nerdy Ogre, nonstop. And only after the 16 months did they take a break when I took a break for work. And they even lied then. They said they ran me off of YouTube. Even though I made an announcement just saying I'm taking the time off for work. I'll be back. When I came back, I was here for about 2 weeks after I got back and started making videos. And they went right back to the streams again. And that went for another 6 to 7 months. And like 20 YouTubers say it's so much influence over the audience that the audience completely abandoned me on that time around. So before they started their attacks on me, this is why I got noticed. This is why Max and them wanted to talk to me, was I was actually getting about 50 people a week, which was rapid growth. So I started a channel really small. I think it was like less than 100. You know, when I started doing the stuff there, this was a new TTRPG channel. And I'm up to about 300 to 400 by the time I'm so many weeks in, just rapidly growing. And then I made that video like so many weeks in, and they start their attacks on me. And I go from, okay, I'm getting 50 a week, to after like so many of those streams, it starts going to 30 a week, and then to like 20 a week, and then 10 a week. And I'm losing guys too. So I'm gaining, but I'm losing. Some weeks I'm doing better because I'm doing pretty good content. So I'm doing really good content. So it's losing, and I'm losing because they're lying about me. And so their attacks on me were super effective. 16 months of that pretty much killed my channel. And then they start reporting me. These are old school YouTubers in the audience there around you, Nerdy Ogre, that start reporting my channel with falsities. And I can't talk to X, so I start getting strikes from these reports. Some of the strikes don't last. They actually take them down themselves without communicating to me because they realize they're false. But I finally lost the channel. That's what happened there. And that really all happened. That was all lies, things that weren't true. Oh, he's crazy. You listen to me, I talk like a normal guy. So all that was all bullshit. Complete lies. They still tell lies today. Still to this day. They try to use me as content and everything. They don't listen. They just attack. Most don't even GM a game or fully understand our game. Thanks for taking the heat. Lose the losers, lose to the zero, keep the heroes. Totally, Bill. That's so true. You could tell some of them don't game much at all. I appreciate that, Bill. Appreciate it a lot. But yeah, it is a shame that had to happen. It does kick me out from taking part, not for the sake of them, but like for guys like yourself, Bill. And there's a lot of guys like you that I know do not watch their content, right? And it's like, guys, I actually gain a lot of credible people that watch me. Almost all my fucking viewers, like you, Bill, are real old school guys with real experience, really understand the game. Like if I talk to you about Mysteria, it's real wisdom. It's real stuff. I gained a lot of fucking very serious people because they know I know my shit. I also gain a lot of these individual 5e people and new school people that are more creative like us, where they can hear the creativity in what I'm saying. They can appreciate because it attracts them, like say Miles, right? And a lot of these guys will not watch the other YouTubers that say are the guys out there that don't like me. I'm like, guys, I drag a lot of very credible people around with me. My audience, I drag in a lot of fucking people with real wisdom, real experience, really know their shit. And the reason they come to me is because guys like you, Bill, will hear me speak, and I'm not full of shit. Right. So it's going to attract guys like you. It's like, well, Steven knows the stuff. That's clear. And it's not a brag thing. I really do. So I can actually show that off to you. And I know I'm going to connect with other people like yourself, Bill, and other people like Amble last night, the new guy around. I know I'm going to connect with people that know their shit. Right. And there's a lot of guys in the opposing audience and these other YouTuber audiences. The guys barely know anything about the game. Right. Sorry to say, just being real. And most of the YouTubers, they're barely game or don't game that well. They don't got much wisdom on the game. And you can tell that when you watch a panel and they get asked a simple question like improvising or something. I mean, they can barely give an answer. It got so bad years ago, as much as they would attack me, they would go on these panels and be asked questions. And the answers were so simple and so uninformed that the guy doing the stream was getting complaints. He's getting complaints about people he's bringing on because they can barely speak about the game. I'm like, yeah, that's why you should have guys like me on. Right. I'm the real deal. I'm like these guys all are pretending to be over here. That's why they're jealous of me, most of them. Just being real. That's why I get a lot of people that are jealous of me. Because, like you say, Bill, they really aren't who they say they are. I am who they pretend to be. Right. So I'll have real wisdom, the real answers for the questions. And it's like, of course, if you're in competition, but you're mediocre and grab the top, you're going to not want people to make you look mediocre. That happened on the gaming forums too before there was YouTube. I remember Dragon's Foot was the same thing. All of our mods for Dragon's Foot were guys that barely ever ran the game and barely knew what they were talking about. And if you went in and you had a debate with one of these guys and you pretty much showed them up, they ban you from Dragon's Foot. Like they straight up ban you, not for saying anything bad. Oh, it's not like anybody was like a perfect angel. Of course you'd say things off if people keep pissing you off, right? Yeah, they do complain a lot about the certain games. Yeah, it's a shame they don't got much advice. So you could tell they have very simple views of the games too. Very simple views. Like they'll say they don't like D&D, some of them. I'm like, okay, then I hear why. I'm like, well, it's all you do with D&D. No, it's all uncreative people do with D&D. Like so it's if somebody's as simple minded as them, that's all D&D is. But if you give D&D to a creative person who has real wisdom, real experience, really knows what they're talking about, real creatives, well, they can do magic with D&D. And we all know this, but it's the simple-minded guys out there that are not good at this craft, at what we do, game mastering and playing these games. It's those guys that give D&D to them. They'll hate it, but it's because they're drooling out of the side of their mouth and they're too stupid to see what they can do with any game. And they actually think that's a great thing. They'll go around giving this big attitude like, well, D&D is stupid. I'm like, dude, you talk with an attitude, but you can't back it up. All you're proving to me is that you're stupid as shit. And you don't know much about tabletop role-playing games. And the reason D&D sucks as you is because it's not D&D that's the issue. It's you. It's you. It's not the game, it's you. I'm not saying you, Bill, but I'm saying to these other guys, if they ever watch us, I want to say it to them. D&D is not the issue. It's you. It's always been you. Give me any game. Give me a D6. I can make it interesting. I can make up rules as I go and run a great session. So if you tell me D&D sucks, D&D doesn't suck. You suck. Tell me Fate sucks. Fate doesn't suck. You suck. That's the truth that people don't want to face. It's not that D&D sucks. It's not that Fate sucks. They suck. Because old school has to do with you and your talent or lack of. Either you got it or you don't got it. And the game isn't there to make it great for you. It's there to give you the tools so you can make the game great with your talent, your skill. If you don't got it, you don't got it. Game is usually never the issue. It's always going to be you. So anybody who tells me D&D sucks right away, I just know, okay, then yeah, I know who you are. I know. Get over in the fucking basket of mediocre people. That's it. Go sit over there with the uncreative fucking people, the majority. Right? You're not the hobbyist that are part of this hobby. Right? You're not the guys where the hobby was originally made for people like me, not for you. That's it. Again, it's the same guys that were going about storytelling. Like, do you even know what storytelling is? You could just tell it's out of left field for them. They don't get it. I'm like, are you thinking I'm not saying we're using aspects? We're using aspects, but are we storytelling purely with D&D? The second somebody tells me yes, I'm just like, okay, you're dumb. Because telling a story means telling. Not that the story emerges from what you're doing or that you're using elements from storytelling. It means you're initially telling a story. And by telling a story, there's so many things that go along with that. If you're not doing those things, boom. And again, I only go back to storytelling because storytelling is the thing that people in D&D have used for years to excuse piss poor game mastering, piss poor playing, excuses to avoid the challenges of the game. I'm like, even if you go to Pendragon, which is a purely true storytelling game where your intent is to actually tell a story from the time you start the game, even Pendragon respects the game elements. Like, you're not protected. Character death is part of the gimmick, right? So it's all the excuses that are used for storytelling for D&D. Even in a game that's really about storytelling, even that game, Pendragon, does not let you use the storytelling thing as an excuse for piss poor gameplay or avoiding character death or a challenge in the game. So I'm like, when you actually get to the few games that are truly storytelling games, even they do not let you use that focus as a reason to cheap out the elements of the game that are important. No, there's some games out there that don't care about certain things, and that's completely fine too. Like Toon doesn't care about character death. I totally get it, but there's a different approach here. It still is Toon about storytelling. No, I don't mind storytelling with games. I find it very challenging for players. So I don't get why they always want to focus on storytelling. I'm like, dude, storytelling for players for most players, is extremely challenging. They're like, why? I'm like, dude, well, if you're really storytelling with a game, every line of dialogue you speak with your character has to be something that you focus on. It means you can't just casually speak as character. In D&D, you're not storytelling. You can just casually talk as your character. In an actual storytelling tabletop role-playing game, every line of dialogue is something you need to analyze and be careful with. Like, say, spotlighting, even in DC Heroes, it's a comic book storytelling thing. For you to get that right and for the spotlight to spread, everything that needs to be said to the different characters and scenes has to be important. Just so you're not miscommunicating approaches or confusing the spotlighting that you're doing. Right? That's even in a comic book thing. You go to the Hollow Earth Expedition I just covered. It's a TV show, but still, because you're dealing with so many different issues, you got to watch what you say to make sure you're connecting with things. So social interaction. Sorry about any background noise. Social interaction is a huge gimmick. And then when you get to Castle Falkenstein and Pendragon, which is novel storytelling. So I just covered the comic book stuff. You got to be careful with that. Every line dialogue. Players have to be careful with what they say. You can't confuse things. You get over to Hollow Earth Expedition. Again, even though it's ran like a TV show, but it is storytelling in that way, you got to watch what you're saying with your character. So it's not just pressures on the game master. Pressure is extremely on the player, and you can't just freely speak the way you want. You get over to novel storytelling like Pendragon and Castle Falkenstein. Oh, boy, now you have to watch every line of dialogue. You got to analyze everything you're saying as a player. But if you are actually if you're collaborating with other players and the game master to tell a story with a game, that is actually what you have to do to tell a story. If you just get into a game where you're just like, yeah, fuck, I'll say whatever I want. That's a game. You're not storytelling anymore. That's it. So now a story can emerge from what you're doing, but everything becomes random, even the way you talk. Because you're not concerned with storytelling. Storytelling comes with effort. It's you actually have to do the activity. What I'm telling you is the analyzing of what you're saying is storytelling. That's actually doing it. Right? Just talking out loud as your character is not storytelling in itself. Right? It's the way for storytelling, it's the way because you're spinning a story together. You're telling a story. That line of dialogue has to be part of you telling a story. Even when you talk in character, it's still, you got to consider it storytelling. Right? And if you're not concerned with that and everything becomes just random, and that's all you're focused on, you're playing a game, you're not storytelling. So it's just then the story emerges. And then when you, again, my only push on that is every time, 100% of the time I hear somebody say storytelling with D&D, what's followed? Okay, we should avoid character death. Okay, storytelling is the rule of cool. We should avoid the challenges in the game. Well, stuff like that. It's petty is expecting to avoid character death. It's not expecting you to face it. That's the petty part. It's avoiding it. That's the petty part. The challenge is in a game. The petty part is avoiding the challenge. It's not petty to expect you to actually face the challenge. Or piss poor gameplay. You're playing shit as a player and you go, well, it's okay because it furthered the story. No, you're in a game. The expectation that you played as best you can, that's the part that should be expected of you. Being petty would be to make an excuse why playing like shit is okay. Right? But you get people that try to spin that around. They try to say the expectation of you playing well is somehow petty. No, it's not. It's the other way around, dude. You playing shitty is bad in a game. So you should be expected to play better. I only bring the story thing up because not everybody watches the same stream, and I'll get random guys that come around here. They don't know my arguments. So I'm like, fine, just got to throw this up in the air again. I'm always waiting for somebody to debate me on the story thing because even after I'll put this out, I know it's really credible, strong arguments because I know I'm right. I'll still hear people out there that I know listen to my content. They've listened to my argument, and they'll still go on the stream or make a video. Well, we're storytelling with D&D. Dude, you heard me, right? Yeah. Did I sort of put that to bed? Well, see, trying to tell people facts don't care about your feelings. See, they're not going to directly debate me, but they're going to go on and say something else because they don't think I'm wrong in a factual way. They feel like I'm wrong. But facts don't care about feelings, right? And that's so true. Someone's statement I've heard Mr. Ben say that I actually agree with. Facts don't care about feelings. And so I bring the facts, right? And it's like, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And then if storytelling is done with D&D and all these other normal games, then what's the point of even looking at Pendragon like a storytelling game? Why would you make a storytelling game if initially D&D in itself? See, in the old school, we all knew. You go back to 87, nobody's confused about Dungeons and Dragons. No one claims you're storytelling with it. Everybody understands you're playing a game. So back in the old school, since people understood reality, people made games like Pendragon. So you could storytell because they knew you weren't storytelling in reality with World of Darkness or Dungeons and Dragons. So they make actual storytelling games. World of Darkness, the storytelling lead thing, it was just so confusing because when you look at what they're doing what D&D does. I'm just like, dude, you might focus more on the social interaction side of the game, but that still does not mean you're actually telling a story. And Pendragon even proves it because Pendragon contradicts World of Darkness. Pendragon exists and was created for the sake of actually storytelling with a tabletop role-playing game because we weren't initially. Castle Falkenstein is made as a storytelling game because we weren't initially doing it. Comic book games that follow comic books, even those are more storytelling than, say, anything related to D&D or Vampires, of the Masquerade. So DC Heroes is more about storytelling than Vampire or Dungeons and Dragons or Palladium. It's like we have story games. We actually have games that actually do it properly. But in those games, what you'll hear a common complaint about certain games like Pendragon, if it's done right. See, it's like I go back to like Cyberpunk. A lot of people have different opinions about Cyberpunk that I hear. I'll be like, okay, so you find it generic, and I'll go watch how the guy actually runs Cyberpunk. And I'm like, well, dude, you're running it like generic. You're not actually running it like the designer intended. So yes, your piss poor, untalented way of running Cyberpunk in a way that's not meant to be ran, that's generic. But I would argue that you're not even running Cyberpunk right, not based on the designer's intent. If you go to designer intent and you run Cyberpunk the way he intends you to run it, well, I'd like to see you do that before you tell me it's generic or no good. It's like the unique voices thing. I get mad at people because so many people in our hobby fake talent with being able to do a voice for a character, or they're a game master that can do a unique voice for an NPC. I'm like, yeah, but what about your performance, like outside of that, which is all the main elements of what you do as a game master? That's where your real mastery of the game is. It's not how you do a voice; it's how you actually run the thing. How good are you actually running it? Timing things, pushing things along. How good are you at doing that? Because that's game mastery, not doing a fucking unique voice, not being a voice actor. Because if you understand the imagination of players, you don't need to do unique voices to, like, you can just change tone in your voice and get the same effect in their imagination. It's that strong. So you start realizing that doing unique voices is really not that much of a special, unique talent in our hobby. Real game mastery is how you perform, how you time things, how you push things along. I'm like, that's where a game master is either made or broken. Like either you have it or you don't have it. And Cyberpunk, it's a little bit more extreme than Traveler. Expects you to be performing really well as the game master. And if you don't, because there's an expectation, that's why people that really understood Cyberpunk, like the majority back in the day, they would complain. They would actually complain and say that Cyberpunk expects too much of the game master once you understood what the designers actually wanted. Now, from the majority, I totally get why they complain about it. But for a talented person in the hobby, one of the hobbyists, that was not too much work for us. But if you're part of the mediocre majority that comes into the hobby later, I understand why people with less skill and less talent have a harder time running Cyberpunk. I'm like, dude, yeah, I totally get it, but it wasn't made for you. Like, some of you could play it, but it definitely wasn't made for you to run it. Like, it was made for the hobbyists that were here before you. And when you get into the proper hobbyists, the hobby was made for, those people, the top people there that would be game masters, can handle that game mastering. No problem. Right. But it's trying to tell the crowd, you're trying to run and play a game that wasn't initially even made for you. And it's not the designer hates you from Cyberpunk. He doesn't. Mike has no issue with you at all. He just doesn't. He's making a game really not thinking about you. He's making a game thinking there's a certain crowd that are going to exist that he's going after. It's what you call people not knowing the audience or how things are going to evolve. So a lot of people are like, well, did he make a game for just the elites? Well, no, in a way, yes. But did he do it as a way of saying, fuck you? No, he just doesn't even know you're going to come into the hobby. Like, he thinks the hobby is only going to attract certain people. He does not know it's going to attract every Tom, Dick, and Harry. He doesn't know that. And it did. And especially with TSR making AD&D 1E with raw and module gameplay, The second that existed, that's why people, AD&D 1E people will mention this sometimes without giving why this happened. They'll actually talk openly about AD&D 1E leading to Gary getting letters from hobbyists in the hobby. I'm like, yeah, but why was he getting these? Because they'll say angry letters. But I'm like, well, why was he getting the angry letters? He was getting angry letters because we understood that with tournament play with raw and modules, it opened the door for people that we felt before that we kept out of the hobby. And not me, but I mean, really the hobbyists I'm coming in with. They think before making the hobby easier, because it was more challenging, it kept a lot of people out. And to the hobbyists, that was good. Like, I get they don't understand the market and wanted to make a company like TSR wants to be a company. They don't want to be a small company like everybody else and just make enough money to get by with a few people. They want to be a big company, so they want to bring more people in. But you do, even with AD&D 1E, no matter what you got to water down, not so much even the elements, like second edition does water down getting rid of demons, right? The label. But AD&D 1E waters down D&D as it is. And how does it do that? It makes it easier for people with way less talent to partake in the hobby. And that's why AD&D 1E led to Gary and TSR getting letters from very angry D&D people because they were pissed off that AD&D 1E with raw rules as written and modules in combination was opening the door to people that they personally did not want to see come into the hobby. And what did the hobbyists say back in the day when I was starting in? I heard these complaints that if we let the mediocre in, they'll take over the hobby. That was the fear. That was what people were scared of. I hate to say it, but we see the YouTubers today for the old school. And I look back at the worry hobbyists had back then and I go, yeah, you're right, they did. You could tell the guys that you don't want to take over the hobby ran the fucking forums. The same guys that were worried about taking over the hobby ran the fucking Dragon's Foot, ran the forums. They became a lot of the YouTubers. So the guys, they said, we don't want these guys in the hobby because we're worried they'll take over the hobby. Like take over the D&D part of the hobby especially. Well, you got to look at it. They weren't wrong. By the time you get to Dragon's Foot, all the mods there are people from the crowd of people the hobbyists were worried about taking over the hobby. A lot of the YouTubers for the old school are guys the hobbyists were worried that would take over the hobby. So, I mean, everything they thought was going to happen happened. So you could say what you want about them. You could say they were elites and they were stuck up. It's like, yeah, but they said if you open the door to the majority, this sort of what they classified as a mediocre majority, the mediocre majority would take over the hobby. It has clearly happened. They were clearly right. It's not even a doubt. I knew that when I hit Dragon's Foot. I'm like, the mods knew nothing about game mastery. I'm like, you guys, what do you know about the hobby? What do you know about D&D? Nothing. Okay, you know next to nothing. You get to the old school guys. These are guys that didn't game much, play with their friends at home, a lot of them. Simple answers, very simple ways of looking at things. They were if you look back at the hobby, the hobbyists were worried that they would take over. That if AD&D 1E would bring the majority in because it'd be easier for the majority to play the game. Which again, they thought before AD&D 1E, most of these guys stayed away from the hobby because it was too hard. Oh yeah, that's sort of that's the way to put it, Bill. Mysteria, you're a Mysteria guy. Mysteria is made for people before AD&D 1E that are fucking real hobbyists, like me and you, that get it, and it's a gamer setting made properly. But you notice how, as challenging as Mysteria can be, you notice how it became unpopular with the majority? And what happened? The more simple, like Forgotten Realms. It was made for the majority. And if you look at sales and use, no matter how people criticize it today, it is probably the most popular D&D setting from the old school to the new school that has ever been. But it was made for the most simplistic gaming you could ever imagine. It's the most generic, simplest, non-gamer type of setting you could ever imagine using. Right? Too simple. Too simple. Right? I purposely made Skullhorn. If you ever get a chance to read it, Bill, I think you'll appreciate it because it just have so many different parts of the world the way I put it together. That's really detailed, and I developed it all through gaming with Mysteria, right? And potentially what you can do with it is amazing. And it's just so many different areas, but it's you can just tell that I've been gaming in the world for a lot, right? I've been doing a lot of different games in it. I built that from scratch. I purposely made that to have a gamer setting, going in on purpose, because I don't want to do something that super fucking generic. I gotta be real with you. But yeah, the invasion it was like sort of ironically, haha. They called it, Bill. They said, "What? You're gonna get guys in here that can barely think and understand these games, and they're going to be the majority," because they would be the majority. But I sort of understand. I don't hate TSR for it, but I kept saying to the hobbyists, I said, here's our problem, guys. They're like, "What?" I'm like, I did get mad at my fellow hobbyists. I'm like, "How strict are you about buying products?" "Well, we won't buy it." Like, all right, dude, look, put it this way. If you don't help finance a company will turn to other people. You can't get mad at them later if they're not making money off you. They got to make money off you. Right? And the more they can make off you, the more sway you can have over the company. And you got to make that a real thing. But we don't want that. Yeah, dude, you got to buy it anyway. Yeah, but it's just terrible TSR. No. If you don't buy it, the company will see no value in you as a customer. It doesn't matter what your fucking opinion is. TSR's off of that. Doesn't matter. I don't care what your opinion is. I don't give a shit. Either stop being nerds for a second. We're now in a market where TSR wants to be a company. Like, they're going for it no matter what. And you have a choice. Either you buy stuff and you keep your sway over them, and they'll keep serving you, because TSR, you have to admit, no matter how much they fucked up, they kept trying to serve the hobbyists to a degree. They kept trying to appease them. WotC completely walks away from that. But TSR was constantly trying to somewhat put stuff in to keep people happy. But our hobbyist nerds were so picky that you can't play the game and have everybody just serve you. It's like, dude, hey, my fellow hobbyist, the way you're not spending money is going to put people out on the streets and take all their hard work away from them. You're going to destroy that company. But you expect the company to get money off of trees where the money's not coming from, and they're going to somehow stay in business and still serve you. And I'm like, I even said to them before WotC, I remember like 95 having arguments with guys. I said, look, if we don't step up, in the next 5 or 6 years, someone else is going to buy D&D. It's too big of a name that they're not going to let it go. There's too much there. And I said, if they do that, they're going to serve a different audience. And I said this before we knew about WotC. I had guys that came to me years later saying, shit, dude, you called it. I was like, yeah, I knew if we don't finance this, right, another company will buy this out. There's no way. D&D has too much of a name, right? But they'll go after a different audience. What did WotC do? They abandoned us completely. And can you blame them? They probably looked at the customer base that was failing TSR and went, yeah, we're not going to depend on you guys. We're going to go in the opposite direction. And then what did WotC audience do? WotC did some of the bad practices TSR did, but the WotC audience did something unique. They started buying all the products. Like, they did exactly what the TSR audience was not doing. Was WotC making the best products? Nope. Was the WotC customers all buying it anyway? Yes. And what does that mean? WotC will keep serving them and ignoring us. And then WotC gets to a certain point where it's like, you could complain about 3.5, you complain about 4th edition, but the reason they're ignoring old school people is I'm like, WotC abandoned you guys completely, and their other customer base keeps them in business. Why would they listen to you now? Only with 5e do you see those somewhat leaning in because they've lost some sales, but not completely. They're fine. They're still in business. They want to make more money, but it's like I see old school guys. Well, now they got to turn. No, they're still making money. They just want to make more. In reality, they can still take the hits they're taking. They'll be fine. They just want to make more money. This is not them bowing the knee to you as if you're going to win. This is them saying, we still make money, but we weren't making as much money as 2 years ago, and we would like to make more money. But if the old school audience rates now thinks, well, without us, they're fucked. No, they're still fine. It's just they want to make more money. They're not making the money they were making years ago, but they're still making money. Meaning there's no way they would just sell it off or go to business. And then people forget that with the way WotC did it, when they went to plastic miniatures, what people don't know is a lot of the money they made over the years and still make are off miniatures. So people forget that part. WotC, when it was bought out by Hasbro got into the tabletop role-playing game hobby in a bigger way than most people realize. I knew this. See, Hasbro has a lot of what you call investment groups that they own. And these investment groups are all called Hasbro. And so if you go to a lot of these third-party things making miniatures, you might think, well, we'll go to them instead of giving the money to WotC. I'm like, well, I'll make you a deal, dude. They got some investors, right? Yeah, I guarantee likely in almost every company you're buying miniatures from has an investor that is Hasbro, but not under the Hasbro name. So every purchase you're making at every one of these is going back to Hasbro. Like they're still making money off you. I said, you don't think they got their claws and everything? Like it's like look at the Matt Mercer company thing where guys are crossing from WotC over to here. It's like, and people were saying like, why would WotC allow that? Why would Hasbro allow that? I'm like, you don't think Mercer and them have a deal with Hasbro? That's why guys like Perkins would cross over. Because he got the okay. You can because they got their latch on to Mercer. They own that. They're big partners with Mercer. They're not losing anything if people cross over from WotC to Mercer. No. Hasbro makes money off that, guaranteed. So it's like Hasbro has its claws in everything, and Hasbro is one of these big companies that is like what you call like if you look at the amount of companies that own almost everything, you would think, oh, there's thousands of companies. I'm like, no, you get down to like 5 or 6. 5 or 6 own everything everywhere. Well, Hasbro is one of those companies. So they have common practice when they take over an area to unleash. And that means they'll come in and they start throwing their investments in every little fucking company around the tabletop role-playing game hobby. In some cases, some of the companies don't even know one of their investors is Hasbro. They just have an investor. They don't even know it's Hasbro. It is Hasbro. I'm like, dude, when Hasbro took over WotC, the game changed. You might have thought WotC might go to business. Fair enough. WotC could have caved. But the second Hasbro stepped in, that was over. That was over. It's a delusion to think you're old school and you're going to take WotC down or 5. Delusion, complete delusion. You have no idea what you're talking about. They still make shitloads of money. And why would they? You'd be like, why would they go away from physical stuff? That goes back to the customers again. This is like back in the hobbyist with TSR. I get the customers. You want the physical books, right? Okay. When companies were putting out a bunch of physical stuff, how much were you purchasing? Not much, because we didn't like a lot of it. Okay, so how much purchasing has to do with digital? A surplus. See, the company can be controlled by customer base. It can be swayed. It is possible to sway them. But you can't be a stupid customer either. You can't pretend that you can just have everything catered to you and a company will go to business or hurt itself to make you happy. That's delusional. It's like, oh, well, they'll keep making physical things. Yeah, but they're losing money making physical things. And they're losing money because of you, customers. So you want them to make physical things, you got to buy that shit out. You want TSR to still be in business, not WotC take over, you got to buy all the products, even the stuff you don't like. And if you don't, that will put a company out of business. And this is where it doesn't matter how much you think you should be catered to. You can't pretend that money grows off trees. Right? If TSR needs the money off the product to stay in business and you don't buy it, they go to business. They will sell sooner or later if they get an offer. That's so obvious. I realize to this day, most of the nerds in the hobby, even in 2026, do not understand business. It's like they have no idea how business works. It's like, oh, they'll go to digital. Oh, we don't like that. Well, there's not enough to protest it. Digital will make them shitloads of money. So get ready for a lot of digital. Get ready for a lot of WotC and other company digital stuff. Paizo will follow. And every company that sees WotC making money will follow. So World of Darkness will follow. Paizo will follow. OSR designers, if they're not going to be failed nerds, I hate to say it, if they become business people, many OSR guys will go digital because you go where the money is. If you're someone out here trying to run a business or make money, you follow the money. And if the money, it doesn't matter how many small minority voices complain loudly. The majority is always silent. The majority is always quiet in most cases. Right? And don't even get it wrong. Like you might look at Hollywood and you'll see the majority doing something you think and they're swayed by the minority. They're not, but it's sometimes the majority's take can align with a minority's take after so long. So like in Hollywood, you might have heard YouTubers complain for a lot of years, but people would keep making money anyway, because the majority is not aligned themselves with the minority opinion. So really the minority opinion on YouTube is not really swaying them. They're going to movies. It had to be Hollywood that fucked up. Right? And now you do have YouTubers, if the majority goes and leans in that direction, they'll definitely go to the YouTubers that now speak like the way they feel. But the YouTubers initially did not sway the audience. It was the failure of Hollywood that changed the actions of the audience overall there, right? So usually the loud voices are a minority, and you got to watch out. They never usually represent any majority at all. And the majority right now in the hobby right now will buy digital. So no matter how many minority voices complain, it's like AI. People complain about AI. I get the principle behind the AI complaints with so many of them, but in reality, the majority buy AI. Knowingly. They know it's AI and still buy it. So you can be swayed by the minority if you want. But the loud voices usually never represent the majority of customers. That's just the truth. It's the plain truth. It doesn't mean the majority is going to like your product either. So just using AI doesn't guarantee you sales. But and even if you fail with the majority, it doesn't mean the minority complaining about your product is the reason you failed. It just means there's alternative reasons why the majority just doesn't like your stuff. But the majority is now proving, if you actually check out sales and products, the majority is outright proving it. They do not care if people are using like things like AI art. So it depends on how cool the product is. There's other elements, and if they like your product, they'll simply buy it no matter how many people complain. Majority always wins. I don't say that to piss people off. I just it shows. AI products sell. Some of them sell like wildfire. right? And if that minority loud voice about complaining about AI stuff was effective, there's no way that could even happen. It just means the loud voices are having no sway over the majority. That's what it says, right? And that was the same thing with YouTubers. I've heard Hollywood say, it's because you guys that think about it. I'm like, no. We are old fish in the ocean of dumb. Pretty much. As far as it's you can't get around it. That's why even sometimes I'll take the heat for things I say. I'll say I'll be a raindrop of truth and a notion of bullshit. Right? Doesn't mean you can't talk about it, but you also can't be stupid about it, which is what I'm trying not to be dumb about it. Smash. I'm trying not to be stupid about it. It's like one of these things where I can see the truth of what is happening. Right? It doesn't mean I oppose the principle. I get the principle behind what people will have an issue with. I get why somebody wouldn't like a certain type of bad product from a company. I get the principle behind having issues with the AI. I get the principles, but the majority, you got to watch how they behave based on their purchasing. And you got to be real with yourself too, like very honest instead of lying to yourself. It's nice to think a minority has sway when it doesn't, right? It's like the YouTubers. I like a lot of the guys that have criticized Hollywood on YouTube. I really do. But we got to go back and look for the last like 5 or 6 years. Until Hollywood screwed up, Hollywood was making mass amounts of money no matter how often YouTubers complained about a movie. They complain about a movie has a massive audience. They complain about a show would have a massive audience. It just means as much as we want to think those voices had an effect, they didn't. Well, I think it's common sense too. I appreciate what you're saying there. It's nice, but it's just, you want to know what? If you just tell the truth, I guess in a world of people wanting to see it differently, it can sound very impressive. But I appreciate that you appreciate the truth. That's the main thing here, right? I like to draw people that are fucking honest people to what I say here. So I always try to look at the truth, and that's why I'm trying to give people advice where it's like, hey, you complain, but if you really want to have sway, you got to get out and do a certain thing. And a lot of people, what they do is when they complain, they don't take certain actions, right? It's like you can complain about the company not selling good products, but it'd be better for all of us to be out there purchasing these things. Why? Because it will keep that company in business. And that company leans more towards your direction and still tries to cater to you. You might not like every product you're buying, but you're keeping them in business, and at least they're trying to cater to you. Right. And this is what happened, say, with TSR and D&D. If you don't buy the product, sooner or later, the company starts going out of business. And then you might get another company that comes in and buys the name Dungeons and Dragons, like this Wizards of the Coast company, and they will not try to cater to you. Right. They will just use the name and make other money. So what's your better choice? Maybe buy some products that you're not the happiest about, but you keep that company in business catering to you. Right? You keep them afloat in the process, and you got to be honest with yourself instead of having people think they're having more sway than they do. Right? Or in Hollywood, it's like telling the audience. I would watch the audience listen to these YouTubers. I'm like I like the YouTubers, but I'm like, I guarantee most of your audience are going to go watch a movie. It's like the female season with Doctor Who, where they got to the final season and destroyed this whole backstory. They destroyed the character of Doctor Who. BBC admits it now with the complaints they got. I say 80% of that audience were people that didn't like the show. They kept watching it, but didn't like it. And I kept telling people, I said to the YouTubers, stop focusing on this, man, and you should be telling your audience not to watch it. Right? Because I said what they're going to do is they're going to keep this afloat. Doctor Who is not as effective as you think it is. It doesn't draw in the audience, the modern audience, the way you think it does. Most of them have abandoned the show. So it's mostly haters. If you just stop giving this so much attention, you'll get away from it, right? If not, you'll keep it afloat. The ratings will stay high enough for it to stay on TV. And when they look back at it, the amount of complaints they got compared to the audience watching it, it lines up. It's like 70% of the audience hated the show, but they kept watching it. I'm like, well, why did they talked about canceling the show before the final episode that destroyed the backstory of the character. And they said the only reason it got to the final episode where you destroy the character is because of the haters. And I was like, It's delusion talking. It's delusion talking. It's we get into these dishonest conversations, and then when you don't see the truth, you don't take proper action, or whatever options you really do have, you get into a lie, right? So it's good to talk honest about these things. But I'll tell you this, Smash. The sad part is, it also hurts me a bit on YouTube to talk like this, like, to be honest. Because the truth is, the majority of the audience, even on YouTube, is guilty. So as a YouTuber, I have to, when I go after an audience, I understand it's a slow growth for me because I'm very honest. That means I only get certain people coming to me. Though it's always quality people that are honest people, fucking real people, like you're people that can get real like yourself, and I appreciate that. But then there's a majority of even the YouTube audience that are part of the animals. I got to be real with you. I think sometimes on some things anyway, right? And they hate me for being honest, so they hate my guts, and I'm just like, eh. I remember I like Nerd Erotic. I like a lot of his content, but I mean, I can go back during the female Ghostbusters. I said to him in one of his comment sections when he was still a smaller YouTuber. I said, dude, because I've been around YouTube for a long time, and I said, dude, this is propaganda. What they're doing is propaganda. Right. I said, out of all people, you should be calling it propaganda on your videos. I said, start calling it now, because if you push back against this early enough, you can have sway. But if you wait, they get their claws in. They won't back off of this stuff. They'll take the risk going forward. But this is just the start of risk. At the start, if you scare companies enough and they lose some money, they'll actually get scared of that. Like they won't actually push in even towards, say, politics or propaganda. I said, you should be calling this propaganda right now. Nerd Erotic came back in his comment section and told me I was crazy. Well, Smash. Well, give me a second there, my friend. Yeah, this is an up and down. That's a weird topic for me. He has shit talked me a few times, and I know a little bit of truth about that guy from being around YouTube for a long time. You know what? This is where I'll show I'm better than Tanker. I'm way better than Eric on here. I'll be nice to God. I won't shit talk Eric. If you enjoy his content, I hope you do. Right? But just say I won't lower myself to Eric. All right. I won't take that road. I'll just put it that way. I'll be the better man out of the two of us. It's a ratio for a good reason, but like I said this, and Nerd Erotic said to me in the comment section that I was crazy. I said, dude, you should be calling this propaganda right now. It took him another 8 months, and I had already started calling it propaganda in public. Now I'm doing public content, calling it propaganda. It took him 8 months to call it propaganda, and then he says him and his friends were the first ones publicly to be doing this. I'm like, oh no, okay, dude. Hold on. Actually, I was doing it first, and I was getting after you to do it. And you called me crazy. He said I was crazy for calling it propaganda. And then now he'll call it propaganda all day long because he recognizes I was right. I wasn't crazy. I was absolutely right. I hope you enjoy the content. I really do. I really do. Sincerely do. It's just YouTube and gaming. You know, of course, if you talk to someone who's had something bad thrown their way from a certain human being, it can make it challenging for me to say, yeah, it's okay, but I don't want to say me and him aren't friends. I'll put it that way, right? But I'm glad you enjoy his content. There's nothing wrong with that. He's just talking fucking games. That's it. And there's no harm in that. Right. So enjoy. I support you enjoying his content all day long. Yeah. Though sometimes you'll hear me say some general things that you might line up with some, but it's just opinions. I think everybody shares them, and you can't hate one YouTuber for saying something critical and then be okay with another YouTuber. I think it's just you don't make people, human beings, walk on eggshells around you. Like, let us speak properly, and if we have some decency and some class in the process of doing it, don't try to read into what's not there. And I got to say this, Smash. I just hope you sound cool, but sometimes you do got to be as fair as you can be if you want to get talented people around. You can't sit there because free people with talent that are free thinkers are going to sometimes say things you won't agree with. You got to recognize that. And when you don't agree with something, it can make you feel sour. And you have two choices at that point. You can either totally dismiss the person and call them shit, which is easy to do, or you can say, okay, it's cool. He has that opinion I don't agree with, but it's like, what about all this other stuff that you're going to agree with? So why make a clash where there doesn't need to be one? I don't want to sit here and attack people by name and make drama. If you notice my content, even if I have criticism, I don't mention names. So even the fact that I had to bring up Eric today, I'm not going to sit here and shit talk. I'm just say me and him have our reasons for not getting along, but I'll leave it at that. And I won't say nothing bad about his content. Nothing at all. Totally cool with me. Right? But we're nerds too. You got to understand, we're all nerds. We're going to be picky about whatever we hear from each other. So it's going to happen, right? it's going to happen. It's just going to happen. You're going to have your issues with some things you hear from certain people. How it is. That's cool. But this is the thing. I think it's actually good. I like that he might have drawn in other people to our. See, I look at an overall audience us old school tabletop role playing game YouTubers draw from, and it's no good for me to belittle him and harm him, because if he does draw in some new people into the overall audience that we share, and that means potentially those people come out and check out my content, it really doesn't matter if he's doing better content than me or not. Like, there's no reason for me to be jealous. He is growing the audience. And the more he grows the audience, that means more people can end up hitting my channel too. All right, so I can get growth from him growing the audience. Now, if it's another type of YouTuber here that's not growing the audience and just leeching off all of us, I will oppose him, because I'm not so insecure that, see, I'm actually secure enough that I'm okay with people that might even be better at this than I am coming around. I'm actually excited. Like, I see some new young guy show up and he has way more talent than me. I'm like, dude, fucking prop him up. People are like, well, doesn't it bother your ego? Like, no. He'll grow the audience. He grows the audience as more people can check out my content. There's no point. What I don't want is a leech, right? Yeah, that's why I don't mention names. It doesn't mean I won't be critical. You got to say what you think sometimes, but it's how you do it. It's how you do it. It's okay to say what you think sometimes, but you don't always have to put a name in your mouth, right? It's like sometimes it's okay to make critical points. I might make critical points about what I think are a few YouTubers around or type. Okay, I'm good. I'm going to be tempted to say something, but it's how do I do it? Do I mention names and turn that into something in that way, or do I just get it out of my system in a more cleaner way? Say the point, make the point, leave the names alone, and move on. Right? I look, we're all going to be tempted to say something. I don't think it's healthy for you not to say what you think. If you're tempted to say something, it's just how you say it. You don't always got to put a name in your mouth, right? But you're going to be tempted. Everybody is, right? So you just got to not turn. And I don't like using people as content either. Like, there's some guys here who I guess, like, our audience is all over the place. What I could do is use one of the other YouTubers, bring up their name and try to attack them, and then have a certain portion of the audience that will not like them start subbing to me. Though I don't like cheap content either. I don't do rage bait or or some like content like that. So I don't use other people as content. That's why I don't do the whole mention names thing. But I think it's okay to make your point. I think it is. It's just how you do it. Do it with some class, right? You don't have to use other people's content. You don't have to attack individuals, or you know what I mean? If you're going to say something, make your point. Shut up about the names and move on. I think that's leading by example, because so many other people will use names, right, in certain ways. Certain ways. Just saying. But it's yeah. But it's to me, it is good that the Odyssey got ratioed a bit. It's because just think about the movie they're doing. They're redoing the Odyssey, which was done way better, and the guy making the movie is doing it based on politics, and we all know it. Like, it's not just, see, you can't pretend that the culture war thing isn't connected to politics, and then you can't pretend that the way he's going at this is from a popular point of view. The majority actually do not side with what he's pushing. And so it's like, dude, and then you got to think everyone and the audience in Hollywood has been having movies shoved down their throats. I'm not talking about the YouTubers that complain. I'm just talking about the majority of the audience. They've had this stuff shoved down their throats. They finally, without any incentive, just from what Hollywood's doing, the audience has turned on them. And now any hint, and I noticed this with He-Man, because He-Man was somewhat neutral, but any hint, like you do something too much, the audience will turn on you. Like, I'll give you an example with He-Man. I'm tabletop role-playing games here, but I'll say this really fast because I've done a video on this. There is nothing wrong with every so often race swapping, as they say. I actually think it's not terrible. Don't do it too much, but I don't think it's completely terrible in all cases. I think it's okay every once in a while to do it. You do it too much, it's like the old saying of too much of a good thing becomes a bad thing. It's too much of the same type of story. And even if your story isn't that, but you have a hint in it in your story that it will be that, people will stay away now. He-Man, for the most part, doesn't have a lot of the message in it the way people assume in the past. But if you watch the trailers, there's a hint that it might, without seeing it. And I think the audience has gotten to the point where now, if they think you have something in there that's going to be that, they won't show up. So you have to be very careful with how you advertise your movie now. Like, He-Man's not that bad, but the advertising makes you think it could be. And you have an audience that is very sensitive to this stuff, just doesn't want to see no more. There's like, look, we've had it for 15 years, we're done. Like, it's too much of the same movie all the time. Bossy woman, white man put down, other types of men put up, women always rule. Nothing wrong with that gimmick. But if that's 99% of your movies and the audience is sick of that gimmick, the audience will just not turn up anymore. And if you keep saying this is what you're putting out there, the audience sooner or later just says, all right, man, it's going to be on you to advertise your movie to us, right? And if we think you have this, even if you don't, we're not showing up. And He-Man's a great example of it, because if you go watch He-Man, in reality, the female character does not, it's not even like the cartoon. She does not show up the He-Man character. Well, that's it. It's too much. I think there's nothing wrong with art. I think you get what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with, if you think of it from the point of view of art, every so often is not bad. So I would agree with critics out there say, oh, come on, man, just because they're doing that doesn't mean it's bad. Like, I'm like, yeah, but it's not bad, but it's like anything that's decent or okay. If you do too much of it, you destroy and I think here's the problem. It's the watching audience. What I mean is the watching audience means we know there's an audience that shows up to every movie, right? We know this. You don't even have to criticize if you give too much to that audience, because they're the ones sitting through the torture. Like, I skip most movies. So I'm, even though I know this stuff is going on, I don't torture myself with half of it. Imagine you're some guy who's with a family or whatever, but you've been going to these movies for like 10 straight years. That means you've had this stuff shoved down your throat into your head so many times, it's silly. But you enjoy this stuff on a level that I couldn't, right? Oh yeah, too late. I've been here for a couple hours, but I'm here for a while, Miles. No worries. But I think that's what happened with He-Man. But it's a shame because I don't think He-Man's all that bad. I'm not a big fan of the He-Man movie, but in all honesty, it's neutral. The swapping wasn't that bad, to be real. And if it wasn't overkill, that would be okay. The woman character doesn't show up He-Man. So that's another thing. So that movie doesn't have a lot of it in it. Like there's hints, but it doesn't have a lot of it. I think they missed out on a few things because they were trying to make He-Man for the majority and not for the He-Man fans, which I was like, because there's certain characters that you'll notice, like you don't see a little flying guy that's in there. He's not in there. I'm like, you should have had him in there, man. He's so crucial to the cartoon. You should have had him in there, but he's not in there, right? But I mean, He-Man's not that bad, but when you look at the advertising, you might think, oh, they're going to do it to us. We're not. People aren't going. Yeah, see, he's an example of if you weren't doing too much of it, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so I'm with you. I think you're with me on this Smash. If you weren't doing too much of it, there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's not an overkill. Look, I'm not like the biggest fan of the guy either. I get you probably like his stuff more than I do, but I have no issue with him, really. And I like the fact that he refused to do 007. I think he sort of gets the swapping thing where it's appropriate, where it's not like to him, it'd be like race swapping Shaft. I like that he understood that about the 007 thing. He's like, look, Shaft is an established black actor character. 007 is established white character. If you switch it up, you're switching up something that's well established, and even he understood that's to be wrong. And that's someone who is a realist and not full of shit. And I like that about him. So I don't think he's a perfect human being, but I like that about him. Well, I tried to keep it as real as I possibly could. Because you can't reach people. You can't reach the people you want to reach. I want to reach honest people. Honest people need to hear honest things, right? That's just the plain truth. You can't bullshit people like yourself. If I bullshit, you'll see right through it. I appreciate that. But I think if you're honest, real people just feel it and know it. Right? They just feel it and know it. It's as simple as it is. It's like Miles here. Miles just popped in. He talks to me a lot about gaming. Some of the guys in the past have asked me to do like live gaming here, but I'm like, dude, I've done with past channels. I've done that with some live gaming, but I'm like, at the same time, I feel like if you know your shit and you talk real to people, they'll know that you know. That is Black Rose, Mr. #1 supporter right here. That's what attracts him. That's what attracts my whole audience is made up of people that like real. They do. It's welcome, Smash. I hope you do sub. I hope you like this channel. I hope you stick around for more. I hope, obviously, you like gaming, so I do a lot of gaming talk. But real is the thing. Real is an absolute, and you'll like the guys here. They're all like you in that way. They all fucking like real, and they're all fucking very valuable people that know their shit. That's another thing you'll appreciate about my audience, Smash. It's not just me. If I talk about a topic on a given night, a lot of my guys can say things that is going to be gold. It's going to be money. They all have good advice. They all have good common sense shit. They all have real stuff that will work for you at tables. So if I talk about stuff, I always tell people, even though the watchers, like, pay attention to my chat. Oh, no, Miles, I'm not saying that. What I mean is, Miles, is I totally get that. But Miles, it's the credibility part. It's like, there's a lot of guys out there that will ask me for live plays because it's like, well, instead of talking shit, why don't you back it up with live plays? Which I've done 70 in the past with other channels, but it was like, oh, thank you very much, Eric. And you'll enjoy it. I do 2 member streams every month. Next one is going to be Stargate SG1, and then I do Exalted later in the month, right? Cheers to that. But same, Miles, I don't mind doing a live play when I can, but some guys out there will be like, you do a live play so you can get your credibility. I'm like, I think credibility comes with just being real with people, just being honest and real with people, right? I think if you're honest, real, and people listen to you, they'll know. Like if I can explain something about something, And they've actually done the thing, like say another game master. A game master will get, I know my shit just by the way I explain it. I think the more real you are, the more people feel that from you. But yes, welcome, Smash. There, Black Rose. You have somebody joining you in chat. We have a few members here. Membership is pretty new to me. I've only just hit that recently in the last while, so I appreciate you becoming one. And I started right away doing 2 streams. But yeah, like I've done some other ones, which are sample ones of me doing what you would call member only streams, which is I got them up in video format. Savage Worlds. It's a couple other ones. Exalted Earth is one. Babylon 5. Yeah, that's it. And then there's going to be a Stargate SG1. And then Exalted is for July. And I do 2 member only streams every month, right? So it's good stuff. I bring 100% of those. Oh yeah, Miles. But as far as wanting to get some live plays up online, I have no issue with that at all. That's why I did a whole Storm Wars campaign. It's such a shame because what happened is when I lost my Tiggy channel, it's another tabletop role playing game. I had compilation videos done up of that stream too. Like I lost them because I didn't have the videos copied at the time on the old computer. It was trash computer. Just I could not keep many things on the computer, period. So I had to leave a lot of videos just up on the channel. And when I got reported on that one and got the strikes for bullshit reasons, I'm just glad now I can actually talk to YouTube. So, YouTube, before I started, got to my thing here, I got 2 strikes, but they removed them both because I don't break rules. First time in about 20 years, did a lot in the 90s and 20s with friends and kids. I never did the paint miniature thing, but I get it. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Black Rose. And let's tell us about the minis. Probably for Warhammer. It really is. It's good to look back at yourself and judge and improve. And I think Smash, it's really good to not always get stuck in the past. You learn from the past. You bring stuff along with you that keeps working. Don't bullshit yourself and think all past things are no good. But it's re-examining things, right? Keeping things fresh. we are lizard folk. I hear that. But I think it's good to keep fresh. I think it is. It's good to see what's valuable, but it's also good to keep fresh. Tomb Kings and Orcs, but not going to derail Steven's stream with Warhammer talk. No. That's because we were on topic tonight's nice off script. I only get bothered when I'm going to go into like say I'm going into a stream on a specific game. I'm just like getting ready to talk about it. Like we're going to talk about this game, and then there's like fucking 500 posts about Warhammer. I'm like, dude, I'm talking about this game tonight. Both are super cool. Yep. New paint won't even last a year. Most of the paint is still good since the 90s. Today, the new paint will last a year. So that's Tomb Kings and Orcs. So I'm guessing that is the Warhammer. That's obviously Warhammer. That's Mr. Black Rose loves the undid Warhammer stuff. You could talk about your Warhammer stuff, Black Rose. You like the undid stuff. Me, again, my only Warhammer experience is using the Imperial Guard, the humans. Though, I got to say this. I think it may be a pretty, look, I don't know. I'm not good with the lore for Warhammer because I never read it when I was playing the game. Like, I play the games more. I sucked at understand the lore a lot. But I'll say this, and one of the Warhammer guys said this at the end of like my 20-some battles before I started and then retired for the run they asked me to take. I said, Steven, you're pretty fucking good. And I asked him right away, I said, is that maybe from just using one of the weaker armies in the whole game? And they were like, that probably is. It probably was a clever move. They when they look back at my game and they said, that was a great way of learning the game, was taking one of the weaker fucking groups and grinding through it until I went from the first so many games being a bit shitty to getting better and better and better, right? The Necrons might change the quality in the paint because of the design paint boxes. Yeah, Necrons are for 40K, and then fantasy, it's Tomb Kings. Black Rose loves both, loves it all. The thing I'll be trying soon is, for the first time, I'll probably have to learn some lore for it, is the actual, a guy's going to run me through a bit of the tabletop role-playing game for Warhammer Fantasy. So I'll have to learn a bit more about that at that time. Okay, here, Black Rose, you can talk about your Warhammer thing for a second. Guys, it is super hot here. I'm not done the stream at all, but I need to get a fucking drink, right? So be patient with me. You're all here to hear this. Let me be right back. I need to go get a drink. I'm boiling. Little note, that is 0 sugar soda, but it's the only cold drink we had. So I was like, well, I don't got no ice made right now. Fuck it. I got cold 0 sugar soda. I'll take that. Let's see. Emperor, just reading, I'm just catching up on what you guys said. Oh, you guys were chatting a bit. I'm not complaining. Guilty there. Mods are asleep post Warhammer. Same, Bill. Same. I'm as guilty. I'd always let, like, if people wanted, if a group asked me to use miniatures, I'm like, well, you're taking care of it. Desktop got a lot of minis terrain. I said the guys that would want, like, I've only ran the game for a few people that wanted to use miniatures, but I'd say to them, like, I don't got miniatures. If you want me to use miniatures, like I said, for monsters and that, I'll use chips or quarters or something. I don't care. I'm not someone who cares about this stuff, but if you want me to use more, you bring them. You can paint them. You can do all that. Poor Warhammer. It's a good, cheaper option too. Poor Hammer is Warhammer in my mind. Steven, yeah. I'm glad I'm reading at the side because it's like a very, very slow. Some of it was coming in. Let's see. Completely agree. Cut out armies from black boxes and had grand battles before. Maybe laugh in real life. Good stuff, huh? I've tried the Warhammer stuff on here, but the algorithm hates a tabletop role-playing game content channel doing that. Like it really does not favor sharing any of the content when I try to do war games. Like it destroys it. If I do a video, I'll get like 5 views in like 3 days. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And when I check the algorithm, it just does not share it at all. Nobody sees that I put it up. Yeah, Bill, I'm a theater guy too. It's I'm not surprised, Bill, that you're a theater guy. When you told me you like Mysteria is a theater of the mind setting. I would say that's almost. It's going to sound weird to say that, but a lot of guys that I know who do theater use that setting. Yeah, I know some of the people that like miniatures. I'm not someone who hates anything. I prefer theater, but I've always told players, like if there's a group there that wants me to use miniatures, I wouldn't say no. I just feel like, dude, you're bringing them. Oh, cross-pollination. Dollar store tanks and armor, guys. Some war gamers can be really nice and let you use anything. I got really lucky. I was in a group when I tried the Warhammer thing. I liked the aspect that they use some of the D&D stuff. That's what got me interested in just learning a bit about Warhammer at the time and trying the war game. But what really got me over was the guys all had, because Imperial Guard is a starting army for a lot of guys in the Warhammer world. And my luck was I didn't have to buy anything because enough of the guys all had so many Imperial Guard each. And I told other people, like you guys, some of you that are regulars here heard this already. But I got an Imperial Guard army, a full army, just from guys going, here's my few, here's my few, here's my few, here's my few. All right, Steven, you got an army. Let's go. Okay. Didn't have to pay a penny for an army. And that was all loan. I gave them back, but some of the guys made me keep a few of them each. Like they each gave me like 1 or 2 and just said, because they had a great time. And that's the way I got a certain wargaming group that was playing Warhammer to actually try D&D for the first time. They had never played a tabletop role-playing game. My deal was, if I play some Warhammer games with you guys got to try out a small campaign with me for D&D. I can borrow your Imperial Guard. And it wasn't even like mini combats, but everything else is theater when we played. That's theater's just my preferred stay-in point. But yeah, I didn't even try. Like I like they were the ones who invited me to play. I was like not going to play, and like I was like, I don't go to the army or anything. They're like, Steven, would you use like the Imperial Guard? Like, who are they? They're like, they're humans, and I'm completely ignorant. I'm like, well, I mean, if I had them, I would. They're like, we can do that. It's like, you can do that. And then literally within 3 days, they had more than I needed for an army from like over 20 guys that were in this fucking wargaming community, right? They added up just to keep throwing Imperial Guard pieces down until I had an army. And they were like, here you go. Because nobody wanted to use them. There's a Warhammer term called Wiswig. What you see is what you get, which is what the motto is, holding their weapon, and mine people use it. Miles, we do that yet. My brother-in-law has a whole table and setup. He lives 2 hours away, so we barely ever go over there. I've seen some amazing things. Yeah, like they had at a couple of guys' places, they had these amazing tables set up, and I said, because this is how ignorant I was about wargaming. How do you just play the war without a grid? Like they took out a measuring tool. I was like, huh? They're like, yeah, we. They said there is a grid, but you don't have to see it. Everything becomes a grid based off measurements. Like you're measuring things between things. Ah, so it's like the measuring stick sort of starts, in a way, everything is a grid to a degree, but it's all still based on measurements for movement instead of blocks or spaces. I was like, oh, that was my ignorance about wargaming. That's just being honest with you guys. I knew so little about wargaming when I was the first play. I was like, so how do we move the pieces? How do we play it? They took out this measuring stuff, and I was like, wow. Yeah, well, the what you see is what you get. I remember if you could play, and everybody would have to agree, but if you had a bigger miniature, what surprised me was one guy just said, yeah, I can shoot you easier with this miniature. I was like, but that's bigger than my miniatures. Are we allowed to do that? He's like, yeah. I'm like, size actually matters here. Like the fact that you have bigger, that means I can shoot you too if I can see you easier. Yeah. I was like, so I could actually use the size for or against. He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, I'm not complaining. Right away, that settled me on. Okay, that's good. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. But yeah, I didn't know the size of miniatures was the thing that was the thing. If you use minis for D&D, tiles, and hexes supplementary, what was meant to be used was a tape measure or ruler. Well, I know I know that about old school gaming, but I always thought wargaming was more structured than using that. I didn't know that was complete overhaul. I thought D&D was normal. Grid became something regular with WotC, but I just didn't know how they did wargaming. Like I sort of knew they did that in a more minimal way with D&D, but I thought that was just normal. And most D&D guys, actually, to be honest, most of them used a grid, even before there was a grid commonplace for WotC. So the graph paper grids or stuff like that was actually pretty commonly used. I've seen that used quite often with D&D, even though I know what you're talking about. And I understood that with D&D. I just didn't know that was a crossover for Warhammer. Yeah, baby. Baby. Hey, baby. Babies are funny, cute and funny. No, but I thought wargaming was more scaled on grid because I would always see people using grid and then using measurement. I knew you could do that with D&D. I just didn't know they did that with wargaming. See, I didn't get into chainmail. Remember, I started with D&D in '87, right at the start of well, close to the start of regular use with second edition, right? Close to it, close to regular use. It was just starting to be introduced, so there was a lot of non-crossover, and it's before I would say me mostly died out of groups. If you're going to use tile system, in my opinion, hexagons and bestagons if you're going to use tile system. Yeah. I just didn't know the difference with wargaming. I mean, I'm telling you guys, like, I'm admitting my ignorance to wargaming, right? But yeah, that was wargaming. They make these giant tables. And I mean, I always knew the terrain was a bit of a big issue for D&D people, but it's like, I was like, I get now why people do the miniature thing and the terrain thing as far as trying to connect that to wargaming. But in all honesty, gameplay effectively by AD&D 1E was so counterproductive for the table. You realize it would take you a little while. Smash. Yes. Take care, Bill, and enjoy the 4th. Have a great day on that day if I don't see you. If you do get around that night, tomorrow night I'm covering bunnies and burrows. Right? But if not, happy 4th of July. Have a good one, man. I love you. Take care of yourself. I think I would be too. The lore is really extensive, and I've heard they've done, like, Black Rose always tells me about it, and well, at least told me about it quite a few times. And the lore is good, but it's really deep. It's really good, deep. Probably good for TTRPGs, but could be a lore dump. It's a large lore dump to dig into the whole lore behind. But as far as I get it, it's impressive. Yes. Bill is an excellent guy. I hope he has a fucking good day tomorrow. Remember, guys, everyone here, let's tomorrow's the 4th, but I am doing bunnies and burrows tomorrow night, just to remind everyone. It's Mordheim where Skaven Rats are, I think I played on the Steam once. I actually do have a Steam game for Warhammer. Let me see which one. Probably one people know too. I haven't played it. I got it when it was on sale, but I admit to not playing it. Down here. Yeah, I got let's see. Total War, Warhammer 2 and 3. So I got 2 and 3, the Total War games. I don't know how much they match up with the actual table game because I've never tried them. Table game is probably way more fun. The guys I played at the table with were fucking excellent. I seen one guy I like that's a comedian, a bit like a YouTube comedian. He does a few videos on the Warhammer games. I checked them out. Check them out. They're not bad. They're not bad. See, look how fucking awesome my chat is. If you're Warhammer people, there's a lot said in the chat here that's worth reading. See, I'm letting you guys have your Warhammer moment. I'm sorry there's not a lot for me to say at this point on this game or the wargaming. It's just I'm being real. It's not a topic I don't pretend to know more than I know about things. So as you guys know, if you get into stuff like this for a minute, I got to sort of just sit back and let you do your thing to a point. Meteor hit town, leaving behind weird stone, and factions are trying to get into the town. Well, that's fucking interesting. That's Warhammer Fantasy. Like my buddy was telling me about ogres that actually put your minis into a pot, I guess. I want to get back into Warhammer. I really do. Like Black Rose knows this. I have talked to some of the Wargamer guys. I will actually. I just don't want to. I don't want to dig too much. Will I dig some more into the lore before October? Yes. In October, I will be playing in a short campaign of Wars, playing the Imperial Guard. That is official. I really am. I'll be playing in a number of. He has a campaign set up for him and 2 other guys and me. Right now, the campaign is actually going to be mostly focused on me. And I will be fighting them throughout the campaign. And there's going to be so many nights during October and November. It starts in October, and we're going to finish it in November. And these guys are fun guys. I won't care if I lose or win to them because they are guys that just like to have fun. So they're not the type of guys that want me. Even if they won, they want me to want to do it again. So these are the type of guys that will be hyped on making enthusiasm. And when I played against them before, even when I lost, it was like fucking, it was great. It was fucking great. Like I had such a good time with them, and they don't make you feel like you're like there's no negative to it. Like even losing felt fucking good. Like it just the excitement and the interest and the enthusiasm playing the game. You could tell these guys weren't egotistic. They just loved the game. Absolutely love Warhammer. Like love it. Like genuinely fucking love the game. And you can feel it from them. And they're still going to make it sound hyped, win or lose. Like they're going to so much appreciate the game and tell you so much about it that you're going to, even if you lose that night, but then you talk to them afterwards, they'll make you want to play the next day. Right? That's what I mean. That's love for a fucking game. When you know they're more enthused about the game than trying to feed the ego. Into my friends to play with me. That's Warhammer Fantasy. Like my buddy was telling me about ogres. Actually, good blend of Warhammer and Total War game, Steve, but you should consider the first one. You can combine all the maps into a Grand World map campaign. I know it's not popular anymore, man. I love the metal minis. They just have an aura about them. They can cost an arm and a leg too. But yeah, there's no doubt. And I got to say this. A lot of my players, even though we wouldn't use minis, a lot of metal minis were brought to the table to show off, and you can't help. I remember even like by '89, we would have players in the game I was playing in show up with their miniatures, even though we didn't use minis, and they were always cool. I've never mistaken why people thought they were awesome, and I understood they were so cool that I understood the whole painting hobby. Because even though we didn't use them that much in the old school, and the way people want to repaint history, which is just not true, we didn't use them that often. Did they still make it to the table often? Yes, for show off. And it makes sense when you see them and how cool they were, why a hobby separate from the tabletop role playing game, which was a pure hobby of just painting them, became a thing. Because if you're a nerd, they're great toys. You can't lie. Like, I'm a nerd. If I still, like, to this day, Ode Nostalgia, I remember they were selling the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles toys, but they always sell the new ones. And I go with my cousins to check them out because I buy some toys for them every so often, right? But we went there about 2 years ago. I went with my cousins, and we get over to where the toys are, and it's all the fucking 90s rehashed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And even though I'm like at the age where I would never bother with them, I was just looking at them like, Jesus fucking Christ, is so awesome. Like, it was just, I couldn't even lie to myself. The nerd came out in me. Like, I ended up buying all the toys for the kids. I just said, I got to get these for you. I had them in the 90s. This is the best set of turtle toys you can have. And I was so addicted. Like, I almost got a set for myself. But I was like, I'm too old. But there was a part of me that I nerded out. So I get what you say with the metal minis, because even when I see them today, even when I see older guys with their old metal minis, I'm just like, oh, they're still fucking awesome, aren't they? And I know the metal minis are so good that guys will still bring them to their tables now to show them off, right? See how I derailed the chat with a simple comment? I expect a ride of Valkyries on loudspeaker. Repeatedly drove from Nova Scotia. If it was 10 minutes before I was getting into bunnies and burrows, there'd be drones bombing you. I'd make sure they'd all miss the kids. They'd just be sending thorns up your ass for it. But Black Rose says privilege here. He's my best supporter. He likes to fuck around. No, I don't see on the off script night. This is where I just like, he's joking around, but on off script night, they know I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you talk about this stuff. It's just the last time he got a mouthful from me was I think 10 to 5 minutes, and there was another guy that was around that doesn't show up in the chat all the time, and the two of them start trying to talk about Warhammer 5 minutes before I start my fucking thing, and I fucking gave it to the two of them. Black Rose like, okay, he knew right away I could shitty about it. I was like, all right, fuck, I'm going to my game. I don't want to hear about fucking Warhammer. I'm talking about the game. You want to talk about the game? Talk about the game. I fucking shit on the two of them. And Black Rose is like, oh, fuck, okay, he's getting mad. I was like, yeah, because I'm going to talk about the fucking game, not Warhammer. But it's like, so if I'm going into a game, like if it's game coverage night, if I'm 10 minutes away from talk, I want to talk about that game that night, right? Good time, you guys. Mods are asleep post Warhammer. But on off script nights, I try to make it clear to everyone. Just so you know, Smash, what does off script mean to me? It's for you. It's for Black Rose. Off script night is not about a game, not about a topic, not about me. Don't get it wrong. Even the nights I'm covering the game, it is for you guys. I am covering the games, but I want that to be the subject. We're getting right into it. But on off script night, it is about catering to the questions, catering to what you guys want to talk about, making the night all about all of you. Right? It's like I told Black Rose, and he gets this. You guys own off script nights. This is me giving back to you. It's like, look, be decent with me. Show decency on the game night. If I'm talking about a game, let's focus on that. But on these nights, boom. Oh, OSRX calls and methodologies. I hear a lot of people. I have not done the Shadow Dark stuff, but I've heard so many compliments about it. And even though I know it leans a little bit into the 5e rule stuff, I think the person that made it, Kelsey, really appreciates old school gaming. There's a respect there. And it's definitely something that shows that if you present certain 5e elements in the right way, there's a sizable audience for it. So even though not a lot of people like what Watsy have done, there's a lot of cool stuff with that. Myself, I'm just into old school gaming, and there's so many games I do that I'm just and plus I have my own system, right? Rifts. Oh, I'll be talking about that soon. Very soon. I don't want to give an exact date, but Miles, the second I put that up on the schedule list, I'll make sure you hear me talk about it. Actually, since Smash is new, and in case there's anybody new listening tonight, let's okay, so Smash, you're new here, so I'll give you a deal. All the members only streams are every second Wednesday, right? Of the month. So it's not all 4 Wednesdays, but every second Wednesday. So Wednesdays is member only content, and you should know that because you're a member now. Weekends, every Saturday and Sunday, I cover different tabletop role-playing games. Every Tuesday, and then I do like a random night like tonight, but every Tuesday is off script for sure. Like tonight, just I had time for reasons, but every Tuesday is guaranteed an off script night for you guys. Every Thursday is classic D&D. And it just so I don't talk about D&D every night, but I definitely do like to have a night to talk about D&D. So every Thursday is guaranteed classic Dungeons and Dragons, where I talk a lot about TSR stuff and stuff like that, right? July 4th, very happy birthday, America, 250. Love all my fucking American viewers. Very fucking love having them as a fucking neighbor. Don't listen to what other Canadians say. I don't give a fuck. Suck my fucking ass. I love the Americans. Bunnies and Burrows will be on the 4th of July. And I've had a few Americans ask me about covering this game. So, and I do my streams later. So maybe after their celebration, some of the guys will get home and want to check with that. Bunnies and Burrows is tomorrow night I'm covering. On the 5th of July, I'm covering Legend of the Five Rings RPG. Now, I'm not going to mention what I do every Tuesday. That's just the off script. But the first members only stream is Wednesday, July 8th. Our new Smash friend, Stargate SG1 role-playing game. That Thursday, I'll be covering Unearthed Arcana on the classic D&D. On July 11th, which is the following weekend, I'll be covering Dragon Quest and then SLA Industries. The next classic D&D coverage I'll do is The Fiend Folio. The weekend following, because I got July just covered, so I'm just giving you July's streams. On July 18th, I'll be covering Teenagers from Outer Space. And the next day, I'll be covering Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. The second members only stream, which will be on the 22nd of July, will be Exalted. The classic D&D stream that follows that will be AD&D 2nd Edition Monsters. And the last weekend of games will be starting on July 25th, Conspiracy X, and then Ars Magica. And the last stream of the month, which will be on July 30th, will be the module, classic D&D module, The Tomb of Horrors. Yeah. I love fucking Americans. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody speaks for me. I speak for myself. So I love my fucking neighbors. I love the whole fucking thing. So I hope they have a fucking great celebration. Enjoy the whole thing. And I don't sit here and bother hating people. It's fucking useless. And I don't suddenly change. I'm a 90s kid. So I'm not going to get warped by today's thinking. I don't go along to get along. I don't end up in a fucking crowd of people. They don't tell me how to think. I've always loved the fucking Americans. It's not going to change because of some political bullshit going on. I don't give a fuck. I don't care, and I don't judge the American people by everything somebody does somewhere else, right? 90 Kids Unite. It's like, look, we have a dickhead leader here in Canada right now. I would just assume that it's just because we have a dickhead leader doesn't mean he speaks for all fucking Canadians, right? Oh, don't worry. I hear you. That will be a little sad, Black Rose, but heard some very depressing stories from Sweden, but Sweden is a great place because I know it's up by Mr. Norway. Yeah, yeah. No, 1,000,000% agree, Smash. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. But hey, man, that's a privilege, Black Rose. Uh, I know for you, you probably have been around Sweden and all that. You're Mr. Norway, but for a Canadian, the idea somebody could just travel around to Sweden and Norway as casual as you do, it sounds like a fucking dream to me. So you can always rewatch streams later, right? Enjoy the fucking trip. I'd love to be fucking have that for a second. Like, man, I'd love to be visiting Norway. I think fucking Norway is fucking beautiful. Love the fucking nation. I love all those fucking nations up there, and I feel like there's a real connection for myself because I would say I can track my ancestors as part of them being from around that area. So, yeah, Norway is great. Enjoy it, and just come back and leave some fucking comments on the streams. Watch some of them. Get caught up. You're not going to do it all at once, but yeah. Yeah. But don't worry, the rest of the crew here will help me hang in. We got some new people coming around. We got our Smash new friend here. We got Miles. We got Bill. We got Anvil. I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep, dragging in some new people like this. I love getting these fucking awesome people. I know. I hear all this corny stuff from YouTubers all the time. I have the best audience. I have the best audience. I have the best audience. Motherfuckers, I have the best audience. I get some of the most quality, fucking high quality people from everywhere. Like Oda 5e people. There's a lot of guys that are not that creative and not into stuff. A lot of guys in the old school will look at the new school and be like, oh, they're like fucking animals. I'm like, I got Miles. Probably one of the more intelligent guys I've ever encountered from there. Ask intelligent questions, gives a shit, is into creative stuff. As soon as he hears it, he relates with it. It's every walk of life in the hobby. I feel like I get some fucking very incredible people that come here, and I'm very privileged. I appreciate it all, right? Terrible. I love the Swedish people and food. Yeah, just let me know when you invade. I live near the main airport. Oh, if I ever get to Norway, I have to talk to you before I come there. Wherever it is, and be like, okay, dude, what's the closest like hotel to where you live? Like, wherever I'm going to stay, it'd have to be like pretty much, hey, if I can make it in walking distance, we'll make it in walking distance. We will rescue. Well, Smash, exactly where are you from? You're an American, I take it. I'm from Nova Scotia, Canada, just to let you know. Got some cold ones waiting. If you do, the neighbor is smoking whatever. Well, the cold ones I can drink now, but I quit the puppy puffs, but I still smoke the cigarettes, of course. But what I'd love to get away with is bringing some Labatt Blue with me. Oh, I hear you, but it's I love it. Born in SoCal. I live near Seattle. Ah, it's a good part of the States. Seattle's interesting. Interesting. Believe it. There's games. Cyberpunk. Oh, Smash. Okay, you like Canadian Bear. Just to let you know, I like Budweiser, my dude. I love Budweiser. My favorite American beer. But it's cool. It's cool. So Smash loves fucking Canadian Bear, Labatt Blue. I love that Labatt Blue, but I like Budweiser, so there is an American beer that I don't like the Bud Light shit. But I did grow up drinking a lot of Budweiser. Oh, I hear you. What's the other one? Corona. It's going to sound really weak to beer drinkers, but I usually do like light beer for taste. For taste. Bear Bros, I hear you. For taste, I like light beer. I get it's, you get a few beer to me. I don't care what beer I'm drinking, really. Give me some dark shit. But I like the taste of light beer. It just goes fucking down so easy. Our cars, foods, and alcohol. I hear that. Now I'm in Canada. I'm from a sort of like an Irish family out in Cape Breton. They they make their own wine and beer all the time, and moonshine. So I've gotten a lot of free liquor over the years. I mean, shitloads, because they live out in places where they have a forest to make stuff in. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, they have places where it's so out in the backwoods that there is no city nearby. It's like on the edge of the nation, and there's no like land and city. Like, nobody's going to drive up from somewhere else. Like, it's just woods out in the back of their towns, right? Like, and then water, ocean. Yeah, how long is the drive? Not to get too much on beer. I mean, we're talking about games here. I talk about beer for a second, my friends. I do enjoy some hard liquor. The last time I drank was my birthday, which was May 3rd. That's the last time I had a drink. And everybody here knows, my regulars know, Black Rose knows what they're drinking that night because I drank on the stream. I get a buzz. I was drinking whiskey. And I don't often drink. So it was one of those birthday things for the birthday was, I don't know if it was more for me or more for the fucking people on the stream. I got on and started drinking. I was like, well, fuck it. Here we go. I'm going to drink. Well, I tell people, look, I don't care if you drink, just sip if you're playing the game. Like, if you get so smashed you can't play the game and that's a problem, you can't keep playing the game. That's it. I'm pretty straightforward on that. So I don't see the point in telling somebody they can't drink because I know that loosens people up. And so I don't want to be that asshole. But there has to be, like, if I'm willing to not be an asshole, you got to not be an asshole. I think that's a pretty fair meet in the middle. Well, that's pretty much it, Smash. That's where I'm at. Like, hold your shit together so you can play. Right? Like, don't play your character so stupidly. Like, there's an expectation. I don't mind if you get your buzz, but does your buzz make it that you can't play your character normally? Okay, well, then you could destroy the game. If you get to the point where drinking destroys the game, that type of drinking is not allowed. So it does mean some people are going to maybe drink a bit more than others. That's it, Smash. It's common sense. And I think it's a respect thing, too. And all the guys agree with it right away because they're like, because there's a lot of DMs out there that actually cut you off. Oh, that's it, Smash. It's 1,000,000%. There's a lot of DMs that really do cut that off. So the fact that the drinkers realize I'm really cool about this. I'm like, guys, most guys won't let you drink at their fucking tables nowadays. They're like, yeah. I'm like, I do, right? Oh, geez, what's my main system? I play so many different systems, run so many different systems. Well, I say the most common one is everybody knows here. The most common one is second edition AD&D. That's the one I probably say I ran the most for life. I'm running a campaign of it right now. I have my own systems on the market as well. Drive Through, which is my Neo TTRPG System, Skullhorn, and Invasion. I'm pretty much finishing up a World of Darkness campaign too. I probably ran like 50 games Right? I cover a lot of games on here, as you'll know, and I only cover games I've actually either played or ran. So if you see a whole list of my fact-based streams, you'll see shitloads of games, and that's games I ran and played, which are quite a few. I wouldn't say I'm just one type of guy. So I'm not just a second edition D&D guy. I'm not not a just anything. I'm just a gamer. And that's sort of the way I sort of like to see myself as somebody who just, I love tabletop role-playing games so much, and I love variety. I love Traveler. I love, and that's just a straight sort of freehand game for the game master. I like Palladium games like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I like actual storytelling games like Pendragon, right? Like, and I like a lot of old school games, but doesn't mean all old school games. I love the Western game like Deadlands, right? How much homebrewing? I remember you were asking me. If, of course, if I can fit something in, I'll steal ideas. And here's another thing: if you made a Champion's Diary style video, could it do well? Maybe. Got the same limit as you guys. Often some drinks. Okay, but mechanics everywhere. A lot of guys can go that will play games like Fudge. Like if you're a Fudge guy, that's the type of system where you could play a variety of different types of games with it. Those guys love to steal stuff and bring it in, which makes sense. Me, it's not always the same in each campaign either. Like, so I like a lot of what's on offer and then what I'll make up. It's more like methods. Like Traveler, there's pressure on guys in the sandbox, pressure on the characters. So the pressure gives them a reason to get up like they owe something. Like you got so much time to pay it. You got pressures. Pressures help give a reason for players to get their characters up and do something. I took that method back to sandboxing D&D. When it comes to spotlighting, I learned a lot of spotlighting from, say, DC Heroes. I like spotlighting a lot. So it's not always just ideas that I take, but sort of methods of running games. So like certain methods of running games, I like to take back over and apply that to the way I'm running D&D because it helps. Like obviously the pressure helps with sandboxing. So sandboxing with D&D, it's good to have these pressures on. Do I always take ideas? It varies. Like if I find an idea that's good for a campaign, I'll use it for that campaign. I might just not use it for the next campaign. But a lot of times, even if I take something, is it always as is from the other game? And no, it might just be an idea from that game, and then I'll sort of work it in through the system. But as long as it all matches and doesn't blow up, sure. I mean, on principle, I'll take anything. Like on principle, I'm open to anything I can make fit. Like I'm open to it. Can I remember every detail on the spot as you asked me? No, because I've been running since 1991. I ran over 10,000 gaming sessions and so many campaigns. Like so silly. I can't remember every detail, but on the front of it, am I always open to taking ideas? Of course. If you really want to find people that really, really are extremely open to stuff like that, that's when you go to those sort of universal systems that can do a variety of things. Like Fudge is a great example of a type of universal system where you can play medieval, play modern, whatever with it. Those guys will take everything from everywhere. But those systems are made for stealing, right? But you can steal a lot with second edition without it breaking. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ideas I'll take. I took guns. I made guns for second edition. I took forms of like coal. I made a sort of form of coal so I can have steamboats and trains in second edition, certain areas of settings and stuff like that. All DMs should evolve, absorb concepts, incorporate as wisdom's for increases. Oh yeah, as you learn more. I have nothing against learning it through just running it as is, but I also think you should be a creative as a DM. And if you cannot be a creative, like if you just stick to raw because you can't think beyond that, you're done. You're toast. You probably, I don't know. In my opinion, you should just go back to the player's chair, right? 10,000 games would probably make the source. 10,000 gaming sessions with AD&D second edition. Sessions. Real good detail there, Moss. Probably just nice mastering a system because then you can focus on story and creativity. It really is. Look, it doesn't mean it's not good to get out and try a variety of games. In old school, it's quite common practice to have these short runs with other games. But is it good to master a game? I say yes, and here's the reason I would say, Kago. It's good to master a game because most of the skills will carry over to other games anyway. Tabletop role-playing games are similar. So when I say mastering, it's not even about mastering the rules to that game. It's mastering the way you run it, say, as a game master. You'll notice most of your gimmicks that you learn, like just say you ran one game so good, of course the rules are easy, but mastering the rules is not really hard. The part of mastering is getting so used to running it, then you go to run a different game and you realize there's so many similarities, and what you master will work here. It's like, oh. But it's good to learn from other games. Nothing hurts to learn from other games, but is it good mastering? Is it good to run one game a lot for a while? Yeah, because there's certain things that when you're consistently doing something over time, you will just, through wisdom, you'll just through taking your time and paying attention, you pick up on timing, get used to timing. You get used to how you get players to do something. And these methods will ironically be similar in a lot of other tabletop role-playing games. And then you realize you already know how to get somebody focused on something. You already know how to, boom, and that will work in the next system or the next game you run. The scariest. Well, this guy, Miles, yeah, and I always like the answer, the questions, because I know you're trying to get something interesting, like you're trying to get informed. I would say there's a nuanced answer to this, Miles. Is there a scariest monster? I don't think there is, but let me give you a different answer to your question. Scary really depends on the situation, timing, and mindset of where your players are. Meaning, you know, if you do it wrong, a scary dragon could be a lot less scary. But if you do it right, I could scare an entire group with a kobold to death, just about. Like imagine this. Like, okay, you're pretty strong characters. You see a big black dragon, but I mean, you know, you can handle a fight. It's pretty forward. No matter how much I want it to be scary, you might be ready for it. The idea that I'm scaring you with it is it's not exactly going to work that way, no matter how scary I think the monster is. But just say it's raining that night and you find a cabin and you and the group go into the cabin. It's getting really dark and it's fucking windy and everything. Like it's fucking a storm. And you get in the cabin, you're sitting down and you start hearing like a knock up against the wall. And that means there's something knocking against the wall. What is it? Who knows? Do you want to go outside? Oh, I've done some one-on-one. Yeah, I ran for a couple of friends over time. When I've been in situations where that's I might be there for a couple months, so I'll run for a friend. We just don't have a party to fucking run for. Yeah, I've done that. No problem. Sometimes it depends on what I need. Like, depending on the game, it could be like, you know, I'll give you some NPCs to play with, right? One-on-one's not bad, but you just got to measure, like, are you putting her in a game or a game system that requires more characters? If you were, give her an NPC, but don't make the NPC important like a player character. Here's what I mean. Don't ever get guilty of playing a character in your own game. Meaning, always remind yourself, she is the star of the show. This mentality is fucking important. Look, if I run an NPC with a group, I run the NPC like it's just a normal NPC in the world. I never tried to have the NPC shine. It doesn't mean accidents can't happen. Like, oh, that guy saves you. But you'll know. All my players will feel it. They'll know right away an NPC is an NPC. They won't feel like it's me trying to play my own game, which I think is sad and pathetic when people try this. Don't ever try to play your own game. Don't ever get that desperate for a game that you try to play your own game. That's sad. Like if you're going to do solo RPG, just do solo. don't don't try to pretend your own game with other or play your own game with other people. So always remind yourself, especially when you're running for her, that no matter what you put in there, she's the star of the show, right? So always give her the opportunity to shine. Always give her the character, her character, the opportunity to shine. Always put her front, and the NPC is there to assist, right? Well, there you go. And even if she wasn't, you get what I'm saying? Like it's just even if you had a leader, the excuse to get her to go try the thing should be what the leader's trying to do, not for him to shine. So even if you're doing it nuanced where you have some NPCs, like I've had NPC leaders with groups, but it's always to get the characters to go up and do something. It's always for giving them the opportunities, and always understand the NPC is just he's there to assist, help, answer questions for them, but they'll realize right away, because I keep putting them up front, they are the stars. They are the stars. It's their opportunities, right? That's all. That's all you got to do. So if their background, cool. But even if you had someone who took a little bit of leadership, as long as the mentality from you, the game master, is you don't care about playing your own game. Just cool it down. Make sure the opportunities are all for her, right? That's all you got to do. You got that down, you're good, right? Like that, who had thought there was the coolest, most important character, made him brag about himself and all that. He died in the first combat encounter where you retreat. You just let them go. Yeah, NPCs can use as a DM to deliver into fast or vanish in the background. Spotlight moments happen. You can't control if an NPC is there to help, and players will actually enjoy it, especially if the players know that you're not trying to play your own game. Once you establish that mentality, then it's like, well, if Rick the fighter was in the back and he comes up to help you as you're about to die, you're not going to complain. At that stage, you're like, oh, so fucking glad he's there to get me up. Like at that stage, you realize there is no, I'm trying to shine the spotlight on him. Or if he takes down the last goblin and saves everyone will know, because it depends on how. Like if you're trying to play your own game, people will know. I say it's going to be common sense. People will feel it. If they know you're not, then they know the only time you would ever do that is in desperate need, right? All right, Kago, return here anytime, man. Tomorrow night I'm covering bunnies and burrows. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. You go kick some ass. But yeah, I love using NPCs with groups and parties and that. It's just I got so used to being the game master that I never see the point of shining. But I actually like using them with groups. I like people that hire henchmen. I'm old school D&D like that. You guys get what I'm saying. Like I like people that will hire henchmen. Here's the cool thing I'll do for players. If you have a familiar, I'll play the familiar. Like I won't make you play your own familiar. If you hire a henchman, I'll play the henchman. Players used to think I was crazy, but they're like, you're so comfortable doing it. They would hire like 5 guys. And I would play all 5 guys. I'd be like, jumping back, this guy does this. Oh, he's going to answer this. And you realize you could talk to like 5 NPCs. And they're like, some guys that would be first getting used to me be like, man, that must be a lot of work. But after like, they're in like 40 sessions with me, they're like, anybody else I have to be like, yeah, Steven does it, no problem. It's not a brag thing. I just get used to, I can run 8 guys with you. And I can change all their personalities and do different interactions. And it shocks some game masters. It's not a brag thing, but they're like, other game masters who will see me doing it will say, okay, man, I admit that's impressive. I'll be like, well, thank you. Because they actually know it's for them. A lot of guys tell me straight out, it's not easy to focus on running the game. And while you're doing the running the game and answering all these other questions and doing all this other stuff, you're playing like fucking 5 or fucking 6 NPCs in a group right now as they've hired guys and went in. Like, dude, and they'll watch me and they'll be like, you're actually running the game. Like you're not skipping over something. You hear all the players are doing their actions, and you're still doing all the NPCs at the same time, dude. Your fucking mind's all over the place. And after seeing me do it so many times, they're just like, okay, admit you just do it. Like goes from impressive to like, man, that must be really hard work to Steven can just do it. What's the secret? My mind is really fast. See, I don't pretend that I'm the smartest guy in the hobby. But what I do is I tell, and that's why I get very intelligent players that will come to my game, and the players will tell you straight up, look, on the front of it, like, because I've had some very intelligent guys sit down with me. Yeah, it's not an ego thing, but they'll be like, well, Steven will tell you he's not as intelligent as, say, me, say some really intelligent guy at the table. But Steven performs better than I could ever perform. It means I could outthink him, but his mind works faster than mine. And he does it so regularly, like breathing air, that it's not even work for him. Like there'll be in like 40 or 50 sessions with me just realizing, like, you just do this casually, dude. I'm like, they're like, how the fuck do you do that? I'm like, and then after a while, they just stop asking, right? Miles Assassin, Chaotic Evil, bragged about disarming a trap, Dungeon Brutal, Overkill, bad roll, trap was plenty of them. But yeah, that's Smash. That's I don't pretend that I'm always going to be the smartest guy at the table, but I attract a lot of very intelligent people because I'm not stupid initially. They know that, but they're also like, if it comes down to game mastering, you need a mind that performs. They at least get that, and they get that after so many sessions with me. They're just like, Steven has a mind to perform as game mastering. That's true, Smash, but I gotta watch it because it sounds like bragging. But it impresses all my players. So all my players are very happy that I can do it. It's very benefit because it means they get options. They can hire guys. They can bring guys in. They're like, Steven can bring all this to life for us, and they can be traveling with like 5 or 6 guys, and the whole travel is they can interact anytime with these guys, all the different guys, and then I run the game at the same time. And they're like, I'm good at fast decision making. I think it's just from doing it for so long and doing it so many times. Like people don't believe the numbers, but I'm like, man, I ran the game like a machine. So I ran so many sessions that I do it like breathing air, right? I just and my mind just works for game mastering. And I admit there's a lot of guys around me that can't do it, but it's you gotta not get your ego too big because it I try not to. I let players tell me how happy they are with it, and I'll be as humble as I can be. But if I'm talking about it, of course I want people to know my fucking like what I can do, so I can talk about it. But it's hard to give like advice, like how do you run that many NPCs? I'm like how would you tell me to do it, Steven? I'm like, dude, your mind has to go this fast. Almost half of them 2 poison potions blew off, causing 5 all lamp oil kind of burning his leftovers. Pug for fun, each half 3d6. It was just laughs and giggles. Kaboom, baby, Black Rose. It's a good amount of damage, my friend. It's going to blow off a leg. You can't say that with other games. When I run D&D, damage like that can be very vital in my game. You're like, boom. The story tells us kids. See, you get a lot of damage in my game. You're like, so what happened if I had 100 hit points, Steven, and lost 70? You're losing an arm. What do you mean? You're probably going to lose an arm in your leg, dude. Especially if it's all at once. And good chance if it's that impactful, if it's like 70 at once, you're rolling a save versus death. Yeah, but I'm not even down to 0. I don't care. Your body is taking so much damage at once, you're probably getting hit in the chest or most epic NPC death of all time. I've had so many of them that it's just like the pinpoint down one, but I've had guys like explode. I've had guys who had magic stuff in them where they're just like, they turn around, the group is like, oh man, we finally found him. Hey guys. Dude, we've been looking for this guy for 2 weeks. What the fuck? And they don't even know how to, like, the players are so stunned, they don't know how to react. Like they've been looking for a guy, but they have no emotion. The characters have no emotional attachment to to the NPC. They just see him explode. They're just like, what happened? Now, there'll be an explanation for everything that they just see, but it's that crazy epic kaboom. I've had NPCs about to patch somebody up and then get stabbed through. Thank you for saving my... Does that mean I'm still bleeding? Yes. Can I move? No. I'm going to die. It seems so. I don't celebrate the character's death, but the guy did die. Did die. Imagine you think you're like a fucking heartbeat away from fucking being saved. Like, I'm going to be saved. It's from an NPC the guy knows really well, so he's really upset at the guy dying, and then he's going to die with him. And the worst thing is, but he's been stabbed through, killed. His body drops on top of the guy who's bleeding to death. And the other characters don't know he's down. And he's now smothered. So he's going to die with his friend. Very fucking impactful. Like a very sad ending to a character. Now, the player knows I was being fair, because I'll give you every opportunity to live. I never look to push the character death on purpose. He knows I did everything, and he knew the enemy was aiming at that guy already. So it wasn't like he thought I was trying to get his character killed. There was an attempt that the NPC was risking his life to save him. I just can't control when an enemy rolls a 20. And the NPC has like 2 hit points left. So 20, a lot of damage, almost max damage rolled. The guy is dead. And the action to attack him will come before he gets the action to patch him up. And now understand, the enemy's not going to focus on the guy down bleeding under him. He's going to turn around to the other guy still up fighting. He ends him, rips his weapon out, body drops on top of the fucking bleeding character. Sorry, dude. That's a brutal ending. It's a brutal ending, but that's how it ended. Now, the player was completely, actually, as emotional as it was, he loved the brutality, but he loves the game didn't cheat him. And my players were always happy because they never felt like I did it on purpose. They knew I gave every opportunity. They never felt like the game cheated them. They never felt like I cheated them. And that, for players that are picky, they just don't want to die in a way they feel like it's undeserved or unfair. So when players lose their characters, I've always gotten good reactions because it's always under conditions that they feel everything. Because even the NPC risking his life to save him was something I had to, like, if he doesn't risk his life, the guy's going to die anyway. He's at -9. He's going to hit -10. Like, we got character death coming if the NPC doesn't patch him up. So I'm doing everything I possibly can as a game master to justify saving this guy in every option that could be taken. And that was how it had to go down. So, dude, he dies, you watch him die, and then you die. That was a brutal character death. Now, I'm going to talk about that one because that happened like 2 years ago. That was recent. There's been tons of those brutal character deaths I've encountered throughout the game. People will look at me and they're like, man, you're running second edition. It's a soft game. I'm like, not when I'm running it. It doesn't mean it's a meat grinder either. But don't get it wrong. We get down to character death. It feels as brutal as any other old school game. Like any like. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. But I here's what I say: Smash 2. If you have no connection to a character, if you can't connect with your character, if you're one of these fucking meat grinding people that don't know how to play D&D right, that it's about survival, that you're supposed to avoid combat from levels 1 to 3, and you don't connect with your character, and you just play, your name is Tom, but you play Tom the Fighter, Tom the Cleric, get the fuck out of my game. Get the fuck out of my game. You'd be like, why? Because, well, I'm a second edition. I want you to connect with your character. And I don't want a child. I don't want you crying when you lose a character. But you're not just losing a character, you're losing an experience. I want there to be a connection. I want you to give a fuck. But I want you to be mature enough that that's cool. Part of the game. And like you said, it's fun to roll up the next character. But if you're a meat grinder guy who does not know how to play D&D properly, you run the fights carelessly from levels 1 to 3, which the designers do not want you to do. Remember, it's a game about survival initially. You don't really become a hero till level 9, right? So from levels 1 to 3, even fighting the goblins is, if you can avoid it, you avoid it. And what you do is you try to get gold to XP. You try to get treasure so you can get enough experience from your treasure, and then you use, and to make sure you don't get blown up by treasure, you use that to pay for your training. You level up, you get to level 3. That's why Gary starts a lot of his games at level 3, not to make you go through that at a certain point. But levels 1 to 3 is avoid combat. I mean, not just the dragon, everything. Avoid the goblins if you can. Avoid the kobolds because you're not meant to fight. It's a survival game. By the time you hit level 9, like I used to tell players, and I still tell players today, I always tell them, they're like, we're here to play heroes. I'm like, well, if you are, the game doesn't start till level 9. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're not capable of being a hero until level 9. You can't go save the village from the dragons until you're level 9. Like, if you try, you'll likely die. You are a farmer. So from levels 1 to 3, you got to go from farmer to somebody who can handle themselves. Then from level 3, like going up to about level 7, you're working to become somebody established. Once you get to the point where you can establish yourself, level 7 to 9, you're building up a reputation. By level 9, your reputation hits, you can be a hero and people acknowledge it. You'll get followers. At level 9, you're way more capable. If the village says, we're being attacked by a dragon, we need a hero. Well, now you can go fight. And remember, high-level gaming is not like grinding a dungeon. A lot of guys say high-level gaming is bad or they can't run it right. I'm like, just like, you can't run it right. Because at level 9, players are allowed to be more picky and choosy about what they fight. The fights aren't all the time. And experience can come from the way you deal with factions, the way you deal with other leaders, your role play. You can get more major treasure now. So now you get bigger treasure. Your ways of getting experience heightens, right? And most experience is not needed to get gotten from monsters. Most experience can get gotten from other ways. That's why, again, gold to XP early is a major thing. I remember old school guys that didn't understand D&D, they'd be like, man, I think gold XP is stupid. I'm like, well, let me guess. You make your players make up 4 to 5 characters and they fight a lot from levels 1 to 3. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, that's not what the designers intend. They intend players to learn that from levels 1 to 3, they shouldn't fight at all. And the reason gold to XP is a thing is so you can actually gather up through treasure the experience points you need to level up. And that's why they're so low XP on monsters. Because the intention that you level up through monsters or fighting is not really there. Actually, you get XP for avoiding fights. And so from levels 1 to 3, in reality, the majority of combat that you can skip as a player and survive, go into the dungeon, avoid stupid things, get your treasure, get out, get some gold, get out, get some gold, get out. You do that, and you fighting almost at early levels should look at as consequences, and to the point even mistakes, because it's resource draining. Right? Now, once you know this as a D&D person, you realize if players play more to the survival factor, because remember, it's called survival, they don't always have to make up 4 to 5 characters. Doesn't mean character death can't come. Doesn't mean the game's not sensitive, but you might only have to make up a second character. Right? You might not have to go through fucking 5 characters. And you shouldn't be running into fights. Now, early on, if you're new players, That's a learning process. Maybe on that first campaign, you got to go through 3 characters or so, learning that you should not just carelessly run at the goblins, right? Because running at the goblins can easily get you killed at level 1. You're just still a fucking farmer. You are a nobody. And you remain a nobody pretty much until level 3. That's why Gary Gygax starts a lot of his games up at level 3. Just so experienced players that were playing his game, they were all experienced players, could bypass farmer time. Because really, and that's why there's social interaction is they say, well, that didn't come until like Ravenloft. I'm like, that's a lie. You're like, what do you mean? I'm like, go back to AD&D. You have to talk in character to deal with factions, right? Negotiate with factions. You got to talk in character to negotiate with monsters. Why do you think all the encounter advice has nothing to do with fighting? All the encounter advice for players is negotiate, avoid. It's all about avoiding combat from level 1 3. Negotiate your way to the fight. So talk to factions, talk to monsters. There's even negotiation with merchants. How you talk down merchants. Social interaction with merchants, and then social interaction with the other characters. And a bit of social interaction even goes into people at the town. And you'll notice this by playing like the Temple of Elemental Evil. There's a town there where NPCs are very important. Well, they can't be important if you don't interact with them. So social interaction is a very, very deep part of the game from AD&D on, right? So talking in character is a regular thing, right? It's not something that comes later. It's something that is part of the game right away. And you're meant to avoid combat from levels 1 to 3. That's what the game really wants you to do. That's what the designers want. Now, you learn this, and then you learn the more you avoid combat from level 1 to 3 and get treasure and level up that way, the less you got to make 5 characters grinding through. And the social interaction is going to naturally develop the character. And they even talk about that by Beckme. So there is an expectation of caring about the character. By AD&D 1E, most DMs talk about it takes a year, but once, and they'll even mention this, you'll hear many DMs in AD&D 1E admit this without realizing they're admitting it. Well, yeah, after about a year, you develop a character's personality, and then you can see the players are having more fun. AD&D 2nd edition basically just focused on it and got you to develop the character in 3 weeks instead of a year. And that's connecting you to your character. So you're not just, if you're Tom, you're not Tom the fighter, Tom the cleric. I want people to connect because they have a better experience with the game. But I do want people to also enjoy, like be able to be mature. So I agree with the character death. Making new characters fun, but you know what I mean. I heard the older D&D players would own, they could play a fighter or something that, well, it depends. Birthright did that. That wasn't always the case, but in some games, it depends on how long the campaign would go. If you got characters up to a certain level, yeah, like if you get level 9, you can own the castles, own the land, and then start that option, but you'd have to play in long campaigns. Miles, you're talking about campaigns that might have lasted like a year and a half. You have to establish that stuff, so that's not instant. I'm going to go AFK. We'll catch up later. Must go plan a trip to... Yes, Black Rose. Love you. Go do your thing. Go do your thing. But so Smash, there's a lot of old school guys that don't appreciate the connection with character, and they even talk it down. I always push back against that because I'm with you on, yes, players should be mature enough to handle character death. We would agree there. But the second I hear players tell me they don't connect with their characters or they're just okay with being Tom and playing Tom the fighter, I'm like, dude, even D&D does not, that's just you playing D&D carelessly. Like D&D is not even promoting that way of looking at the game. Right? Even D&D knows connecting with the character is important. So, and they've known it from day one. So the idea that you're playing Tom the fighter, Tom the cleric, if you want to play a board game, go play a board game. But this is a role-playing game. There is more to invest in this game than playing a board game. Right? Like, so I call it a board game mentality where it's just we're something different. We are a role-playing game. And so there's an aspect of connecting with the character through that process. Do I believe you should be childish about it and make excuses like, I don't want to lose the character? Or that's part of that. We go back to that storytelling thing. Well, it's storytelling. I shouldn't have to have the character die. Nah, bullshit. It is part of the game. But do I want you, but I also want you to feel like I want you to give a shit like when you lose a character, because it's maturity, but it also tells me you enjoyed the experience you had with that character. Yeah, it sucks, man, that it ends. The experience with the character is over. You know what I mean? Like that's gone. I want you to, because knowing that you connected with that means I know you had a good time. And you'll know what I mean. Smash. Any character you played where you've developed that character just a bit and you're having a good time, it's because you'll know that guy, like the guy you're playing, you could talk about him this way. If I said, what would he do if these guys came down? And you felt comfortable giving me the answer, like, oh, this guy, he would do this if he came down. You know what that tells me right away? You have developed that character a bit. And if that character just died tomorrow in a game and you were having fun doing all that stuff with them, I hope it, because it should, and this should happen with you. It should be like, oh man, it sucks. Like I want you to feel that, because it tells me you enjoyed him. And your enjoyment of the character, yeah, that's important to me. So I don't like guys that disconnect completely. And you know what I mean, Smash. You met some of these guys. You had to if you've been around for a long time. You meet some guys who disconnect from that experience. And I'm like, no, dude, don't do that to me. Don't overkill with your judgment of other people. I agree with you when people cry over character death. Silly. We are more on the same page than you think on this, right? I mean, genuinely on the same page. For real. But also don't go so extreme in the other way on me. Right? That it's just Tom the fighter and you don't care when the character dies. Right? To me, it's there's a slight bit of I want you to give a shit. Oh, even the character you connect with, it's okay. It's not just letting them die, that they die. I just say, I don't even do that. I just say character death is part of the game. You have to be able to handle it, but that doesn't mean you don't try to connect with your characters. And you want to know what? Instead of planning them for it, I give them that sort of slight warning and let them run into it. I hate to say it. Look, if character death bothers you that much that you'll walk away, I tell game masters, that player has to learn. And you can't, there's some things, don't try to handhold too much. If they would walk away, let them. I know that it's not always easy because I have old principles. I used to, game master, feel like, well, what if we do something like that, Steve, and we run out of players? Well, go read a book. But I want to play the game. But you don't get the players. Go watch grass grow. Go read a book. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, the experience with the game is what matters, right? They're like, yeah. Okay, so you can't force something, and if you baby something too much, you'll create a degraded situation you don't want to. And I have a rule. I've been very spoiled throughout the year, so I get it. I'm a public game master. I get players lined up to get my games whenever I want. So if I lose one, I bring somebody in right away. But regardless, I would tell guys, I only want a good experience with this. And if I can't get that, I will not agree to a bad one or agree to one where I get a baby people. It's like if they got to walk away, they got to walk away, or something like that. Like I just have a principle. The experience always has to be good, or I go watch grass grow. And would I be happy? No. Do I want to run the game? Yes. But I also realize, I just have a realization that also has to be good. That has to be good, because if I do it in a way that I'm not happy with, I'll burn out. So I'd rather no game than trying to run a bad game. So if players got to walk away, they got to walk away. But if I know when I go to play, at least I know when I go to play under that principle, it's still under conditions where it's good. It's something to talk about with your DM before you start a game session there. It's important to think. It's you tell them about character death. I just tell them, like, go ahead, connect with your character, get to know your character. But there's character death as part of the game, and you give them this warning as best you can. You do give them a warning. But beyond that, you just got to let them figure it out. It's like everything else in gaming. you got to let players figure it out. They can ask you questions, but you got to let them figure it out. Sometimes you got to let them walk into the fire without helping them. It's like that old saying: you got to let your kid walk out into the desert to see if he can make it back on his own. And there's some truth to that. There's some things you got to learn to handle on your own without a warning, without too much of a warning. I give basic warnings, right, where it's like, boom. I don't baby new players coming into games either. But players will actually, usually, players that are meant for this right away, they like that. I find babying players can be the worst thing you could do. Just let them go. Like, you give good advice, or at least honest, real advice. Like, yes, you warn them what character you have. So it's not that you don't give them a good warning as best you can. But beyond that, you don't tailor the warning to be even nicer. So that's my advice there. To me, the player that is so devastated losing a character during a game where their vision of the D&D didn't match that of the DM. Well, it's not their vision. It's just that's not D&D. Character death is part of the game. So it's not a difference in opinion, dude. Miles, let's see where you're painting the picture completely wrong. D&D is what we're saying it is. It is character death. You do got to be able to handle it. It's not a difference in opinion. This is what D&D is. This is what Gary Gygax says it is. This is the guy that fucking made the game says it is. This is what Dave Arneson said it was. So everybody who created it says the same thing. The game itself, based on the way the game functions, says it without you needing to have an opinion. Right? So it's not a difference in opinion here. That players are just basically, if you want to have drama class, this is not it. You're not telling a story here. It's not a difference in opinion. We're just saying this is what you have to deal with. It's not a difference in opinion. Right? So it is what the game is. No, to me, it's still, that's what the game is. 5e is no different. 5e is still character death. I read through 5e. I ran 5e. 5e doesn't say character death is gone or not part of the process. And if you tell me it's a soften the top there, I would just say to Watsy is stupid there. It is part of the game, dude. You can't get around it. And go see what Mike Morrow has to say on this. Mike Morrow says he's one who helped produce all this stuff, supposedly. He doesn't hold back either. Character death is part of the game. You got to be able to handle it. It's not storytelling. It is not storytelling. And 5e is not storytelling either. You could tell yourself that because you've seen Matt Mercer run it. But 5e, and Matt Mercer admitted this in the interview, 5e does not support the way he ran the game. Like 5e is an extreme dungeon crawl. It's a very careless one. It's a very broken one. But 5e is a dungeon crawl. 5e is a combat game. Like Matt Mercer, when he ran it, he didn't worry about what the game supported. He just ran it the way he wanted to. That's one of those things where, but you're okay to do that as a DM. There's nothing wrong, right? See, Miles, that's where you're wrong. It's not how it is now. I always got to straighten people like you up because it's opinions like that poison the entire conversation. It is how it is with weak people. So, is the next DM coming into 5e? Does he have to do that because that's how it is now? Well, if he doesn't have to, that's not how it is now. That's just how it is at certain people's tables. You get what I'm saying? If that's how it is now, that means you control every table. You've just said how every table has to function. If not, you're just talking about that's how some tables do it now. I know guys that run 5e that do 8-hour sessions. Like, I know it legit. So to say, it's like saying the 2-hour session is how it is now, or the 3 hours, not for everyone. So it's your language it's very important to get that down because you don't want that to control the dialogue. And you don't want to influence people incorrectly, right? It's babying not because the game says. It's babying because you got some careless people out there that baby. It's not the amount of people you think it is. There's a lot of people that do not baby with 5e. I know this personally. You go to the gaming club down here, the majority of the games, the guys do tell you character death is normal. And they tell you if you can't handle it, you don't get at the table. And they don't give soft language. So these are 5e guys, and they're not soft about character death at all. So that's actually common. Like out of every 10 5e games I see, 8 of the guys are fucking brutal in the conversation. So Miles, what you're talking about is a minority view, but the thing is, minority speaks. Remember what I told you about this before, Miles? Minority speaks the loudest. The majority doesn't say much. So every 8 out of 10 5e games, the fucking DMs are brutal in their dialogue with players. And maybe that wasn't how it was in the first, say, few months of 5e, or even in the first year where people were trying to be reasonable. But you could tell 5e DMs, the ones that have stuck around for a while, they're all pissed off. They're all fucking very unhappy with 5e. They're unhappy with the players. And that's the majority. You want to see how the majority behave? The majority are fucking assholes. The majority of 5e DMs are some of the biggest assholes I've ever met in the hobby. I mean, assholes. Not nice, not baby, fucking pricks. This is you just hearing a minority's opinion and you buying it as if it represents the majority. And so I'm just trying to save you here, Miles. You've heard this happens to a lot of people. You get brainwashed by a minority view because it's the one that speaks the loudest. But I'll tell you, 8 out of every 10 tables, most of the DMs are fucking assholes. Now, I'm being straight with you. Like, they're even worse than the old school guys. They're lippy. They both are. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. I mean, goddamn, man. Sorry, Lord. But they don't give a fuck. They don't care. I'm being straight up honest with you. 5e DMs are assholes. The vast majority. There's not a lot. But 8 out of 10 tables, they will fucking be down your throat verbally. That's the absolute truth. So the idea that that the majority is babying players, you ran to you either heard this from the few WotC Live groups or a minority of people. I'm just trying to say character death is able to join D&D games now that won't have it. Yeah, very few though, and they do. And want to know why? It's again, you'll get these few YouTubers out there that talk like this, or minority. I totally get it, but language is so important about how you talk about things, Miles. That's where it's miscommunication. It's the way, like you say, it's like that's how it is now. That is a statement. That's you. It's not you purposely doing it. That's a statement saying, here's what the majority does. This is how it is now. Well, people used to baby talk players back in the 80s. Hey, man, and not force character death. You want to know, you want to see a lack of character death? Go to a AD&D game where the guy fudges the dice rolls all the time. Like, this is, even though I don't care what WotC has done, it's not as new as you think. Fudging dice for DMs, fudging dice to avoid character death is normal. Soft talking players, babying players to get players at your table desperately, normal. Not now. Something that has been happening since the 80s. It's just you have to be like, I'm a public DM. See, there's a lot of guys that tell me what they think when they're either listening to a few loud voices or they're at home with their friends all the time, right? I'm like, I'm a public DM. I've had to get out to gaming groups and see the vast majority of people and how they really behave. And it's like your 10% at home experience will definitely not speak for the majority. And when you get out, it will blow your mind who's doing what. Because people talk like players were baby just now. I'm like, dude, I got to be real with you. I was out in the 80s. Players got babied all the time. No. They didn't even talk about that either as baby. Lots of people join games where they didn't expect to lose their characters. I had so many players show up to my games where they write like 3-page backgrounds. Like, I've done it for this other guy's game. I didn't lose my character over there. And I'm like, okay. See, I'm personally using the baby. Like, I'm using that word to describe it. So that doesn't mean regular. Everyone's saying what I'm saying or the way I'm saying it, right? No, it's not your intention. I get it. But it is, you got to understand, your words are saying that even if you're not intending it. Right? That's where why do you think I said? I said things like, I'm trying to coach everything I'm saying is, I don't think you're saying this. But here, let me clear the air on that, because it's really important. Because you got to remember, Miles, you're speaking in public now. We're not on Discord. Right? So people read and see the conversation I'm having. So I'm influencing people. This is not a private Discord chat. Don't treat it that way. When you talk to someone in public, understand we are influencing people. You're not in a bubble no more. Right? If we're talking on Discord, that's private. Right? That's a different story. But you're talking to a YouTuber now who has influence over the way people think. And so when you talk to me in public, I can't let things go casually like we're having a private Discord chat. Right? So I mean, and you don't have to be a YouTuber to totally understand that, but I do. All right. So I have influence over people. There's people privately that talk to me all the time. Like, I have real influence, like genuine, the real thing. So what I'll react to when I have a public statement sent at me, I got to just remind people, this is not a casual thing for me. You're talking to me in public. We're not in the bubble on Discord. Right? In private conversations, I can ease up. I can be a little less aggressive pushing back on something. In public, I'll make sure if something could be miscommunicated, or I want to make sure people don't think I'm agreeing to something that I'm not agreeing to. Right? So, and I care about communication. I care about messaging. I care about how people think. And I wouldn't be a YouTuber if that didn't matter to me. Like, I would just be a guy you're meeting on Discord and having a private conversation with. Right? So we're not in a bubble no more, dude. And the second you come out in public, you always got to remember that you're not in a protective bubble. That's why I tell people this all the time. We are not in a bubble, and you don't realize how much influence you have until you said something, and the next thing you know, 3 weeks later, some guy comes across this, man, I really like what you had to say there, and boom, and you realize somebody has completely misunderstood what you said because you were responding to something. It's taken me like 15 years of learning how communication works publicly, especially with YouTube, I mean. So I'm very careful when somebody mentions something to me in public. If I got to push back, I push back. I don't think you intended anything bad, right? But people do use that language to say that's how it is now for everyone, right? So when they say it that way, they actually intend it, and that's most of the time. So you might be part of a 2% time being where it's being said that way that you don't mean it, but everybody listening or everybody reading will take it as you are doing what 98% of the other people do, which is say this speaks for most people now. Right. So you got to remind that most people that say it that way are going to say it as if it means for the majority. And so I know you don't intend that, but that is how it's used. And that's how most people reading into this would take it. It's like, do I agree with that or don't I? To me, that's very important. I'm just all about communication. I think public discourse is important. And I really believe in not being careless with public discourse. So the details matter to me. And it's not to be too much of an asshole about it, but it's just, I'll explain to you why I push back on certain things. I totally get there's an innocent side to the whole thing for you. Right. But remember, we have onlookers. Right. So that's just important to me. But yes, of course, there's games where people are getting into it where character death is not a thing. And there's various reasons. It could be because storytelling, character death is not a big thing here where you don't got to worry about character death. That's usually the main aim. And I tear that apart by tearing apart the storytelling concept. That's why I go after it, because it is a game and there's meant to be character death. But the lack of character death, or even understanding that you didn't have to worry about character death, that is not new. I always tell people that. They think it's a new thing. I'm like, nope, that was actually known. You go back to games in the 80s where players knew they were joining games where their characters would live. Like they knew, and they even understand. The game master would almost outright tell them, like, "Yeah, man, you just got to try really hard. It doesn't mean you won't fail, but your character's probably not going to die." And they fudge your dice. That's so much more common than most people in the hobby want to think about, which is a shame that they weren't there to see that. But I had to be out in live games where I seen that happen more common than people want to know about. And I'd have talks with DMs afterwards. Like, I'm like, dude, did you tell your new guys they weren't to worry about their characters dying? Yeah, I don't kill characters. And I find it weird, but then I run to other DMs doing that. Really? And that type of practice has not totally went away. And some of the old school guys were the ones that pushed that concept into new school gaming. So a lot of this new school stuff where you hear the characters don't have to die, but now they have an excuse for it. It went from they don't do it to now they don't do it because of storytelling. So that's where the storytelling becomes an excuse to justify that position. And so what I do is I purposely go after storytelling because I think it's a really bad position. And I think it harms the overall game. It's a game. I think it's just there's no getting away from it. There's no character death, it is a stage play. It is drama class. You're not playing a game. Like you've eliminated the challenge. You've eliminated the potential chance of failure. These are elements that make a game a game. And if you take them out, like, don't get it wrong. I don't think all games are meant for character death either, but they'll have extreme failure. And extreme failure is still going to be a thing, which you can't avoid. In all these games, it's a lot of avoiding stuff. I think it's dumb. And the story becomes more important where I'm like, and then you see live gamers play. So is it good to push back against this language? I do think so, because I think it harms it. And I actually think the games suck. Most of them. What happens when this becomes a regular thing? Well, first off, you get players that don't care about the game as much anymore. So they're on the phone. You get players who don't care about the game as much anymore. So now they're doing 6-session campaigns. You get players who don't care about the game as much anymore. So now they won't put challenging stuff into their game at all, which you know personally. Right? And this does become more regular than it should if there's nobody verbally pushing back on it, right? See, here's what I would say. Here's my only thing to push back on what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with how anybody plays the game. Nothing at all. And I think it's okay anybody plays the game any way they want. But you want to know what? 99% of those people degrade how other people play the game. And they falsely justify what they do. So I'm like, well, go ahead and play that way. But first off, the other way is not bad. And let's be straight. You can play that way, but your justification is not justified. Like your arguments are false. So let's at least clear up the language. Make sure you don't use falsity. We don't need bullshit. And you don't need to degrade the other way people are playing. And that's 99% of what they do. Also, you do got to paint it what it really is. You got to tell people the truth. You're not playing a game. Like, here's the game element. At least let's acknowledge what it really is. I think truth matters because it influences people, makes people think. So is it good to have standards too, Miles? It's what you're talking about is a lack of standards and justifying a lack of standards. So I got to push back on you and put it over your fucking head right now, right? I don't like people that push a lack of standards into the hobby. We get enough trash here as it is, right? And a lack of standards have been pretty much, the push the whole time. Of course, it's okay, but are they having fun? Go check out 80% of the games. Hey, are you enjoying that? Most of it's boring. Is a lot of it repetitive? Yeah. So you're not really having that much fun, are you, most of you? No. Oh, okay, so there goes the fun argument there, Miles, for a lot of people. Uh-oh. I say to people like this, the second you say, as long as we're having fun, dismisses honest conversation, I dismiss your bullshit. And I say honest conversation, honest explaining something, that telling the truth has more value than dismissing the truth for bullshit. Right? Because bullshit leads to low standards. Right? So I think it's okay to have high standards because you improve the hobby. You improve it for the people coming in. You improve the quality of the people in the game. You improve players that might. Pressure helps. Social pressure does take a lot of the guys that normally, like, there's a lot of guys in the hobby right now that will come in, not make an effort, that could play really well. And would it improve the game for them and the game for and who they else they play with if they up the standards? Yes. But if we dismiss the conversation because of some fucking stupidity of saying, oh, it's all about people having fun when 80% of them don't even have fun, that's not even the honest fucking excuse, right? You fucking trash the entire standard thing. So right away I take dismissive language like that doesn't even hold up in a real talk. Most people are not having fun doing it. So your statement doesn't hold water at all. And I love taking bullshit statements and just shitting on them when they properly deserve it. So let's get rid of your dismissal stuff that doesn't even work or hold water, and let's talk truth, which is what we should always do, right? That's important. And truth seems to be something you value most of the time, because most of the stuff that you value that I say comes from what, Miles? Comes from being real and honest. Doesn't come from bullshitting. So 80% of the people playing the way you suggest when you talk to them in detail, they're not having fun. They find most of the gaming repetitive. They still do not want to face the challenges. But they have excuses. There's no social pressure. Would a good percentage of them actually cross over and try and have more fun if they had pressure? Yes. Would it improve a lot of these players as players? Yes. Would honest conversation improve who's going to run the game? Yes. Would it improve the hobby for new people coming into the hobby? Yes. Would dismissing the truth for some bullshit statement, as long as they're having fun, let's dismiss everything you just said, will that lower the standards, ruin the experience, kill it for 80% of the people doing it, and destroy the hobby for most new people coming in? Absolutely. And it has for 50 years. Right? So we got to get past that. Deal with it. Blam up. I agree with Smash. But it's really important, and there's so many people that use dismissive language out there that are just full of shit. So when people try to come at me with that fucking brain dead fucking statement like that, sorry, Miles, just gotta be honest with you, brain dead fucking statement like yours just now, I gotta call it out for what it is. 80% of the people don't have fun. Just being real with you. So, nope, they're not all having fun. Actually, most don't. There's just no pressure to change because they're avoiding the truth. And Miles, people like you become the defense against truth. You become the excuse. It's like, whoa, we got Miles out there making sure we don't get to face the fucking truth and have higher standards. Well, good on you, Miles, for defending a really bad gaming 80% of people don't like and lowering the standard in the hobby for people that are already here and people coming in. And that's the reality. That's the outcome of your statement. So I just say, sorry, dude, it just doesn't hold water. And you got to come up with something better than that. And if you're going to talk that way, you can't be that general without knowing shit. Like, I know 80% of the people don't because I'm out there fucking dealing with them. Do you? No, you're fucking assuming. You don't know shit. You just pulled that out of your ass and you're guessing you're right. So if you're going to talk, be real. And I don't have conversations at the top of a molehill. You already know that, dude. So if you want to go talk to your 5e friends and have your molehill conversations, you do that. When you come here, I don't talk at molehill. You're talking molehill right now. And that doesn't fucking impress me at all. Right? People that talk like this last statement you made are a dime a dozen. and they're the fucking drooling morons of the hobby. And I know that's not exactly who you are, but when you present that, I got to call it out. Sorry. Right? Doesn't help the hobby. It's been destructive to the hobby, and we've seen the hobby do this for years now, constantly. Hey, speak the truth. Let's find a way to dismiss it. Speak the truth. The truth does this. The bullshit to dismiss it does this. And there's no arguing no more. That's clear. That's clear. Because even the WotC people have thrown in the towel. WotC, Mike Merles is thrown in the towel, admits the problems with 5e. The guys doing the live gaming right now, they're getting rid of the saves for the death thing. They're actually going to dismiss them down to one roll. These are the live gamers that are presenting for WotC. And there's no way they do that without permission. Right? They're not going to fucking do that without support. The reason is, it's because the gaming you just defended, the actual guys, Mike Merles has thrown the towel in on what you're defending. Even he's saying, okay, yeah, we fucked up. This is wrong. The guys doing the live gaming, okay, yeah, we're throwing in. Matt Mercer walked away from it, threw the towel in. So if everybody with any credibility around WotC is throwing the towel in, well, there's no disagreeing. Lots of people play without having fun. I just explained to you, like, lots of people will play for a mediocre, decent time if they can avoid certain things. But the pressure to confront those things means if they confront them, they could find out it's not what they think it is. But they're afraid. But how do you get them to confront it? You got to get statements like your earlier one out of the way. You got to get dismissal statements that are bullshit out of the way. It's not agree, disagree. I'm just telling you facts. You can have your opinions. I bring facts, right? So we got to get rid of your fucking dismissal language, which is bullshit. And then we got to go, dude, look, I get it. I get it. It's an okay time, right? And some of you only do live plays to get an audience, right? Yeah, but it's an okay time, right? Mediocre time. Yeah. I know you're scared of this other time. Yeah. But this other time is fun. But they don't want to confront that. They'll accept a mediocre time because the idea of role playing is still attractive. There's still smidgens of moments, but not constant. They're always after. It's like almost going after a drug. They've tasted the drug. They have had some fun, gotten little bits of flow, but it's chasing it, chasing. To get through to them, you got to be able to talk honestly. And you got to be able to confront them on the bullshit they use to avoid the thing that could be good for them. But you got to be able to have honest conversations with them. And you can't sit there and dismiss the truth. The truth will set you free. All right? It's how you get these guys out of this. So I need you to think more nuanced and more complex on a complex level and less simple about this. I'm not saying you're simple. I'm saying there's some simple thinking going on here. I don't give a shit how you take it. Either you could take it like a fucking proper fucking man, or you can't. One of the two. I got to call you simple thinking here. Why do lots of people do things that aren't that fun, but they'll chase fun. And actually the game is way more fun. The challenge of the game is way more fun. Living on the edge with character death is actually exciting. Like, it is actually fun. But you got to get people over the hump. And if you can't honestly call certain things out on them, if you can't have an honest dialogue with them, you leave them in their excuses. And the worst thing is, the more you let the rot stay where it is without confronting it, the more the rot grows. It's like a fucking disease. It spreads. And the less you confront it, the more the truth is dismissed, the more the rot spreads and spreads and spreads. And new people coming into the hobby run to the rot. And you got so many people throwing the towel in on the stuff you're defending right now. So anybody with any credibility is throwing the towel in on what you're defending. Matt Mercer, Mike Merles, even the new guy running the live game for 5e. They're all throwing the towel in. But they're understanding character death is important to the game. All of them are throwing the towel in. And that means there's a complete collapse in what you're defending. Like look, the collapse started back in the 80s, but what happened? Most people let it go. I remember back in the 80s, guys would be like, I don't want to have it like argue or scream at you, but can't we have an honest conversation? The guys would avoid talking all the time. I'd be like, you should have a talk. We should have open talk about this instead of hating each other. So I always thought, just like as in the gaming community, if you go to the video gaming community, one of the great things there is that they have open debates and conversations. And open debates and conversations improve what the designers are going to do. So now, not recently, but over a lot of years, the reason a lot of good video games came out is because there was open dialogue, debates, and honest talk. What happened to the tabletop role-playing game hobby? Excuses, dismissing of truth, no honest conversations, no honest debate, consistently for about 50 years. So what happens to the game? Trash, 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 more trash, more trash, more trash. Worse experience, worse experience, worse experience, worse experience, worse experience. Game designers not improving, not improving, not improving, not improving. Go over to the video game world. Honest conversations, honest debates. Game design, better, better, better experience, better games, better everything, better everything. Open dialogue. Truth is pushed. Bad ideas confronted, bad ideas confronted, bad ideas called out. Up, 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 up. TTRPGs. Oh, we made some more money suckering customers, but quality of the game, down. Quality of the experience, down. No open conversations, down. No open debates, down. No truth, down. To the point where so far into it, the guys like Mike Merles, who's been there since 3rd edition of 5e, and Matt Mercer and other big names are all going, okay, we fucked up. Towel thrown in. And fail the saves. Can't avoid characters perishing when they hit 0. That's character death is just part of the game. I don't care how you go at it, right? But it's part of the game. I'm not even totally opposed to how 5e does it, but the second you tell me there's no character death, or you even to the point, like I like the idea of cutting back on what 5e was doing. I don't mind on the death door to -10 gimmick, right? But character death is part of the game. And I think there's an edge to the game for D&D in the D&D world that you cannot, there's a certain experience that will be taken from you if that's not a threat. Like there's a feeling. There's an immersive feeling and a flow part of the game that is completely drained from you without it. I'm not saying, hey, Miles, you're not listening to me. At what point am I putting up a rule or a law? What am I saying? Miles, stop defending what I'm not arguing, because that's insulting. And stop fucking doing that to me now. If I'm not arguing for something, stop pretending I am. Okay? Am I arguing for a rule that stops people from playing how they want? Am I arguing for a law that stops people from playing how they want? If I'm not doing that, don't react as if I am. That's deceitful. Let's cut that away right now. Okay? I don't know how many times. I said it now 7 times to you. And I'll say it for the 8th fucking time to you. And this will be the last time. So let's clear the fucking air on this right now, boy. Because I'm getting sick of this. 7 times, and you keep accusing as if I'm pushing for this. Nobody is. Nobody I've ever known is saying people. I said, play the game however you want. Play the game however you want. Play the game however you want. What have I said? Social pressure makes people think. It pressures them to consider what they're doing. What am I pushing for? Honest dialogue. Open to conversations and even open debates. Not forcing people to do anything. I'm not even implying it. To even use language like that as if I am is deceitful. All right, so stop reacting to me as if I'm pushing something I'm not. All right, I hope we're clear, because I'm not fucking with you anymore on this. All right? I've said it now. This is the 8th time. 8th time. I will not say it a 9th time. All right? No law, no rule. Anybody can play the game however they fucking damn well please. Just a game. All I'm saying is a standard. What did I say? Standard. Honest conversation. That's what I've argued for from the get-go. If I've argued for a law, let me know. If I argued forcing someone to play a certain way, let me know. Right? Because you keep reacting to me as if that's what I'm doing. And that statement's very clear. I like character. I'm just saying people should be allowed. Well, I'm not saying at any point they shouldn't be. But your argument, you keep coming back. Most of the arguments, like back here, one of the dismissal arguments you're doing. You're dismissing what I was saying, but I'm not saying for a rule. I'm saying for honest conversation. But your attempt is to actually say the conversation, the truth, the debate. Oh, we don't have to have it. Let's just let people play the way they want. What do I follow up with? People can play with how they want. I kept even saying it. I'm arguing for open dialogue because it puts social pressure on people that might not see value in something. Oh, these are important conversations. Miles, I'm being passionate, my friend. Jeez, calm down, dude. Well, not calm down, but I'm being passionate. These conversations happen. People get passionate about this. This is important dialogue. Most people won't have these conversations. Look, they're not going to be pretty every time you have them. They're not. But I got to call you out when you're doing certain things. It's important. It's not the end of the world, dude. But I do not like being told something when I know the point of what you're saying is to dismiss the overall argument I'm making. But you keep acting like I'm pushing for a rule. Nobody's saying, anybody, like back in the 80s, what I'm saying is people fudge dice and play games where characters won't die. I'd ask him about it, but I mean, like, I'm not going to tell the DM he can't do that at his table. I'm going to tell, there's nobody in the hobby that says players can't play the game the way they want. There's nobody. Even Oracle here said, oh, characters perishing, hit 0, fall this dice. He might have his opinion, but if I said, Oracle, are you going to go around to people's tables and tell them that they can't play the game they want? No. Nobody is. Nobody's going to tell somebody at their table they can't do this. What I want to do is look at the table and go, well, why are you doing that? Because I personally do think it's bad gaming. I don't want to tell you what to do, but why are you doing it? Okay. Do I personally believe they'd have a better time if they were doing something else? Yeah. I don't want to change how they play. They can keep playing the way they want. Do I want to have an effective argument out there that first off gets rid of bullshit and makes a better argument so they can consider what's being said? Because I don't want them to dismiss the truth. I want to learn about why they're doing it. Oh, and if I think why they're doing is bullshit, I do want that to be out there. I want that called out. If I think there's a better experience they can have, I want that to be out there for them to consider. Now, once they know the truth, once they see the honest arguments, what they do at their table is their business. But if they come out to the public saying this bullshit is legit, well, no, it's not. And if they try to dismiss something that's true, well, no, you can't do that. That's true. But you can play the game however you want. It's not criticizing the way somebody plays the game. But in a way, it might be. But that's actually okay. Dude, Miles. Oracle gets it, but Miles, it's actually okay to have these conversations. You're not attacking someone. Like if I say, I think this is stupid over here. Well, lots of people don't like how I play for certain video games. They'll criticize it. But do I take it as a personal attack? Fuck no. And the guys criticize how I play a video game aren't telling me I can't go play it that way. Like, look, I think in Rust, roof camping is stupid. And I criticize roof camping. In DayZ, I criticize roof camping. Lots of guys don't give a fuck, and they go into the games and roof camp. They don't take it as I'm their master, and it's okay to say out loud what I think. It's just an opinion. It's open dialogue. It's healthy. Open conversation about the hobby that's people poisoning your mind. They're saying honest, open dialogue where it tells the truth is bad. No, it's not. Open dialogue and honest conversation is how you pressure people. It is how you improve something. You improve the hobby through healthy, open dialogue. Right? To paint open dialogue as an attack, many people try to do that to control the conversation. They want to control what people say, what they don't say. I don't like people that try to control what people say. Right? Not good. Not good for the hobby. It is healthy to have open dialogue. It is healthy to have open debate. And a guy like Oracles totally gets it. I wouldn't go to a guy and tell him that he can't play Rust the way he wants. I wouldn't go to a table and tell people they can't play the game they want. It doesn't mean I might not publicly criticize the way they're roof camping in Rust. It might not mean that I might not criticize some bullshit excuses, I think, for playing the game in a certain way. It's open. This is honest, healthy conversations. We need to stop being spineless fucking cowards in this hobby and stop trying to control the dialogue. Like, dude, you're not in a protective bubble, right? If you want to step out into the public and hear what people have to say, you might hear things you don't want to hear. You might hear what you think is okay with somebody telling you something that is actually good. You hear it, and it might make you think what you thought wasn't so good. And that pressure might make you consider what you're doing. And that's the point of open, healthy dialogue. It is to make you think. In no other fucking area in life does it paint it that way, and anytime people do that, right away, everybody recognizes what's going on. Those people are trying to control the dialogue because they're insecure. So if you're secure with yourself, it shouldn't matter if I criticize the way you're doing something. All kinds of people criticize miniature guys. There's a lot of guys that like miniature gameplay out there, right? There's probably now over 10,000 videos where guys will be pro miniature gameplay and degrade pure theater of the mind gameplay. At no point do I tell people there's anything wrong with them criticizing the way I run the game. And guess what? I'm able to hear this degrading of the way I do things, and I still go run the game with no problem the way I do. Miles, here's what's lost on you, Miles. It's not that you were misunderstood. You misunderstood me. What did I say from the get-go? It's a test of your intelligence, dude. I'm going to test you on this one. You just said, I agree. All I was saying is other people play differently, and that's okay. What have I said since the get-go? It's not, I've understood what you've been saying. So you think I haven't. Like what you said has been acknowledged throughout the entire thing. I've acknowledged everything. Like what you're saying now has not been ignored. It's been acknowledged. The problem isn't me ignoring you. You have ignored what I said. I said from the very start of this, it's okay how they play the game. So I've been agreeing with you, meaning it's not that what you're saying is lost. It's not me confused about what you said. It's you confused about what I said. I've been saying the same thing, dude. I've been agreeing with this point since the moment you stated it out loud. And not once have I opposed it. And this is now the 10th time No, the ninth time, sorry. Ninth time. Somewhere around there. In totality, that I've said and agreeing with you. So first off, I've acknowledged it all these times. Every time you said it, being acknowledged, not dismissed, not ignored, not one time. Every time you've said it, I've agreed with you. There's no point where I've attacked that. So who are you defending that against? So, because here's what you just said. And I was trying to show sympathy for a person who got upset they had a character saying expectation of the game. I've never said they can't have an expectation of the game. What have I been saying? Miles, because you keep making arguments as if you're defending something I'm not even arguing against. What am I really saying? What's the real truth of what's going on here? Let's just be really clear about this. Because I think this is important. I said, I totally get it. I get why people think this. I said, but there's other reasons. There's other ideas out there. And there's what you call social pressure to get people to think. And you got to be able to say that out loud. I've been talking about just open dialogue. And you've called open the way you're countering it is saying that open dialogue, open, honest dialogue is an attack on people. Like you're not paying attention to the way you're going about this. Like you're saying stuff where it's not really being attacked. It's okay that people see character death as bad. Right? It's okay if they see it that way. It doesn't mean I agree that it's bad in all the sense they say it is. It's okay what they do at their private table, though. It's okay that they have these views. I just think it's also okay to make sure the counter view, the pressure, and maybe even their reasoning is challenged in public. And that we don't paint that as some form of an attack on them. It's not creating a rule that they can't do it. It is, they don't have to acknowledge what's being said. They can ignore it and do whatever they want. But many people from your side, from the side you're pushing, these arguments are made in a counter to trying to counter somebody saying it out loud. Why do we have to do this? Well, no one's doing that. Why do we have to do this? No one's doing that. We're asking for it. We're talking about open dialogue here. Why do we got to criticize how other people play the game? That's allowed. And that's actually good for the hobby. It doesn't mean I got to show up at your table and do it. I'm not even, like, just say there's a group right now, players that think character death is stupid. I'm not going to go to their table and argue with them at the table. That's it. But if they come out in public to see what is being said about it, I want them to hear someone who maybe disagrees with their reasoning, has a different opinion. And if they bother to look, I want to put pressure on them to consider these things. Now, if I soft pedal what I'm saying, it makes no point. I got to be straight. I got to be able to talk about it, and I can't have what I'm doing viewed as an attack on them at their table, because it's not. And in the process of saying I might disagree, there's no rule. I'm not saying there's anything wrong that they want to view it that way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong that they go play the game that way. So it's, you keep arguing against positions or making a point as if you need to defend against somebody who's attacking these positions. Nobody is. There's so many people that try to control discourse or talk or conversations in the hobby. So much so that some of the arguments you're putting forward is exactly, even though they're carelessly put forward, they're put forward with the intent to shut down the type of public speaking I'm doing right now, or to dismiss it. Because dismissing it, even if I say it out loud, is a way to, it's dismissing it. It's trying to make honest statements meaningless when no honest statements have quality and good reasons for existing. It's the dismissal of what I'm saying is bad. That's horrible. That's insecurity. So you can do it, again, this comes down to me liking pure theater of the mind combat. I've never ever thought it was bad that people do not like it. I never thought it was bad that people go out in public almost every day and degrade pure theater of the mind combat and gameplay. To me, it was like, say all you want. I think it actually should be out there, but I hope you come out with good arguments. And what I did was I examined the public arguments, and I never felt I was being told what to do. I never felt like somebody was coming at the table attacking me, and I felt like it was their right to say whatever they want out loud. And what I did was I did counter arguments, and then I won. And I fucking demolished, be like a raindrop of truth, but it'd be like, oh, there's 2,000 videos out there. All right, let me trash all 2,000 videos. I'm totally for the public discourse, but let me do this. I think I had to straighten all of that out with you. I think it's fair enough. I think I've won you over at the end here, or at least you understand there was a misunderstanding of communication. But I think there's nothing wrong with that either, Miles. It's good to get through confusion because a lot of people bring stuff up. It's not bad to have these conversations. Public discourse like this can be messy, but it has to happen, my dude. Want to know why? It's not your fault because so many people avoid it. There's not a perfect way of talking about this stuff because so many people avoid it that by the time you're willing to finally do it, it can be really messy what you got to go through because you got to get through seeds that have been planted in people's minds where they might misunderstand at first what you're doing. And that might take me a while to break through to you to get you to see, well, hey, I think, boom. Well, it depends on, to me, I sort of get what you're saying, but I also look at it like this. It's okay. Like, look, that first night, they lose a character. Oh, man, that sucks. Dude, it's all right, dude. Let's go get a drink. Have a coffee. But to me, what you don't understand is I'll use the word baby. And here's the reason I'll say it this way. I think it's actually good that you learned it through that. And I think we've always learned D&D through the hard way. Some people naturally enjoy the extreme, like, wow, I lost my character. I'll be back next one. I'll make a new character. Some people are like, oh. I think the learning process has ups and downs, dude. I don't think we try to see. The problem is a lot of people try to counter the downs as if that's you're supposed to do that. I don't think you should. Like, I think it's okay because D&D, in my opinion, is what it is. So it's like you show up and it's like it wasn't what you expected. All right, dude. Want to go get a coffee? Want to shoot the shit for a minute? Want to go for a walk? It'll be okay, dude. Hey, Black Rose. But it's so I actually don't feel. I might even feel bad, but I don't see the point. There's nothing to do, right? Finish plotting the invasion there, Black Rose. So I don't think there's anything wrong with letting somebody be disappointed. I think it's part of the process. It could be like you really like the character you played for a bit, and then you run into the gelatinous cube and your character dies. You come up with a strategy and she yells. That's right there. Black Rose is like, all right, we do this. He's like, ah! That's me about how that combination works. But I'm glad, Miles. Actually, I think it's good that we had that conversation. You can be sympathetic, but some things you just got to let people go through. Like, it's okay. Like, you're not happy about it, but it's okay. And you'll know this. They'll be back and they'll play again. And they'll have actually cooled down. They'll learn. And the next time it won't be as bad. Right? It's part of the learning process. Sometimes it sucks that you have to fall on your face. But sometimes it's a little bit of it's a rough lean into something new. You're going to learn the hard way, as they say, but it's true. And you got to let people go through that. You don't hate on them. You sit there, you maybe get them to drink, you play cool with them, but you can't make that easier, nor is it meant to be. That's my opinion. Like, you don't make that easier. You understand that could be a thing. All right. We just all got to learn. Part of learning sometimes is it's going to suck. Okay, dude. It's like yes, I'd be like, hey, dude, I get it. It's not a drama class. It's something different. But I don't want to adjust the thing to the drama class. I want them to adjust to the game. That's it. And we've done an ass backwards. Little Black Rose. But we've done it ass backwards. We tried to adjust the game to the drama class, and that's what happens with a lot of people. I think this is a public opinion. I think holds a lot of water. What I'm saying, you let people adjust to the game. They have a shitty experience. They come back the next time. They know what it is now, and they will adjust to what it is. You don't adjust the game to the drama class to try to avoid that experience. That is just part of the experience. A lot of people come in with assumptions about D&D. It's not what they thought. It is something else. And maybe it's not what they thought initially, but it will become something cool to them. Right? But even something different. And maybe it's more like what they thought at first, but they don't see it in that first session. It takes them a bit of time to learn. But players need to adjust to the game. Not the game adjust to a drama class to let players avoid things like that. It's disappointing sometimes. That first session, that first experience can be disappointing. That is not a reason to fuck the game. And that's what I told people in the past. I still think that opinion holds. It's okay. I think the conversation, at the end, me and Miles have made peace there. But I think it's good. I think it's because so many people avoid these talks. I don't think many people out there are going to have them. And it's good that me and him, it's good that somebody from his point of view came and had it with me. And I hope Miles appreciates, or at least understands that I appreciate that he went through that with me. I really do, because I think it's so necessary, because so many people like yourself and like me don't have to talk, dude. There's a lot more value here if you can open your eyes and see that, right? There's way more value to our interaction here than you think. A lot of people that think like you don't have the clarification talk with people like me. I think that's really valuable. I appreciate that you went through it with me. And we got through it, right? Yeah, but they might have, Miles, I have to get at you here. This one where I'll push back a bit on you. They might have still found their game. That's the problem. I think you're missing there. They each 3 sheets and said, let's have some spare. Oh, I hear you, Orko. It's just, here's what I would say, Miles. D&D still might be their game. Remember, it's just a session. They're just learning, my dude. you rush to judgment. You got to let things happen. The worst change you can make is the instant reaction. So a player comes in, wasn't what they thought it was going to be. Okay, they come back the next session. Yeah, okay. Okay, they come back the next session. They have to discover what it is, and maybe it is for them. Maybe that first session wasn't everything they thought it was going to be, but now they have to adjust their expectations, right? Oh, I hear that, Black Rose. I do set expectations, but at the same time, it's you tell them the truth. You could run to character death. You don't lie about what the game is for a new player. But regardless, they're still going to assume stuff. I know I can't protect a player from certain elements about themselves, and I can't read minds, right? I think Black Rose gets my wisdom on this. Sometimes it's that first initial reaction isn't everything you think it's going to be. So don't overreact to it. I've been doing this for decades for players, thousands of players. And what I'm saying is sometimes that first session could be like, oh, it wasn't what I thought. They come back and play. It's just they need to get more time with the game. They need to learn. Some don't come back. I'll be real with you. Some might think this is not for them. Miles, you got to let life happen instead of trying to think you can save everything. Sometimes you got to communicate as best you can, but you can't pretend you can make something happen, right? You can't adjust everything for every little thing. You got to let things play it out, right? In a 2 hour, two of the players were on their second character, third player was on the third character. That can happen in some games. Oracle, I would suggest, tell them I'm assuming you're doing old school. Well, you're doing Shadow. Survive. Avoid combat. Don't run into it. Get treasure, because I assume that's the same mindset with the game you're talking about, because I just haven't done a Shadow. I'm being honest, but the method should be survive. Old school D&D is from levels 1 to 3, you avoid almost all combat. And that includes avoid even goblins, right? Because the deal is you want to survive. It's a survival thing. So survive means avoid combat, and Shadow should be the same thing. Treasure should be getting you a good amount of experience. And I hope the game doesn't put all the experience with the encounters. That would be stupid. The experience should be mostly with a lot of treasure. Their early levels 1 to 3 should be mostly trying to get treasure, maybe avoid traps, get experience points through avoiding combat and avoiding traps, getting out. So into a dungeon, out, with their bit of treasure, add that up, trying to get up to a level, right? And the idea is to avoid a lot of combat. It doesn't mean you avoid character death completely, but it's a lot easier doing that instead of going through 5 characters. Right now, some new players, like you're saying, these are new players. Sometimes you got to go through 3 or 4 characters just learning that you shouldn't be trying to fight all the time. But if Shadow is old school, as I've been told, or at least that's Kelsey's aim, if Kelsey knows anything about old school, which I hope she does, she knows from levels 1 to 3, it's not just that you avoid the dragon in the woods. You also avoid the goblins. You avoid everything you possibly can avoid. Doesn't mean you can't avoid it. Some fights are just going to be forced on you, right? Well, that's good. Sometimes new players that will happen. Me and you, Oracle, know that that's just some players have to learn the hard way. I think that's what you're talking about. Is trying to tell Miles here is, look, the game isn't always going to be what you think it's going to be, but it's going to be something, and it's not always even what you think it's not. Right? So you got to give people time to go through their shit. And you can't make it better in a way, but you can be nice. You can be like, man, it sucks after the session. Let's talk for a second, dude. Let's go for the walk. Let's be cool, right? But at a certain point, after a couple experiences, what you really want to know is, I'd say this, Miles, what you want to know is not their first session with things. Ask players how it's going for them after 10 sessions. Like, okay, you be as cool as you can be on the first session. They seem upset. You go into the next one, you go into the next one. Really, 5 to 10 sessions later, maybe even 5 if you want, ask them how it's going. Because then you'll get a more accurate response to where they're at mentally. Because they got to go through stages. It wasn't what they thought. Oh, they're disappointed. They come back the next session. Okay, that's different. That next session, okay, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe the 5th session, they're, you know what, this is actually cool. I actually think I like this. And you'll be shocked. So that first session reaction will not be the same as the 5th session reaction. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Miles. Right? Never rush to judgment on the first reaction. You want people to learn. They have to go. Remember, they haven't even gamed before, so they just don't know. Right? They don't know. They don't even. Their reaction is so uninformed that they need to get to a 5th session or 10 session. You go, all right, dude, where you at now? Actually, now you know what? That first night sucked, but I love this. Do you know how many guys I've talked to that went through that? First night sucked. 10 sessions later, I fucking love this. Because you need to give people time. You can't just get worried on the first reaction. You have to become the wiser person. You have to calm yourself down when you see a bad reaction. You have to have the wisdom to know that that's just part of the learning process, dude. It's all it is. It's all you're seeing. It's part of the learning process for gaming. That's all they're going through. They're going through a learning process. Any old school guy here will totally get what I'm saying. It's common practice. You look, some people are gonna have that shitty first night. It doesn't mean, and most of us are really fucking nice to people on their first night. Like they're shitty come out. It's not like we're all mistreat each other. But ask any old school DM. Hey, if you're a new player is having a pretty shitty first night, but they're not like just leaving the game. You know, they'll be like, man, you know, they'll talk players. Sorry that happened, dude. Nobody's happy that you're having a fucking bad time, dude, in the first session. Nobody's happy about that. Everybody wants, but also, we all know we don't overreact. We don't baby you. Like, we don't, like, here, it's going to be cool, man. We'll tell you it's going to be cool. Because we know it is. We know for most of people it is. And look, if by session 5, you really haven't made any adjustments at all, okay, maybe this is not the game for you. Well, then what? At that point, I'd be looking at you, Miles. Dude, it's not the game for him, but we're not going to fuck the game for him either. So maybe he could just go play. Does he like World of Warcraft? Does he like reading books? Do you guys like have a Monopoly night? Maybe he likes Monopoly. That would be my reaction to it, dude. I would be like, here, can we just fucking totally destroy the game and experience for over 90% of people so we can appease this one person feeling bad? Or of course. But I mean, Oracle, you get what I'm saying. Some people, it's nice when you get players that do adjust right away. Some don't. Some, this really might not be the game for them. And you might feel bad, but you don't have to junk the game for them. Are there other ways of experiencing it? Look, if you want to go find that, fine. I think everybody has the right to exist. I think we've all agreed on that part. No one's going to tell people what to do at a table. I just say, you got to stand by your principle, and you just got to say it's okay to speak the truth. But it's never okay to tell people what to do. But also, you got to make sure you don't just shut your mouth. Like, if suddenly they go over to a table and they go to the public and they go to YouTube and they make a bullshit argument for what they're doing. Okay, dude, they can do what they want at the table, but I'm going to go on YouTube and I'm going to counter that because that's bullshit. It's okay that you do that. They went to the public. There's no bubble. They're not protected. They put a bad idea out there. They put a bad opinion. And it is to justify something that they don't have to justify. You can do whatever you want at your table. So even the purpose of putting out the bad idea was, to me, was dumb. Do whatever the fuck you want at your table. But if you're going to put out bullshit ideas to justify what you're doing at your table, oh, dude, okay, you're not living in a protected bubble. Now you went to the public. So I'm going to go to the public now since you have opened that door. You have created that discussion. You have created that debate. And I'm going to disagree with you. That's what we do in the public square of ideas. Or it's okay what you do at your table. You put out a bullshit idea or argument for what you do at the table. I might come along and say something. And what am I doing it for? Yeah, because I want people designing games. I want other people coming into the hobby to consider these things because I like the game. I like the hobby. It's going to affect who I can recruit, who I can game with later. It's going to affect if I have family that plays the game later. It's going to affect how the hobby looks in 20 years, and I'll still be around doing it. So if I want to recruit players from the hobby, well, did I speak up back then? Did bullshit arguments take hold? How many people are affected by them? Am I now surrounded by bad play, bullshit ideas, and wrong things? Well, that's what has pretty much happened to the hobby. Because so few people like me come out and say something like this that has any sway. Because everyone's trying to grow an audience, or everyone takes dismissal things and gets pushed into a corner. I just come back strongly. It's like, no, you're not going to do that to me, and I'm going to fucking put that out there. I'm going to come back, and I care about where the hobby is. And yes, 20 years later, say coming online, in person it's not so bad, but online, I find I run into a lot of bullshit players and that can barely play the game, can't handle it, their standards are shit. And I'm like, why is that? And then when I hear why, I'm like, man, wait, it's for a reason nobody has made a public argument against for 20 years. And I realized if somebody had just spoke the truth 20 years ago and countered this bad idea properly in public, I probably would not be surrounded by these players now. Oh, so dismissing the truth back then has destroyed an entire part of the hobby. And now I can't get online and get certain players or do certain things because the truth wasn't spoken loudly and clearly. To save feelings, to care about people's feelings. Facts over feelings should always be the way it is. Facts don't care about your feelings. Because 20 years later, I'm now surrounded by bullshit because people didn't push back. And maybe even 80% of the players would actually enjoy the other way, but the other way has been squashed. You can't even mention it in public. You have all the other bullshit arguments that have held up for 20 years. So it's good to push back. It even depends on the game too, Oracle. Like if the game is a little lighter, you'll tell them that. If it's a little darker, you'll tell them that. If it's, all games are going to be diddly to a degree. I think that's just, you're going to tell them tabletop role-playing games. I mean, there's not really too many games out there besides Toon that aren't going to be diddly, right? So you tell them the truth. I think what you're just saying is you tell them the standard truth. And it does help. But I think what Miles is saying is not that it wouldn't help, and I get that it does, and I think we all agree that would help. But for some people out there, it might not, right? It's always a correct move. But most of the players that you see that have an issue with their expectation of the game, in 99% of cases, they're told what we're talking about. It's not like these players don't hear there could be character death. They've been told that. All of them have heard it. It doesn't mean you won't run into the problem. It's just you learn over the years, because I've been through thousands of players. Some players need to go through steps, and you just let them. And it's actually okay. It's actually better for them. Again, where I think the game it gets to is a lot of guys, like what I would say is the fast reaction. Most guys that develop games where they put fudging into place, it's because they overreacted to an instant reaction. Like I talk to guys who have adjusted from fudging dice and applying character death, and I'm like, "What got you there, dude?" I'll have just a discussion with them. I'm like, "What got him there?" Well, my player had a shitty night, so I started making it easier. Like it's because now they're out of it, they speak more honestly about what got them there. In almost every case, pretty much not almost every, in every case, it was a very unwise, and I mean 100% of cases where character death is eliminated from D&D, even back in the 80s. The guys have told me when they finally start just being honest. Yeah, it was a quick reaction to a bad reaction to a session. So they see a player have a bad time, and right away they didn't want it to happen again. So what do? Adjust to fudging. And the more they sympathize with this point of view and talk about it with players, the more players are telling you, yeah, it sucks. And they go like, okay, I'll fudge even more. And what happens is it starts getting worse. Like the rot starts with the instant reaction. I've never talked to a guy who puts character death aside where it's for a good reason. It's always for a rushed experience where instead of trying to learn more about it and letting things play out, people react to resist the thing too quickly. I've never heard a time where somebody takes character death out of their game where it's for a, they really looked at it, allow character death to stand, allow things to go through, and then out of their wisdom, they take character death out of the game. In 100% of cases, and I mean 100%, Miles, they take character death out of the game carelessly. And I've talked to lots of DMs that have taken it out for long periods of time. And even guys that still do that after our conversation actually adjust it. Like the conversation I had with them where they finally admit why they did it and they admit that it's bad. And I mean 100% of cases. I've had a few guys actually after like, a month of talking to me go, okay, I brought character death back. It's like a normal thing. Are players happy? No. But then like after a year, they're like, the players adjusted. Because I had to talk with them to be patient. You might even get a player that leaves, but be patient. Like, of course you're going to get complaints. Just keep running the game that way. And they did. And then over the year, players adjusted. And they realized, shit, if I would have realized this years ago, I would have never started the fudging in the first place in the body character death. And that's in 100% of cases, dude. And so every time I've talked to a DM that takes character death out, it's always for a terrible reason. It's always for an unwise reason. They just realize, they go back to the simplistic thing. It's just a game. And it's okay if people feel shitty when they lose a character. Yeah. And that they'll just adjust. And they'll be okay. Yeah. Then once they finally clue into that they didn't have to panic at all to fix that problem. Like, I don't know how many guys, once they clue in, they're like, fuck. They feel stupid, like every time. Because they finally realize just how stupid the decision, like what led to them taking it out. Like, fuck. You mean I should have just waited because everything would have been okay? Yeah. And in some cases, they'll even accept, like, or maybe a player would have left the game. Yeah. And that's okay. Like, maybe, like what you said, the game is not for them, Miles. It's okay to be right about that. Maybe the game isn't. Right? Maybe it isn't. Right? And will they probably find a game they want to play? Not if they can't handle character death. In most cases, no. I would even suggest to that person, do you like acting? I bet you a lot of them would say yes. I'd be like, I'm not even attacking people. I'm being genuine with you right now, Miles. I'd be like, have you considered like joining like an acting class? Because maybe the social interaction part is what they enjoy. But that's a drama class, dude. That's not a game. And then there are exceptions. I mean, I might even consider going, what about Toon? Or, I mean, Toon would be exception. There's very few games out there. Toon would be but the only game, which I still don't think would be what they'd be looking for. But I would almost suggest to them maybe an acting class. or maybe a different, maybe just these games aren't for you, dude. They're just a game. Like, character death is just failure. It's just ultimate failure. You failed. All right, make a new character. That's all it is. And if you can't handle failure, it's a game, dude. Failure is part of the game. Like that's you got to sometimes understand, Miles. You can't fix what sometimes is the person's problem, but it's their problem, not yours. Like it's the issue's actually with them, and there is no therapy you can do for them. The most you can be is nice. That's it. I'm sympathetic. No, not you, but I'm saying with them. That's why I say when I see them out there playing games where there's no character death, I always think that's going to lead to a bad thing. And I think it does. I think it actually leads to a lot of bad gaming that most of them are not completely happy with, but they're playing a game chasing something. So whenever I talk, so I think it's actually good to hear the criticism and have these discussions out in public. Again, Miles, we'll leave it at that. We won't talk more about it, but I've just heard many people in public will not have these conversations, and they'll call it like a, hey, you're criticizing how someone else plays. I'm like, yeah. That's all I was saying, but it's the way you were saying it was an encounter. It's if I bring something up in a way that's to counter what you're saying, as if that needs to be. Like, remember, I've been saying this since the get-go. So you're repeating it. It's almost like you're repeating it in a way that you would have to say it again if I was arguing against it. And that can lead to misunderstanding. Right? It's like I'm saying something different. You're saying this. Well, I'm actually cool with that. I mean, I'm saying this. And then you bring it up again as if I still was arguing against. Well, no, dude, okay, let me fix it. Right? And you're actually arguing like, hey, dude, I think it's okay. It's like, I think it's okay too. And it was that was my point there earlier. I was saying I'm acknowledging everything you're saying every time. It was, I think you were just thinking I was arguing against that point. I think that was the misunderstanding. Right. But we're good now. We're good. We're past that. Character death is fun. And in all honesty, I wouldn't tell them, I would never go to people's table and tell them what to do, but I would love to have those same people come play my game. Everything, but there is a different GM style that can help expectations before play. It can definitely help. I mean, yep. That's it. That's it. But well, we're not storytellers. So that's not even happening. So that story doesn't really matter. Well, the story emerges fine, but story, there's no intent to tell a story. So we're not even trying that. Talking about D&D is, and even that's true for 5e. 5e is not storytelling. It's not even, the game rules do not even assist at all. And even Matt Mercer has admitted that. Like, yeah, there's no support from 5e for storytelling at all. And this is Matt Mercer that acknowledges that. Mike Merles acknowledges that. Everybody acknowledges that. It is a dungeon crawl miniature game. It's mostly focused on supporting combat, and I think it doesn't do dungeon crawl that well. So there's no support at all for storytelling. None, not even a bit. And story doesn't matter. Remember, we're playing a game first. If the story emerges good, but we don't care about story. Story is an excuse for bad gameplay. Story is an excuse for avoiding character death. Story is an excuse for avoiding challenges. And even in story games like Pendragon is an actual storytelling game, and it respects the game too. It expects you to face challenges and face character death because it knows the idea of storytelling is not to make excuses for avoiding the game aspect of it. So Miles, I actually got to tear down what you're saying again there. That's the whole point of my argument, is to say, no, D&D has nothing to do with storytelling. And anytime we focus on storytelling, we justify things that D&D has nothing to do with. So Fuck the story, because we're not storytellers. Story is not an excuse to avoid character death. Story is not an excuse to avoid challenges in the game. Story is not an excuse to be a fucking trash player in a D&D game. Well, I played like shit, but to further the story, fuck the story, you're a shit player. Let's focus on the fact that you're a shit player. Either improve or fucking quit. Right? You're playing a game. Either get fucking better, get good, kid, or get the fuck out. You suck. Fuck, we're not storytellers, story emerges. So, story is never an excuse for avoiding character death. Story is, because that's petty. To avoid character death for story is petty. To avoid challenges for the sake of arguing, we're doing a story is petty. Right? So, no, to play like a shit player for the argument of the story, that's petty. No, story will not be used for that because story is not what we're doing. We're not storytellers for D&D. And that's true at 5e, 4e, 3e, 2e, 1e, back me, original. That's all it is. But what do you do when you play a game? You face character death. You face challenges. You play as best as you can because you're playing a game. That's the point of playing the game, right? So all those things have to be done, and never ever do you say to improve the story you get rid of the game elements. No, but the story doesn't matter. So your 2 cents don't matter. I just got to put you down on that, Miles. So D&D has nothing to do with the story. When we say story emerges, that's just something we're saying, like a story emerges when I go for a walk. See, it's an acknowledgement of something happening. It's not a purpose. We're not doing the game for the story. 5e acknowledges this. We're not doing the game for the story. 4e acknowledges we're not doing the game for the story. 3e acknowledges this. We're not doing the game for a story. 2e and 1e AD&D acknowledges this. We're not playing the game for the sake of the story that emerges. We're just acknowledging it happens. And even in the language is very clear. So your 2 cents can be sent down a fucking well and you won't get a wish for it. It's a meaningless 2 cents. Got to be real with you. So let me trash that right away. We're not storytellers. The story emerging doesn't matter. It's an acknowledgement of something happening. It's not a purpose of the game. So character death is part of the game. The game is what we're there to do, right? So character death, game is more important than the emerging story. Saying emerging story is not a purpose. It's not an intent for the game. It's just acknowledgement. It doesn't matter. So it's not worth saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Because what do people say it for? They say it for the sake of arguing that it's okay to get rid of character death. So I got to take that away from you. It's not even worth saying if the intent behind what you're saying is to say, well, it's for the emerging story. So it's like, no. And actually, the story so doesn't matter that it just doesn't. And even character death, if we're talking about story, improves the story. It doesn't take away from it. Think about it. Pendragon is a story game. It acknowledges that character death is good for the storytelling. So there's no story that will tell you that character death and a twist in a story like that doesn't have positives. So what I just saying, it's so worthless saying that I could spit it on you in a heartbeat. Actually, I mean, in reality, I could spin it right around to say character death is vital to a story. Vital. It's required. Yeah, but we don't care about the story. We're storytellers. Like this is Miles. This is where I just got to keep shutting you down because this is the bullshit language. You have no credibility. There's not a difference in opinion either. I'm speaking facts. You're speaking opinion. So let's just get that part straight really clearly. That's what I'm saying. It adds to the story. The story doesn't matter. I'm just saying anything adds to a story. You can go whack your head into a tree right now. It adds to the story. You could piss on the side of the road. It adds to the story. And in each case, it can actually add to the story creatively. Piss on the side of the road. Smack your face into a tree. But we're not storytellers. So it doesn't matter what pissing on the side of the road does. It doesn't matter smacking your face into a tree. Because we're not telling a story. So it's not even worth mentioning. It's not even worth bringing up in verbal words. Now, if we were telling stories, this would be worth saying. It's like I go for a walk. It's a story can emerge. Do I give a fuck? No. I play the game. A story can emerge. Do I give a fuck? No. It's not the purpose of the walk. It's not the purpose of playing the game. It's not even worth mentioning. And the reason I think it's so important to not mention it, because it's bullshit, Miles, is whenever you mention it in the way that you're mentioning it, it becomes a justification that story matters. See, the way you're saying it is exactly how people say it that say the story matters and then gets rid of character death. If you're going to use the language that people use to justify story being important so you get rid of character death, I will call you the fuck out because that's bullshit. It's the same bullshit as bringing up the story is important about me going for a walk, when in reality, I went for the walk, the story doesn't matter. We play a game, the story doesn't matter. Pissing on the side of the road, it does something, but it doesn't matter. Or playing a game, doesn't matter. Smacking your face into a tree, could improve the story, doesn't matter. We're not storytellers, doesn't matter. Not even worth saying it loud. Especially if saying it out loud can be the miscommunication to justify bullshit. So it's not even worth mentioning. We're not storytellers. The whole story emerging was to counter people calling what we're doing storytelling. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Bulo 4977. Nothing wrong with that. That's pretty common place to jump in. I think that's actually cool. That's a great way of trying to counter that it might suck that you lost a character. But I just got to, I'm sorry, I had to push back on Miles because you're just using the language the same and you're saying it in the same way that when you hear somebody trying to justify avoiding the challenge, this is how they talk. When you hear somebody saying, well, I mean, I know you say it doesn't matter, but no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, like I went for a walk. It doesn't matter that the story can emerge. You piss on the side of the road. That can improve the story. Is that the purpose? No. Is it worth saying? Not really. And then what the fuck are you doing saying it for? Who cares? We're playing a game. That's all that matters here. What we do at the table that night, that's it. It's over. Most of us usually have many other ideas of characters that would be interesting in playing. We're usually ready to jump in with new PC, the next one. Yeah, but Miles, I get what you're saying. I do. But it doesn't matter. It's just, did you have fun that night? Yeah. The only elements that we're going to remember is to make sure the next night functions right. So we can continue on, right? But what's the purpose of what you're doing? It's playing the game at the table that night and enjoying whatever you're doing, having fun, facing challenges. Sometimes it's not always fun either. There's nuance there. Sometimes it can suck, but it doesn't mean it sucks so bad that you didn't enjoy it. It just means, and there's part of me that enjoys it, but it wasn't that fun because I kept failing with the character. And actually, a lot of things could be completely destructive for a story. Like there's a lot of things that are going to happen that will be no good for a real story to be told to people later. But does that even matter? No. No, it's not opinion. We're playing a game. This is the designers of D&D and the designers of 5e, 4e, 3e, 2e, 1e. So yeah, no, it's not it's a fact that it doesn't matter. Not an opinion. Just we got to clarify that. It's not opinion at all. It's fact. So if you want to tell a story, you go play a game where it tells a story. You do that with Pendragon. And if we were telling a story with D&D, if that was the intent here, there's no need for Pendragon to exist. And if you want to properly tell a story, well, now you can't just tell a random story. You actually got to tell a story. So if the story matters, it matters. But it doesn't. It's like going for a piss outside. Hey, man, you didn't tie your shoelace before you started pissing. Well, a story can emerge from a guy stepping outside to piss. That's about how valuable the story is for this. So that's not opinion, that's fact. So I'm just saying, remember, the whole point of pointing out emerging story was to counter people that called what we were doing storytelling. Yeah, but Miles, I think it went over your head, dude. Like, it's hard to have a debate with someone who just lays in ignorance. Like something just went over your head. Okay, so my game is about people that piss on wood. It's a story. It's a story about people that piss on wood. Now, you've been asking me what I do. Well, we just play the game. We don't really worry about storytelling. What do people do? They go piss on wood. Now, I can just keep telling you, my game is a game about stories of people piss on wood. But a storyteller would ask me, so you're telling a story? No, that's just a story that comes from us playing a game where people piss on wood. Well, Stephen, a story can emerge from going out and pissing on the tree, and I didn't tie my loose. Like they would explain to me. Any real storyteller would just tell me, Stephen, all right, go bang your head into the wall. Okay, bang. Okay, we can tell a story from that, Stephen. You start seeing how stupid it is if you're not telling a story and where the story that emerges doesn't matter because you're playing the game or you're banging your head against the wall, you're pissing on the tree outside. And then you also got to look how people use the language, Miles. Are people going to make that case for the sake of avoiding character death? But you're saying you're okay with character death. So now you're using language people that are deceitful would use it for a deceitful reason, would use to avoid character death. Yeah, shit, dude. I don't know how to be more clear with you on this. It's like this shit just goes over your head. It's not my fault. That's your fault. So if you're storytelling, say that's what you're doing. If you're saying stories, my games, D&D tell stories. My games tell stories too. My walks tell a story. Me pissing on the fucking tree outside tells a story. Me banging my head against the wall tells a story. Me getting a drink in the middle of the fucking stream tells a story. I got up, I walked out, I grabbed my glass, I poured a fucking drink. Everything under those conditions tell a story. Of course they can, but we don't. Do I go get the drink for the sake of the story that comes from getting the drink? Or am I just getting the drink because I want to drink? Of course, some stories you could tell this is what happened this night. And you could even paint it up and be false. Some nights, some stupid things might happen. Those stories won't be as fun. But remember, it doesn't matter because you're playing a game. I can go for a walk tonight and several things are interesting. So I go back and I tell you the story about my walk. Very interesting. But I didn't go for the walk for the story. I can go then the next night. I can go for another walk where nothing happens. I get back, and even though I tell you the story, it's boring. Wasn't that great? But was my intent to go for the walk to tell a story, or was I just going for a walk? See, my thing is telling you we're playing a game. Our intent is not to tell a story. And so we don't worry. Like, just say if you said, man, it'd be better if our characters didn't die, so later after the session, we have a better story to tell. No, we're playing a game. That doesn't matter. Oh. Well, after this session, we could tell a story, but it'd be a lot more cool if my guy didn't fall on his face. So can I avoid the challenge in the game? No, it's a game. You got to face challenge. Oh. It'd be a lot cooler, even if I play like shit, that, it'd be good for the story that my guy was mouthing off and doing this bad thing for the story. No, you got to play better. You just got to watch out. What I'm trying to teach you is what people use to deceive. So what I'm trying to tell you is there's nothing wrong if a good story randomly comes from what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with a good story coming from a walk if I am out walking, right? Nothing wrong with that. But like the game, I went out for the walk, not the story that came from it. I play the game to play the game, not for the story. And I got to make sure, because so many people in the hobby use very deceitful language, I got to be very careful because I know the agenda's out there. So I'm a public person. You're talking to me in public. I will not let you or anybody else end up using language I know people will spin, because people love to misunderstand, right? And will spin to go, see, the story is important. No, the walk was important. It's randomly cool that we could tell a cool story. If we play the session, if you could tell a cool story afterwards, fine. But the intent is to play the game. And at no point during the session do you say, hey, can we avoid part of the game for the sake of the story that we could tell afterwards? No, we're playing a game, dude. And stop even thinking like that. Look, if random things happen and there's a cool story, tell, fine. But it might be boring tonight. Might not be a good story. Some walks might be great for a story. Some walks might just be boring. Right? And when we make the story secondary where it doesn't really matter, I'm not going for the walk for the story. I'm not going to play the game for the story. That's the important element we got to focus on, because it's the second the story, the telling of a story, becomes important, that's right away when the person goes, well, if it's important, can we avoid character death? That'd be better for telling a story afterwards. No, dude, we're playing a game. If we get lucky. If we don't, it doesn't matter. Playing a game. And these have been games, and again, these have been games forever. You don't get to do this in a video game. I get a kick out of video games. Like, you play a video game, like, you don't have to worry about somebody twisting a video game into something else. Like, I hate the fact that people want to turn these games into a drama class, because the second you make this about a story, remember, there's already an element of it in there. But the second you say we can avoid anything in the game for the story, you get a drama class. That's it, Oracle. That's 100% it. And if you ever at one point say that getting rid of the game element is okay for the sake of the story, go join the drama class. Like, that already exists in the world. But Miles, I totally get what you're saying, but it's just the value you're putting into the story. You're making the story important, and that's the part that the people that have the excuses want. That's the agenda. That the story is important. We don't do it for the story. No, I'm just saying it's the value of the story. Because the second you can value the story, you can start arguing for the other things. That's what agenda pushers make important. Like, if the story can be important, maybe Miles doesn't agree, but then we want to say this. And in reality, the story is not important to what we're doing. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. You get lucky with it, but isn't important, because you could have a bad night where the story is, or whatever it is boring. We don't do anything for the sake of the story. So the value of the story is not important. If we get lucky, we get lucky. It's like going up for the walk. If something interesting happens, cool, lucky. That story's interesting. If I go for a walk tonight and it's boring, unlucky. But the story didn't matter. And when we play the game, the story doesn't matter. Our experience of playing the game does. And that's all these are. And you should never have to play a word salad game with anybody to make this point. Somebody keeps putting value on the story. That's the dumb part. There is no, look, you get lucky, fine. But we're inherently here for one reason: to play a game. Stop playing a word salad game where you pretend this has value that it doesn't. Playing the game is the value. I get you. I would hope there's not a lot of boring sessions, but there can be. But actually that's fine. Of course, you don't want boring sessions, but a lot can be. And actually, some sessions can be fun and boring as a story. There's that too. There's a lot of fun sessions that can be boring stories. Fun for you. I mean, you're fucking into it, like you're going around, but maybe you turn that into a story, people be sleeping. And there's actually a lot of those. A lot of sessions where it can be fun because you have personal investment with your character. Like, oh, you're doing that business thing. I mean, it's long, but man, you're fucking excited. Like, you would never want to tell that story to somebody. You put them to sleep. But you playing that night was great. That was a fun session. You got things sorted out. But the story you could tell from it sucks. And you want to know why that's okay? Because the story doesn't matter. Your experience playing the game does. And if your experience that night and that session was fun, but it'd be a boring story to tell, it doesn't matter. Because the only purpose of the game is your experience as a player in the session. That's when you realize, oh, so story has no value, really. It's not something we focus on. Exactly. Only took about 2 hours to get that through to you. But we got it through to you, my man. I'm glad we got it through to you. The story doesn't fucking matter. And the second you say the story matters, all the bullshit agenda pushers out there then go, if it matters, all our bullshit arguments matter. And it doesn't matter. That's why you having a fun night, but it being a boring story to tell, that doesn't matter, because it's not about the story. It's about your experience at the table. You were invested in that, but it'd be boring to tell that story to anyone about what happened to you. But you love it because it's personal. And that's what these games are. Personal. It's about what you enjoy. And there'll be a lot of things that you'll enjoy that would be no good for a story. But that's okay, because the story doesn't matter. Right? Your experience in the session matters. That's it. That's why game masters back in the old school, when we understood this, were valued more than game designers. Because the experience in the session, in the play, was understood to be the main concern. And a game designer could make a game, but they were secondary, because a game master, a good one, skilled, could take a D6, make up rules out of the top of their head, and run a great session for you. And it's the experience, not the story, not the designer, nobody else. It is the moment playing the game that matters. And it's for the people that participate in that moment that matters. So there you go. A lot of good sessions for you that would be fun would be trash stories. But lucky us, the story will never and has never mattered. Right? See what I mean? So you can enjoy those sessions and not have to worry about adjusting them for the sake of a story. You can just enjoy them for what they are. You had a great time. Doesn't matter. Genius, eh? Fuck. What was that? Like 2 hours? 2 hour time. But you want to know what, Miles? For a lot of people that will listen to this later, if they can get through it, this will be an important long discussion for them. We should go through Eureka's up and down moments. Figuring this out. Thank you for any guys that wrote there that sort of got my points that were definitely agreeing with me. And it's not against Miles. Miles is a great guy. Fucking fantastic guy. I love Miles here. And Miles is not stupid. Very intelligent guy. That's why he's took me a minute to get through to him. I get his common sense too. It's not completely crazy when you think it over. But in a way, it's just wrong. That's all it is. It's not stupid. It's not unintelligent to think his way. It's just a lot of people out there make similar arguments. I could see myself hearing some of this, and maybe at certain points it even almost made sense to me. Like, yeah, you're not going to be stupid if you think that. It's not a stupid thought. So I'm not saying Miles is stupid. Actually, I've said pretty times, Miles is a very smart guy. But that's probably why it's hard to get through to him. He's not a stupid guy, so I don't have to make the points really strong to him. But the end point there has to be the finisher, because he'll understand what I mean. There are sessions where he could have a lot of fun, where he'll realize, okay, if the story matters, that session sucked, but I liked it. Okay, I get what he's saying. Story doesn't matter. Bingo! Your experience in the session is all that matters, and you're playing a game. And most people that don't face the thrill, they're bored. That's why most of those people out there sort of suck. And he paints minis. And he does. He paints minis. So that's a plus. A plus. Somebody had to represent the other side, though. I mean, this discussion has to happen. I'm glad it's with Miles, because most guys will run away or fucking freak out or call names. Miles is very mature through the whole thing. I appreciate you, Miles, more than you know. Miles is really a nice guy in reality, and that's all he's presenting is a nice guy. And there's no point where I hear him calling names or freaking out, but it's just it's a shame that so many people out there play such deceitful games that you have to really make these points so strongly to people, but you do. If not, you leave things lingering. And I don't want to leave the end of the conversation lingering. It would have made the whole 2 hours of us talking meaningless if it's like, we made great points, but at the end we go all the way back to point one, and all the points I made for the last hour and a half of that point just sort of went. It's like, okay, all right. Well, then you just wiped out an hour and a half. Let's go off to make the point again more strong. I got to end this right. Clear communication matters. I don't want it to be like, they just talk for like an hour and a half and then we're back to point one and nothing was proven. Well, it was proven, but the reactions at the end sort of so I had to fix that. And plus, this is a common thing that I picture through all my fucking streams. Like the performance being important, the experience at the table being important, story not being important. These are things I say so commonly. And I know I'm right about them. So it's like, it's good, because most people that would ever take that position, I think Black Rose, would never have the conversation. Miles is a good guy because he's probably 1% out of like 100% of people that think that way, that would finally have the conversation. Almost nobody in his camp would have that talk. So we have to appreciate in the long run for him having that talk. And he's got there for being a nice guy. Nothing wrong. I drag a lot of nice guys in here who are fucking, like you, Black Rose, really sweet gentlemen. Right? And I appreciate that I draw a lot of fucking very credible, nice people. So I appreciate that. I like Miles being a nice guy. And he paints minis. And he likes creative gaming. Yes, it is. Yes. But there you go. You know me, that's like we're like 5.5 hours in. It's like, what do I go for 6 hours? Or I go for 6 hours? Another half an hour. For anyone who might be wondering if you're a Legion of Myth fan and you haven't heard, you're not in this Discord, and you're wondering what happened with Max and Legion of Myth. If there hasn't been a public statement that you've heard, he's asked people on the server, and I'm on the server, so I'd be nice enough to mention it. He's out of power until Monday, so there'll be no stream tonight on Legion of Myth. It's not like I'm taking responsibility for announcing this all to people, but I'm on the fucking thing, and he put a post up. Could everybody put like in everyone? People let people know there's no stream tonight. So I said, well, I guess I'm on the fucking server. It wouldn't hurt if I say that a few times in my stream tonight, because some people might linger by, right? Some people are probably mad at me for probably even lost somebody. I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, I love everyone. I do. I love people. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's a nice comment. I think so. I don't honestly know the details. I just know he said he had no power till Monday. So figured I could be a sweetheart and mention a few times, just be a nice guy, right? That's why I know a lot of people that like his shit, and I get it. Max is a fucking great guy. Max is a good gentleman. He's not a sweetheart like some people here, but don't get it wrong. He's fucking nice. I'm joking. It's a joke. He is a nice guy, but don't get it wrong. He can fucking chew your head off if you piss him off, which I respect about him. That's not a grievance I have with him. That's the thing I respect about him. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, if you're nice to him, he's fucking sweet. He's a sweetheart too. But yeah, a lot of people like his shit, and he does panels every Friday, and part of me understands why he talks less in the panels, but part of me is always more like, if I ever, like, I'll tune in every so often, I'll flash through some of them, but I'm like, most of the questions he puts up, I'm like, dude, tell me what you think. Because the guy is pretty colorful, right? But I get it. He can't rant. He's calmed himself down. He used to get in fucking verbal wars with people, so I get it. Yeah, but I think Nerdy Ogre is what I'm trying to say is, if other things are more important, that it makes the other thing lack of importance. It's like the session where you're having a good time and it's not going to be a great story. That's more important, right? The character death challenge, it's a game. That's more important, right? The challenge in the game to avoid the rule of cool for story, that's more important, right? Playing the game good instead of like trash. It's more important to play the game good than play it like trash for the further in the story, right? What I'm saying is story becomes secondary to all this stuff. So if the session is fun, but it wouldn't be good for a good story, the session matters more. If the game part challenges and character death need to be faced, that's more important than the story. A good story being told from my walk could be a great thing. But the walk is more important than the story. So what I'm saying at the end of the day, if the story is secondary, that's where I'm saying it has no meaning. And the second you give it meaning, I just go, what do you mean by giving it meaning? Do you mean the story is important to the point of not facing character death? No, then it doesn't matter. I'm saying it doesn't matter for this reason. I'm not saying a story in itself, a cool story came with the session. It doesn't matter. I'm saying it doesn't matter because character death matters more. It doesn't matter because facing the challenge matters more. It doesn't matter because playing the game good because it's a game matters more. It doesn't matter because your experience at the table, what you're doing in that session matters more than telling a good story. So in the process of all these stuff being more important, it makes this element so secondary that it becomes meaningless. And what other reason are you going to give it a meaning? Like, it's cool if you get a good story. If you're just saying the same thing Miles is saying, then how did all this go over your head, nerdy ogre? I said there's nothing wrong with getting a good story from it. This has all been explained to you, dude. I hope you just pay attention to this stuff. It's not saying a decent story from a session couldn't matter. I'm saying it's secondary to everything. So if no good story comes from the session, even though you had fun, fuck the story. You had fun. That's all that matters. If no good story could come from the session because the character died, doesn't matter. The character death and facing it in the game is more important. So if it's secondary in these ways, it doesn't matter. So what you're doing is you're agreeing with me. And you're agreeing with me 100%. And if you're not agreeing with me 100%, you're confused. Okay, let's put it this way. Jesus, dude. I hope you get more intelligent. I mean, I'm coming to pick on you and start telling you got to read a book or something. Just say you go play a session that night and you're doing the business stuff. Say business for your character. You're invested. And you're having a good time. Like, it's nerdy stuff. Nerdy. Right? But if you try to tell a story about what you're doing that night, it would be absolutely fucking boring as shit. But you have a good time. All right, what about that night facing character death? What are people using story mattering for? What I'm saying is, even if a good story comes from something you're doing, it doesn't matter. Well, then you shouldn't even be opening your mouth because we've already covered all this. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, dude, but you come in and at the end, you bring a confusing bundle in and you destroy good communication. And I think I would hope that you're more intelligent than that. That you know better than to come in through a fucking halfway through a conversation and destroy good communication between people, especially on a subject where you know the points are important. Because all you do is that poisons the fucking dialogue. That's something where you should have listened to the conversation start to finish, then make your fucking comment. Because at the end, you likely would agree with everything I said. If not, you come in right now, you poison anyone else listening. You give people that are desperate for an excuse to avoid being confronted. So great points were made and they feel confronted. And then you come along and go, oh, and they're like, oh. And you know how people are hungry to misunderstand. And we are doing public communication. This is not a private Discord chat. So, and you've been talking in public long enough, you should know better. And if you don't like being confronted, I'm sorry, dude, I got to be real with you here. You are a public communicator. We are not in a fucking bubble, right? And you know how many people are hungry to misunderstand so they can get away with something and not be confronted. This is a terrible way. You just come in and pretty much said, I don't 100% agree with you, but then you describe what I described. So you are agreeing with me. You're not even sure. You're saying I don't 100% agree with you. Then you even admit, I missed a good chunk. Dude, we've been talking about this for 2.5 hours. It's important to know the good chunk because all this is being discussed and went through and great points made. And don't be surprised I'm a little pissy with you for coming in fucking halfway carelessly and stumbling into something and saying shit that just doesn't fucking just. This is not mediocre hour on one of the other fucking YouTuber channels. All right? So we don't do top of the molehill conversations here. That's over there, and I know you're used to talking to those people, right? But that's not here, dude. Different level here, right? And you know that with me. And if you don't know that with me, I don't know why you're watching my content, right? So I'm just being real, and you know I can be nice, but you know I'll fucking make a point when it comes to serious. I'm not mediocre talker. You know, I'm not chump change like some of the other guys. So you can go have chumpy conversations with them where they're all fucking over the place and barely know what the fuck they're talking about with games, and you know this. Now, I'd be disappointed if you weren't intelligent enough to know that. I've seen you on streams where I know the guys you're talking to barely know what the fuck they're talking about. I've happened to just check out some streams where I see you on, so, then I hear their opinions. I'm like, these guys fucking know nothing about tabletop role-playing games. They barely understand what they're talking about. I get maybe one of them might run a game, but you could tell they just don't verbally understand what it is they're doing. And then I got to hear this mediocre fucking know-nothing talk about the game where you couldn't give advice to no one. Well, when you get here, you know I know my shit. And I would assume that's why you're probably here watching the content every so often. It's just saying it's trying to clear up, because it doesn't mean story's not good. It's secondary. We're not storytellers, and the emerging story, the whole process of pointing that out by Gary was to point out it's a counter to say we're not storytelling. So it's like nice. It's like if I go for a walk and some interesting things happen, cool, I could tell you a good story. But the walk and the experience walking is the only reason I'm out there. It's like when I go to play the game. That night, if I'm playing in the Game Master's game, I'm worried about having a great experience at the table, in the session, in the moment. Now, maybe my experience might not be a fun story. It could even be a bad night where it's not even fucking fun, but it's not bad. It's just, hey, I failed a lot, so that wasn't, on the complex level, it wasn't fun, but it wasn't bad. Or it could be a night where, guess what? Some cool shit happened. And we can tell an interesting story, I guess, at the end. But at no point will I give it, like, it's like, okay, the interesting stuff you're doing tonight, it's not a good story, but do you want to skip over doing the interesting stuff? No, man, I want to do the business stuff. I do enjoy that, but it'd be a boring fucking story to tell people. But I want to do it, because it's about what I'm doing at the table. What about Steven, your character might die? Dude, that might be bad for a story that emerges. Oh, it could be bad. Some character death could be good. Some character death could be bad. What do most people that argue for story use it for? And even when you get the storytelling games, boom. Oh, nerdy ogre. This, I think it just, so that just a difference in opinion what the story is. You're talking about story from player's perspective, where I'm talking about story from a character's perspective. Now you're just talking vague, dude. You're not mediocre hour, right? You're not mediocre hour. It's just not happening here. I'm not in the fucking mood. So I do agree. Steve says here, at the same time as the GM, I love weaving together plots and player hooks, and might be related to achievement. Yeah, it just story doesn't matter when you're playing the game. It's a great, if something is a great outcome of something, fine. But it's not the focus. When you're playing that night and you're doing your business, or the rule of cool comes in, but no, man, you got to face the challenge, get rid of the rule of cool. All we're doing is playing a game. The story is not the focus of what we're doing. We're not telling a story. It's a random thing. It's the same thing with the walk. I mean, either I got to tell people, either they're intelligent enough to understand this, or they want to play a word salad game and say vague shit like this. It's story from a player's perspective. That's what I'm talking about. Story from stick that vague, unintelligent, mediocre trash language up your fucking ass. We're going to be fucking direct here. We're playing a game that night. That's all we're doing. That's the only focus. Whatever comes of it, comes of it. But we're playing a game. And this is what I've been saying for 2.5 hours. There's no difference in opinion here. It just went over your fucking head. And I don't use vague language. I don't talk that way and pretend I'm intelligent when I'm not. Right? If I'm not smart on something, I don't try to talk it. And I got to call you right out right now, dude. This perspective, I'm talking from the story from a character perspective. Dumb, mediocre, and stupid. So either you're intelligent enough to speak clearly or you're not. But vague language won't be used here. And if you want to poison the dialogue, go over to some other fucking mediocre YouTuber's channel and go ahead and poison the dialogue. And then you guys get nowhere with dialogue and progress no ideas and stay there for the 50 years, just like everybody else has in this hobby. But I don't take ideas and conversations and then get stuck for 50 fucking years in them when there's clear things to state and clear understanding. And it's the misunderstanding and vague language that leaves people confused, not getting to the fucking right answer, and nobody pushes anything forward and nothing gets better. You won't do it here, nerdy. You can do it over some other fucking mediocre channel. Go ahead. But you're not doing it here. And I'm just letting you know, dude. If you bring nothing good to the conversation, if you can't clearly speak and get the point, if you don't understand what I'm saying, it goes over your head, that's fine. I'm not for mediocre hour. It's not past. It's this unclear shit. It's so dumb. It's unclear. There's this clarity that makes sense. If you're playing a session that night and you're playing a D&D session, okay, during the session, do you focus on the story? No, you just play the game. What we do afterwards is up to us. During the gaming session is the important part. And what are people using the importance of story to justify? So there's nobody in the hobby that is using this argument to justify something good. So every time, and even Pendragon, which is a storytelling game, makes you respect the game element. 100% of people that are out there saying story matters says, okay, character death. Okay, we should get rid of that. And there might be somebody out there who says, well, character death can be good. But that's nuance too. That's too simple thinking. It could be good, it could be bad. But it doesn't matter. What matters during the gaming session? If we can't clearly say that, and we're so fucking in the poison that we can't clearly state clearly what is clearly true, then we're fucking stupid. And we're playing word salad games that leave people confused about this entire thing. It's why we get stuck on subjects for 50 years and nobody knows nothing better 50 years later. It's clear. It shouldn't even be up to. It's such a shame that it's stupidity. It is mediocrity, and this is idiocracy. This is a fucking movie. You get stuck in a vague word salad game where you can't even say something clearly. Story is secondary, meaning during the gameplay, story doesn't matter. In Pendragon, telling a story matters. During gameplay in D&D, story doesn't matter. What you do afterwards is up to you. It's during gameplay where it's important. And everybody out there that says get rid of character death, put the rule of cool in to avoid challenges, or I play poorly but it moves the story ahead. They say all that is justified, regardless to other ways you put this. All that is justified because the story is important. And during the gaming session when we're playing the game, what I'm telling people, this is clear. The story during the moment you're in the fucking session playing the game is not important. Now, if you can tell a great story afterwards, fine. During the session doesn't matter. During the session, if you're doing a business thing and that would be a boring story, doesn't matter. Are you having fun? Yes, then it doesn't matter. It's during the session where it doesn't matter. And I hate fucking morons that sit there in this fucking hobby and sit there and poison the fucking dialogue and confuse people for the next fucking 10 years of bullshit about this. Because that's all it does. Tell me how. I'd be asking Nerdy Ogre. What I just said is clear, right? What you just said is a word salad game that confuses people on the clarity. Now, I would challenge your intelligence. Do you even understand that's what you're doing? Do you understand that you're even confusing yourself in the process? If you say no, well then, Jesus Christ, dude. It's like that's you can't accept something. I don't like people either that can't accept when they're in the fucking wrong. It's unclear, vague bullshit. I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear when I communicate to people. I know what I'm saying is right. I know it's true. Gary Gygax got it. Dave Arneson understood. All the people that make fucking watch AD&D gets this. Nobody's confused on this subject. It's the only confusion that happens is when you talk about it and people use vague language to ignore clear facts. And it's the lack of clarity that leaves us in these useless fucking discussions that never gets anybody ahead in the process. During the gaming session, which is the most important what we do, it's the experience in the gaming session and we're playing a game. The focus is just to play the game. You're doing a business with the character, fine. You're in the dungeon having a fight, cool. You're playing the game. Everything that happens afterwards, cool. During the session, doesn't matter. It's during the session is where all the bullshit's being justified to. Oh, story matters. Then we get rid of character death. Story matters. Rule of cool to avoid the challenge. Story matters. I can play like shit, but it moves the story along. None of that is justified. But the second you say story matters, you can say story matters, but character death is good for a story. And the guy might go, maybe. But I can, and that's an opinion he'll say. But then he says his opinion is he disagrees. But you've opened that door now. The clear thing is story doesn't matter during session. That's a fact. So the vague fucktard who says it does matter, doesn't matter during the fucking session. No, it went over your fucking head, you fucking piece of shit. Goodbye. And that's how you get blocked for life. Oh my fuck. No matter how passionate you are, no matter how much you point stuff out to people, just fucking whatever. Once I realized you were coming from, I got on the same page. No, he didn't. He went straight to vague talk. Piss poor public communication. Jesus, dude. I made a point all night. I don't need someone who comes along who uses the character perspective. Went over my head. Went over his head. See, it's the silent majority you got to talk to. I go talk to guys all the time in public. So I'm in a gaming group with thousands of people. So I talk to them. All right, what does story matter mean to you? Well, it means like we can make an argument why character death doesn't have to be part of the game. It's what most people will say to you. So what if I say character death is important? Well, if story is important, man, it'd be this. What about the rule of cool? Most people that are not public people, they actually see what we're saying on here, and they actually think, yeah, there's not been a credible argument against this. It's actually a story is important, so rule of cool to avoid the challenge is actually justified. And that's what most people are saying that are silent, that are not the loud voices. Oh, okay. What about piss poor play for the sake of putting the story ahead? Yeah, that's actually justified. That's, sometimes we might play badly, but if it moves the story along, the story matters. I'm like, is there at any point you've heard somebody say something that you think is a credible argument against that? Well, no, they try to, but they always lose the argument, or they're not convincing. I'm like, okay, dude, fair enough. So that's why I make a big issue about it, because I go out and I have to hear hundreds of players en masse and online come to Discord, like over almost 15 years telling me this stuff about story. I'm like, come on, man. What I realize is public communication is shit. Public communication is absolutely shit. I'll guarantee you guys this. Here's what I'll guarantee you. I'll guarantee a Black Rose. I just gave mediocre YouTubers some content. That's the kind of impact I have. They're not paying attention to other people. They'll pay attention tonight. I knew they would too, even when I started talking to Miles. I was like, watch. I said to myself, I should have said it out loud sooner. This will be content. And they'll be talking about this for the next week or so. But that's sort of an intention too. I'm happy. Black Rose, that's what you call impact, kid. Sometimes you got to have these fucking aggression, passion things. If not, people don't listen to you. That's how you make impact. Right? If not, they fucking ignore you. But it forces people to talk. It's like the miniature thing. I remember years ago, like they talk better about the miniatures now, but I had to put out the video. Then I had to make responses. Then I had to get passionate about it a bit. And then now it's like 7 years later. They openly talk about pure theater of the mind being good. They don't degrade it no more. There's been way more conversations. I'm like, yeah, dude, I know. But if you do play the vague language and you're not good at public communication, I'm not going to let you come here and control the conversation. Like, I'll let you do that on another channel. Just not happening here. Not interested. I love it. I love it. So I thank you, Nerdy Ogre, for that one. I appreciate that, dude. Though I think all the drama and passion and fucking going on was great. It's good. It's good. People have to hear that you give a shit. Got on the same page and then boom. Yeah. It's just it's the way he said it. That's where he doesn't get it. It's bad public communication. It's so vague what he said. It's like, dude, it's he's saying it in a way like, well, from a player's perspective, I sort of get you, but then from a character perspective, the second he says that part, he doesn't understand. It's like, look, dude, we're getting to a clear point. I'm right? Yeah. The second part will confuse a lot of people. What you said. So they're looking to be confused. Right? They want me to be wrong. They want to find a crack in the armor. But there's no crack. But they're desperately looking for it. And I need to talk to people that can just get clear communication, understand it. It's like, there's no crack, dude. Let's not talk like there is one. Let's not use vague language that can be given to people that are hungry to misunderstand what I'm saying. Because these are people that are desperate to avoid the point. But if they can't avoid it, it might impact them. That's the effectiveness to public communication. If they cannot avoid the point, then they have to take it in. It doesn't mean they have to agree, but they have to consider it, and they will. There'll be pressure on them to consider it. Those people in that moment will desperately look around for anything that puts the slightest crack in what I'm saying, where they can grasp onto that and say, yeah, I'm with him. It's from character perspective. It's the story is still important. Some people are not good at public communication. That's the way you can talk on Discord privately to each other. Stories afterwards, but at the moment it was like a high risk, high reward could happen just because you're Oracle. I'm thankful that you get it, dude. It Boom. It was a fun story to tell, but really, it didn't matter. It was about the game in that moment. It was a high risk reward game, an advantage in the game, right? That's all it is, and that's all you're doing. And like you're saying afterwards, cool, but we don't. That's all. And I'm glad you get it. I'm glad there's so many people that will totally get this, and I even think he got it. It's piss poor communication where it's like trying to tell Nerdy Ogre. It's not that I hate you, dude, but it's just like that's what you say in Discord when we're communicating to the public. And this is an important topic, and it is, because a lot of people have talked about this for decades and years, and the public conversation is being avoided so many times or not properly had. It's like the conversation is that fucking important to the hobby to have it and be willing to have it, that you can't in that moment piss poor communicate in public as if you're in the private Discord conversation. It would be. And it wouldn't be a big issue, but it's here. It can't be so easily cleared up. It's like telling a man, I am a performer. I'm a public figure. I have influence on people. I look to have influence. That's my intention here. It's not out of hate. I know it's not an ego thing. I'm a YouTuber. I wouldn't get up on stage and do this if I wasn't trying to have an impact on the conversation or didn't care. I do this for that reason. And I don't mind having a private conversation, just like what you're saying, Black Rose. If we're talking in private, that's how you talk in private. It's okay to be vague in private because you don't have that audience. It's okay to say, man, I get your point, but I was saying this, so cool, we can have it there. But if I know the outside audience will be confused by that, that's what's going to piss me off. That's what I got after him about. He thinks it went over my head. I'm like, dude, no, I agree with you. It's piss poor public communication. It's important. It's Oracle totally got it. I love Oracle. He totally gets it. He's saying this is principle for the game. It's more important. Exactly. There's no confusion. This guy totally won it. Thank you, Oracle. Totally fucking gets it. And doesn't say anything that confuses himself or anybody else checking this out. This topic is so important. And think about it, Black Rose. I spent over 2 hours talking to a guy who made great points. I don't need this fucker at the end coming in the last 2 seconds and talking in this fucking ass fight. I'm just like, dude, please, not you. Out of all people, not you. Right? I know you guys do this on other channels. That's why you guys get stuck in these fucking conversations for the next 10, 20 fucking years because you talk this way. Dude, I like having, especially where clarity is needed, right? Because clarity helps teach and clarity saves confusion. It really does. Oh, Black Rose, you knew what was coming. I'm glad you know me. I love you, dude. I'm passionate about these things, but I mean, you get to the point where you fucking start. If you start insulting me at the end, you start talking bullshit. It went over my head. No, it didn't. I'm not saying I didn't know that you got it. I was saying that I was completely correct on the piss poor communication word. So what didn't go over my head? I was like, all right, dude, you can fuck off. That's it. That's my patience is gone. Yep. Drones were coming in. Bombs were dropping. And just the wrong, like I'm so picky on people from that specific community. I'm like, sorry, dude. I was 7 years, and I know you're one of the fucking people that have been in chat talking shit about me. So, talk about nerdy. So he's talked some shit. So it's like, yeah, I'm way more picky. Like he and people like him from that community need to really watch what they're saying to me, right? You don't get to have a slight insult. 7 years of lies. No, you don't get the slightest fucking break. You say something slight out of turn from that community, you go away. Sorry, just being real. This is the last one, though, Black Rose. 6 hours, my dude. I think it's the longest stream I've done. It is the longest stream I've done. 6 hours. 6 hours. Drama. Game talk. Passion. Giving myself to the audience completely. I love all you. Except for certain people. I love all you except for a specific fucking group of fucking haters that. Sorry, I can't. I can't. 7 years of bullshit. I'm way more sensitive to what they say to me. They even get slightly out of hand, they're gone. Sorry. I think that's well earned. That's well earned shit. From every camp you could imagine. 5e, you, nerdy. Got some great guys in here who said some really great stuff. Oracle, really appreciate you, Oracle. Really appreciate your comments, dude. You sound like someone who has a lot to say. Please, I do. I hope you sub to this channel. But I don't know if you have, but you should. The streams, because you need to be sub to chat, and I want you to chat more if you can. I do bunnies and burrows tomorrow night on America's birthday. Happy birthday, America. I love all my fucking American guys on here. Love fucking America. Love fucking Americans. I love every one of you. Happy 250th birthday. You fucking deserve all the fucking gratitude. You're fucking heroes. Every fucking one of you out there. I fucking love the shit out of you. I really do. So I hope you have a good day. I hope the whole day is good. And I hope if some Americans get around and they're done all their fucking fireworks or whatever and they need something to fucking entertain them, I got your asses covered with an interesting historical game. Bunnies and burrows. So, hey, Americans out there, you need to be entertained on your fucking birthday, boy. I got you. I got you. To pop by here. Be very interesting. I promise you. It won't be boring. Bunnies and burrows might sound a little out there, but it is very historical. Oh, that's great. There's a lot of games I cover. I think a lot of stuff you'll really like. Really, really like. Yeah, very, very, very. And I think that would be a good place to call it. That's great, Oracle. Ari Black Rose, I love you, my friend. #1 supporter, Mr. Black Rose. We got a new guy to join us on some fucking members only stuff. We got Smash now, right? It's gonna be good. I'll let you say goodnight. I know you're with the kids and stuff, but I'll let you say goodnight, and then I'm gonna hit off. That's 6 hours. That's a stream and a half, my dude. I've given everybody a long time tonight. Really happy with that. Even Herd Joker. All right. I love you. Talk to you soon.